Welcome, one and all, folks, to Hazard Analysis here on YouTube, folks. Also a part of the Big Buckin' Empire. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man with the power, the man that makes it the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the greatest show in the world right here at Hazard Analysis, and your King of Extreme, Phil KOE. You can, of course, find me, your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter, folks. Yes, my kingdom expands. What can I say, folks? And tonight, boy howdy, fellas, it's just there's nothing to talk about tonight. It's been just been such a slow news day. No real events. I am joined this evening by two incredible broadcast partners. Of course, the one, the only, the Devon Dudley to my Bubba Ray Dudley, the Marty Jannetty to my Shawn Michaels, the one, the only.
That felt like kind of an insult, but I'll take it what I can get. The 15-time Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast champion,
Ouch.
the non-chill filtered, quadruple distilled Tony fucking G. You can find me on TikTok at Tony the Rod and all of the Big Buckin' Empire shows at Linktree/Big Buckin'. And yes, we are back with episode 9, a Trump second indictment special of Hazard Analysis. Welcome back, folks. It's been a break, and we've been very, very up and down in terms of our scheduling, and I promise that will probably fucking continue. So make sure you like, share, subscribe.
Yes. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. We're on our new night on Thursday because Chicken wanted Sunday so bad, so we just conceded that to Chicken. And now we're here on Thursdays for Hazard Analysis. And we are now, folks, of course, joined by, Tyler. Nice to see you too, Tyler. God damn, like tell us how you really feel. I feel like you're holding back too much. We are joined this evening by the one, the only Osiris. How are we doing this evening, sir?
Glad to be here. Glad for another invite. To come here to talk how great things are going in the world today.
I mean, it's just everything's bad.
No sarcasm there at all, right?
Isn't it? Like I was about to say, like this week, doesn't matter what side of what issue you're on, it seems it was a bad week for you. Like I don't know how else to put it. Like, I mean, no matter what side you are on the Ukraine issue, it was a bad week. No matter how you fall in American politics right now, it was a bad week. This has been, So I guess we should start with the biggest headline of all today.
The Iron Sheik passes away. I know it's
yes,
travesty.
Let's raise our glass not only to the Iron Sheik, but also to the gambler. And also,
of course, the gambler.
Also, it was just last week the passing of superstar Billy Graham. God bless all of you, and
trifecta of greatness in the wrestling world.
May your journey to the other side be fruitful.
Indeed.
But yeah, that was the real headline there.
Yeah, the real headline.
Now we can move on to the other stuff. Oh wait, Trump indictment. Jesus, God Almighty. Now I know why that guy from New York indicted Trump so quickly. He wanted to get out ahead of the headlines so he could be the guy that everybody remembers. Everybody remembers Alvin Bragg. Nobody remembers anybody else. They're not going to remember this. It all kind of just gets lost in the noise. It's kind of like a lot of people think that Mueller was about Russian collusion, and like they think it was like it all kind of melts together, like the Russian collusion, the Ukraine, all of it just kind of melds together. And I feel like these indictments are going to do much the same. But regardless of how you want to look at this, folks, we are living in history. A former president is facing multiple indictments while being the leading candidate for one of the two major political parties in this country. We're going to be telling our grandchildren about this era. Okay?
I'm going to stop you right there because no, I don't think we are. Here's the problem. This is just a gigantic mess of diarrhea can of worms that has been open now. And we're never going back. We've said this about other things. But this is
what every president
gets to face. This is just going to be how things operate now. When you can politically leverage yourself against the competition, whether it be the Democrats or Republicans, depending on who's the leading charge of DC, It doesn't matter from this point going forward because now that this Pandora's box has been opened and you can be the runner for a political party while facing a second indictment, two impeaches, January 6th hearings, his raid of his home, and it doesn't matter. And he's still the leading candidate. This is just life now. Because tell me, nobody in good consciousness can sit here and tell me that this isn't going to happen to the next Republican candidate. And if by some stroke of luck the Republicans figure out a way to, win over some younger voters, eventually, maybe, probably not, and they get some steam back, that they won't do this to the leading Democratic candidate. Like, this is just the new normal now. So the fact that
Pandora's
Trump was the
box has
jumping
been
off
opened.
point, that's the historical part. But it's not like we're going to talk about this like, oh my gosh, do you remember those crazy times when? We're going to talk about it like, do you remember when this became politics?
Yeah, because I'm sorry, Osiris, I'm curious if you disagree with that. Like, I do think going forward, the modus operandi is going to be just every presidential president after they get out of office is now just endlessly indicted and investigated until they're eventually brought in on charges as some sort of political penance so that their political opponents can seemingly spike some football.
I would like to remind the general public that this is exactly what they did to Hillary Clinton. I'm not a Hillary Clinton fan at all. They did do that to her. So
how many indictments did she have exactly?
She had no indictments.
Yeah, even James Comey said, like, well, normally no good prosecutor would indict Hillary Clinton.
But would you agree or disagree that makes it just as scandalous if you're gonna have the DOJ go against the leading candidate and not even bring charges right before election? That is just as damning.
I think having a politicized law enforcement like we clearly have now is destructive to our democracy to the point that I don't think it can survive it.
I wasn't going that far, but okay. Jeez, all right.
Oh, literally, like if this is the race to the bottom now, then we can literally say this was the beginning of the end of the American experiment. Literally, if our law enforcement becomes politicized, because here is a really shocking thing. I don't know if I don't know, Osiris, if you got to get deep into the Durham report. I've been reading up on that over the last few days, and Durham didn't make any recommendations, and the reason is because I'm going to summarize what he said, but what he said is if the people at the top of the FBI are morally debauched and they're not going to hold to the motto of fidelity and justice, then it doesn't matter what I recommend. It doesn't matter what protocols I put in place if the people running the FBI are willing to put their own biases ahead of their own nation. Well, and that's kind of where we are now with our law enforcement, and half the country now already sees it that way.
Well, let me ask this question. Let's just say President Eminem he did a crime.
The DNC won't let me be, or let me be me. Oh, sorry.
Right. Well, President Eminem did a crime. You know what I'm saying? Let's say he I don't know what is a big enough crime for a president for it to actually matter.
Well, if the president is Eminem,
we sure haven't gotten there yet on the Trump side.
Go with
we're getting there on the Biden side, though.
Let's say he actually murdered somebody. Let's just go with that one. That seems bad enough. Let's say he murdered somebody, and on the run up to the presidential election, he's the leading candidate. For the DOJ to bring this case and indict him, they probably have some pretty strong evidence of that. Everybody on most people believe that he's guilty of this crime. What is the DOJ to do in that case? Do they bring these indictments right before an election, or no?
If we're talking murder, it doesn't matter what you're doing. Like, we don't give a fuck if you're closing a big legal case and you're a lawyer and you killed someone. Guess what? You're going to go to jail for murder and hopefully get a fair trial if you were innocent. But
yeah, but this is
that's
not that cut and dry.
I'm not saying that. Hold on. I'm not saying that. Hold on.
That's the exact
you're
problem.
anticipating I'm going to say
Isn't
something,
cut
but
and
that's
dry
not what I'm saying.
is why this you can't really try and compare.
I understand that
here.
but okay.
All I'm saying here is this is clearly politically motivated at this point because it is so
what I'm saying
literally
is,
the guy that okayed the raid on Trump's house, Merrick Garland, was the guy that he shafted out of a Supreme Court justice.
Because I'm not even really sure where I stand on this 100% yet. But what I was going to point out is there's probably no clear line that is going to make most people happy in today's world or today's political world. Where that line is, what is fair to bring against the president and what's not fair, because wherever that line is, it's not going to be good enough for anybody. So I'm not saying so.
It's why we've opened this Pandora's box that they never wanted to open before, because they knew this is where it's going to end. It's going to be a race to the bottom, a downward spiral.
Who did it first?
The Democrats hit first here. Like, I'm sorry, there's no way you can say they're the ones that indicted a former president that's the leading candidate. So they're the ones that opened this Pandora's box of endless legal investigations, and now we're weaponizing law enforcement.
I don't
think we can recover from it.
I don't know that this was the beginning of this type of
that's what I'm asking.
Political chess. I don't know if this was the jumping off point, but this is definitely let's say both parties.
It's a one-upper. It's a one-upper.
Right. Both parties have been towing the line for a long
That's
time.
what I'm getting at. Yes.
But frankly, and you can make the Hillary Clinton comparisons all you want. I get it.
I'm sure it's happened before that,
she's
too.
She's gotten drugged through the mud tenfold. She did. And a lot of it rightfully so. And likewise with Trump with some weird shit he's done. But to this extent, a front runner for the party, a president, and now a former president once again running for the presidency, nobody has ever experienced this kind of scrutiny. Not to this degree, not to this level. Hillary Clinton included. And she's been in politics way fucking longer.
Well, I'm sorry. The thing that Hillary Clinton was accused of with her 33,000 emails was mishandling classified documents, and she was not indicted. Donald Trump is being accused of mishandling classified documents and is now being indicted. And that, folks, right there is the actual evidence of corruption. That's the actual evidence.
So what about New York and Georgia?
Hang on. Well, hang on. No, what I'm saying is the exact same crimes. The exact same crimes. One has been indicted and one has not. That is actually evidence of corruption. It's just like when Roger Stone was convicted of lying to Congress, yet James Clapper was not, and they both committed the exact same crime. One was indicted and convicted, one was not. That is actually evidence of corruption right there, folks. When measurable crime happens in instance A and B, and only A is prosecuted, B is let go because they have the right connections and the proper politics.
Before we go any further, I've got to ask the first indictment, because I want to see what this says, what this second indictment, the core of it is. What was the core of the first indictment? What was the basis of it?
The basis of the first indictment was
fraud.
Like, basically, he paid his lawyer, and the lawyer paid Stormy Daniels for missing out on the sexual awakening of her lifetime, because clearly the two of them never had sex.
Sweet Jesus, Phil, that was terrifyingly just descriptive, and thanks for that.
But and then so the lawyer and so they're saying that this is some sort of like they're literally trying to invent crime, because Alvin Bragg wanted to be able to get in front of the TV cameras and say, look at me, I brought charges against him, donate to my next campaign.
We'll get to the creating charges.
Osiris couldn't take it anymore. He's like,
yeah, no, I get it. You talking about Donald Trump?
There's a lot of American flag on this stream. It's pretty awesome.
It's nice. Yeah. So I want to find out what the basis of the second indictment is, because this came up about 40 minutes before we tried to go live, and I don't know shit about it. So let's look here. I've got super unbiased, ultra caring CNBC pulled up here, And those of you watching have seen the headline here.
The
Trump indictment.
Espionage Act.
Live updates. The charges include violation of espionage.
Like a former president is a spy against his own fucking nation. Do these people even hear themselves? Like literally the thing that underpinned the original Crossfire Hurricane, which to me, I like, folks, in this country, we did have an insurrection and we did have a coup. And it was everyone that had anything to do with Crossfire Hurricane. Anybody that knew what was going on there, you put your allegiance to your politics ahead of your allegiance to your country. And history will not be kind to those folks. But yeah, so the idea that the Espionage Act, the idea that a former president is somehow a spy against his own nation, this is how crazy TDS has gotten, folks.
Well, hang on. Again, this is coming from CNBC, so I actually want to break this down a little bit and see if they're actually saying anything remotely honest here. Donald Trump has become the first U.S. president, former or otherwise, to be indicted on federal criminal charges. Okay, so far so good. Trump announced in Thursday night posts on his Truth Social platform that prosecutors had notified his attorneys he had been indicted. NBC News confirms that soon after he faces 7 counts. Charges include making false statements and conspiracy to obstruct. Okay, that's pretty light. Trump lawyer James Trusty told CNN on Thursday. The charges also include willfully retaining documents in violation of the Espionage Act, he said. Now, that's okay. So that sounds ridiculously horrible, right? Is this just because of the documents that he had in Mar-a-Lago? Is that what that?
Yep,
well,
that's what
so
this is.
I want to point this out. We're talking about an indictment based off of the raid of his home because of the classified documents that, right or wrong, he says he declassified as president. I don't think that that's great. But again, that's what we're talking about here. Meanwhile, the current sitting occupant of Pennsylvania Avenue literally did the same thing. Where's his indictment? It's not going to fucking happen.
And the thing is, he did it as vice president. He did not have, and as senator, he did not have clearance to declassify while Trump did.
Actually, he did as vice president. There was an executive order done by Obama that gave him the right to declassify documents that he had classified before at any time.
So if it's okay,
he didn't. Hang on. He did not have that authority as a U.S. senator, however, and he had classified documents all the way from his time as a U.S. senator. So, and he claims he didn't even know these documents were there, which is negligence.
Literally saying that right now.
Well, if he says that, then he's actually negligent with his documents, where Trump knew where his were. So that makes Biden worse than anything Trump is even accused of in that regard.
I'm not going to go that far, but
don't worry, I'll get in trouble. You won't.
What's good for the goose should be good for the gander. And if it's going to be okay for one, it needs to be okay for the other. What I'm talking about is an even playing field, because that's what we're tail spinning towards, is a completely uneven playing field, to where it's not going to be even remotely possible for us to have a fair election, which, if you even believe that we did for the longest time anyway, I laugh.
Well, the crux of this argument, everything relies on, A, did he just declassify these things? And what is the procedure for declassifying these things? And I don't think anybody's quite sure what that is. Again, it's another one of those things that doesn't seem to have a clear outlined procedure as to what that looks like. I'm sure somebody in the
because nobody ever thought shit was going to get this far with politicized law enforcement, to the point where it's like, well, clearly we're going to raid a former president's home and rifle through his shit to see what that, like, we never thought it was ever going to get there, because we thought politics was going to keep a certain level of decorum and reasonableness, but we're well beyond that.
I will never, ever, ever, ever care about a former president who leaves the office keeping documents from their time in office, because why the fuck should I care about that?
No, there's real reasons why, for security reasons. why
If
that
Jimmy
There-
Carter could have brought out the Area 51 docs, I think that's like, God bless him. He did one solid.
You know what?
Sure, but that's
I-
not what we're worried about. I mean,
I
that would be
don't- I
that would
don't
be a
think
great
it's that big
thing,
of a
but that's
problem.
not what we're talking about
I
here.
really don't think it's that big of a
What
problem.
are we worried
The
about
Secret
here?
Service-
So
Like,
what
the
we're
Secret
talking about,
Service is not only
like,
instructed to protect
Are we worried
the
about
president,
Trump
but they're
selling
also
shit to Russia?
they can
No,
also
we're
just
not worried about that
flag
either.
That's what
if they
we're
need
really
to.
secretly worried about.
No, that if you've worked in the government or in anything adjacent to it or had a security clearance, the problem is having information and ties to the spill, potential sources, et cetera, all the things that Snowden got in trouble for. And didn't get in trouble for because he was very careful to block all that stuff out before he leaked that to the press. Those are the important things that I think that I don't know what you call them, the deep state, that's what they care about. I think primarily as a matter of procedure and process.
So ultimately, though, when we're talking about a former president leaves office, it's not like the person that's leaving office is going to be Men in Black. Okay, everything you've just been privy to for the last 4 to 8 years, just wiped from your fucking memory now. So that's why I don't give a fuck
They
about
kinda
it.
had
Like,
to,
I understand the concrete, the physical stuff that you are not allowed to take. I get it. Fine. It's classified. You can't take it. Fine. But if you were privy to it, again, it's not like they just go Men in Black, click. Now you don't remember anything from your last 4 to 8 years. It doesn't matter to me. It
Well, I
doesn't.
mean, it was an
don't
executive
care.
order
This is
Obama
one of those
even
things that it's
signed
just
that said the
they're
president
looking for a
doesn't-
problem.
can unilaterally declassify and doesn't even have to tell anybody. And that was the legal structure that Trump uses as
And
justification.
if that's the case, if
And
the
it's
president can
valid,
legitimately
some
just
folks
say,
don't like
okay, declassified, that's a problem. That shouldn't exist.
No, it's
then.
not.
If it's a real
No,
if
it's
it's a
not.
real concern,
It's not at
if
all.
it's a
We
real
elected
concern that
that
the president
person.
can't take shit from the office.
We
when they
elected
leave the
that
office,
person.
If
They have
that's
some
if that is a
unilateral
national
authority.
security issue, they should not be able to go click
Okay.
declassified.
This is from the
You
American
can't have
Bar.
it both ways. You just
This is-
can't.
This is from the American Bar Association about declassifying documents on the from the president.
I'm aware they disagree with Trump's legal.
In all
philosophy.
cases, however, a formal procedure is required so governmental agencies know with certainty what has been declassified and the decisions that have been decisions memorialized. A federal appeals court in 2020 Freedom of Information Act case in New York Times VCIA underscored that the point declassification cannot occur unless designated officials follow specified procedures. The court said. Now, I know that's for contention.
All classification powers come from
I know
the
they
president.
right.
He is unlike any other individual in all American law.
I understand this, but that doesn't mean he has unilateral God powers.
To declassify, yes, he does. He can do so
who
unilaterally
has the
without
ultimate
anybody's
say over the
clearance.
president?
The court.
That's my
Yeah, I was about to say, who's got the say over the president? Say no, you can't do that.
Actually, the court.
Who do they go
with
to?
the president.
Who's the guy?
That's why we have a multi-tiered system. The courts actually do have something to say over to the president. Again, this hasn't been tested legally,
So who?
but I'm
are
sure
they?
it will be. I'm sure it will be.
Oh, it is now. That's my
it will be,
problem.
yeah.
So what you're saying,
just-
Osiris, is what Putin said 6 years ago: is that there's people that the president has to look up to for clearance and authority to do things.
No, they look to his side for. There's Congress. We already know this. There's
Permission's
Congress.
permission.
There's the House, there's the presidency, and there's the judicial system. We already know this. If something goes out of whack in one of those other ones, the other one's supposed to be able to have some check on what goes on.
This is my issue.
Who's the
with this.
commander in chief
It's
of
the
the armed
same thing.
forces, though?
It's the same
Who is
thing
the
over and
undisputed?
over.
Hang on. Who is the final undisputed commander in chief, though?
The president's obviously, but the president
Yes,
can't
and so
unilaterally go to war
all
with anybody either.
Classification powers come
Fair.
from the presidency. He is the source of all classification power,
I
so he can also declassify unilaterally.
that doesn't mean there's
even
not a
before he
procedure,
goes
though.
on himself.
That doesn't mean that there's not a procedure, and that's what's going to go to court.
And he can or cannot use it according to his own discretion as the president.
Says who?
Keep in mind, the power of classification comes from him.
No, well, who says that? Where does that rule come from?
Obama even said that.
I know,
according
but
to
where
his
does the rule
executive
come
order.
from?
So
Well,
that's
where-
who.
where
The
does that
fucking
rule-
president. The
The
fucking
president
final
can't.
word.
No, yeah, hold on. The president can't make their own president. I mean, it can, but that on its
What-
face that's kind of retarded.
No, when all classification
Yeah,
powers
it is.
emanate from the
The-
president and the executive office, that actually makes perfect amount of sense.
No, right. So the president gets his powers from the Constitution, right? Isn't that where the president's powers come from?
The president, where? Okay, now we're getting into where does the president's powers?
The president can't just say I'm going to do a thing. It's given to him by somebody.
Well, no, he uses executive orders. It's given to him by the executive, the Electoral College, and Congress gives him, and the Supreme Court justice puts his hand on the Bible. Because now we're getting kind of into metaphysical. Why is the president as powerful as he is? Like, because he's the guy that we voted on for it. And that office is where all the power comes from.
And he's not supposed to be that powerful, by the way. It's because Congress can't fucking get their dick out of their ass. That's one of the reasons.
Well, no,
he's
and
powerful.
Things like classified documents are intelligence.
I'm talking broadly, not
intelligence
that.
Community, the military-industrial complex. All in all, he is the executive chief. President powers come from the Constitution.
But
yes.
Congress yields a lot of their power to the president too, which they should not be doing. But that's a different story. But the reason that the president has the ability to have wide sweeping powers is because it's afforded to him by the Constitution, right? So I don't know where to, and I'm genuinely I'm genuinely asking, like, I don't know where it's been given him this power for declassification specifically. I'm sure it's somewhere. I just don't know where.
It's
and that's
as valid as
the
probably
matter.
Executive order. If you believe executive orders hold legal power, then you believe that the president has unilateral power. If you don't,
so where did executive orders come from?
Orders hold legal power, then okay, like you said, we've got lawyers that are arguing that right now. So
yeah,
basically, you're saying your legal philosophy, if you don't believe that Trump can unilaterally classify, then you do not believe in the legal power of the executive order writ large for any president.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm genuinely asking.
You kind of are, though.
No, I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not saying. I'm saying that wherever these powers come from, it's going to matter because that's going to be the basis of the standing on which. So the problem here is not whether
the executive order.
The problem isn't whether he can or can't do this thing. It's whether somebody can say that he has to do it this way or that way. That I think that's the contention here, right?
Now Cyrus has got like a visual cue, and I'm bringing my mind to my mouth like, "Hey, hang on, Phil." I'm like, "Oh wow," and no, we were talking about Trump and indictments and such, and it must have been his bat signal. Because we are joined, folks, by the one, the only, Iko Rich. How are we doing this evening, sir?
Hey, man, not bad. But wait.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you just peachy.
Oh, but I can't hear myself for some reason. Hold on. Let me make sure that I've got this.
That old age.
You're peachy.
I can't stand it when I can't hear myself. Okay.
But well, folks,
all right, I think I can now.
All right.
That's actually not the interesting news of the day for me. That I'm more interested in the Supreme Court case.
We shall get to that because I was about to say, like, Iko, this one we're talking about now. Like, I was even joking with Tony earlier, and folks, pardon my French, was like, Iko, please don't blast "cum" all over the screen. Oh my god! Like, yes, Trump's been indicted. Like, I figured that was.
Oh no, that was
popping champagne, just like all acquaintance be forgotten.
No, that was the boring news of the day. In fact, I was kind of hoping an indictment like this would come much later.
I know this is so inconvenient.
Oh, it will. Don't worry. We've just started because I'm sure there's going to be.
Still got Georgia.
Tony's like, but wait, there's more.
That's why this is so stupid. Because it's over for the same shit that we've already had fucking investigations over, raids over, fucking post-mortem impeachments over. And guess what? It's going to go nowhere again. And guess what?
Well, hold on. There wasn't a
cocksuckers before we get to the fucking primary.
Yeah, I didn't want any of it, and I still don't even know that we'll have a trial before the election anyway. So I mean, a lot of it depends on if they.
What is that? November 2024.
Trump is going to win the fucking nomination, being indicted or finishing off an indictment while entering a new indictment while accepting the nomination. It's going to be this is so.
It's the indictment and impeachment champion. None are better.
It's the Fifth Avenue rule, right? Like he predicted this in 2016.
Because I don't know if you guys
he's
on
more
Twitter,
power
it's a guy named Cat
Stop
Turd,
it.
and I think he's
within the party,
and he just goes, every time one of these things happens, he's always got this tweet: "Don't care, still voting Trump." And it's like,
Yeah.
the Trump base is not shaken by this at this point because it doesn't
'Cause it's
cause
nothing new.
cognitive dissonance. Well, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, when Trump won
Nothing
in
can cause
2016,
cognitive dissonance with that crowd. Like, it
well,
doesn't
I
matter.
mean, they're because we're just so intellectually consistent. Like, that's what. But no, like,
That's
what I'm saying is,
there.
with
There
the
is
left, there was a
there is an
massive amount
extent.
of cognitive dissonance in 2016 because the data they were getting was so counter to their worldview. With this, on the right, the data that they're getting is perfectly in line with their worldview. It's the law
There's an
enforcement is weaponized
extent to
against
where
people.
I
on the
think it
right.
was in line
the
back then
core
too, right?
base
Isn't that why
of
he
the
made the?
MAGAs will vote for him no matter what.
Isn't that why he made the
Oh,
Fifth
yeah.
Avenue statements to begin with?
Well, yeah, that was a joke. Something we're going to be doing a lot of here tonight, folks.
But right, but I don't think it's a joke anymore. I think it stopped being a joke very shortly after he said it. Like, and I think that he said it for a reason. I think he believed it then, and I think he believes it now.
Well, at
And I
this
think
point,
it's
his
true. I think
supporters
he was-
aren't turning away because, folks, in American politics, they love an underdog. They love a Rocky story. They can
Sure.
see somebody being hit when they're down and it being done unjustly. People love that comeback story.
So you think he's down?
No, he's definitely taken some hits, but here's the thing, Tony, you know how Hulk Hogan works. He's got to get that sympathy on him right before he gets the Hulk up again and then blocks the punch. No, hits the boot, the leg, 1, 2, 3. The crowd goes wild. So I think this is where
When
he's
Hulk
getting the
Hogan's
sympathy
trapped
on
in
him.
the bear hug and he can simply take no more, or he's losing the game of mercy and he can just take no more. Yeah. And then he hulks up, he gets the crowd, and you GOP, you're gonna nominate me, and everything's gonna be fine, and you'll indict me 8 more times, and we'll just keep doing this forever. And then when he wins the presidency again, we'll impeach him every 6 months. We'll do 8 impeachments over the course of 4 years, and
Remember
we're
your
going to
seats
completely
when we have to do this again in 4
destroy
weeks.
the concept of indictment and impeachment, and it will mean nothing at that point because you're blowing your load, Democrats, on one motherfucker. At this point, here's my advice, Democrats: let him have it. This is the Eric Carr. This is Mr. Garrison on South Park saying, just give him what he wants. We'll all be better for it in the end. Because you know what? Give him what he wants, and in 4 years he'll be fucking gone. You'll be rid of him. Instead, you're ruining the entire concept of the impeachment process on one fucking guy. You're ruining it for history. So
Well, I
congratulations.
mean, I think we had this.
Was
I
it
think
worth
we had
it?
this conversation in the first impeachment, didn't we? Like, this
Those
impeachment
halcyon days
is
of
going to
12 months
guarantee
ago.
that Trump gets reelected in 2020.
Things are looking pretty good.
No,
Yeah, look,
2024.
2020 did look pretty good. I agree, but
Yeah.
I don't think that impeachment had the effect that everyone had assumed that it would have. I mean, it didn't guarantee his victory. It might have. I suppose you could
Well,
say
we
it
didn't
helped
have
him
the
get the
evidence we have
He's
nomination.
the
now.
But
second most popular president
so-
in history.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like I keep saying,
popular president in history.
if Biden
No,
doesn't,
second most. Like it or not,
Yeah.
he still has the second most votes ever on the books.
Well, hold on, that's not popularity.
Yeah, that's not popular because it wasn't
Doesn't
330 million people 100
Doesn't
years
matter.
ago.
Yeah.
Name one other president besides
Watch
Joe
that
Biden
goalpost.
Who had more
votes
than 40
Donald
points
Trump.
popularity? Like it towards
Yeah, I was
the end of his
gonna say.
lifetime?
Yeah,
I
like,
can
that's
name
why
a
I've
lot.
got
That's not
a
how it
standing-
works.
I've got
There's
a
a reason
standing
that's not
bet
how it
out with a certain Voldemort who shall not be named. We'll see if he'll end up honoring the bet when he loses.
Yes,
Because
it would be so nice if California and New York alone decided our elections. Blah blah fucking blah. Fuck the popular vote. That's why we have the Electoral College.
Well, I'm
But
from,
no, these are my 2 bets because Iko, you like bets because it means like okay, and so it's
I do
$50
like
bucks to either Omaha Children's Hospital or I forget the name of the Children's Hospital in Indiana. But the first $50 bet is I bet that Trump will be the Republican nominee.
He definitely will.
And I made that bet fucking 8 months ago when it was not nearly like everybody was just creaming their pants over DeSantis.
I agreed with you
Now-
8 months ago, if you'll recall.
I do recall you did there. Now, this one you don't agree with me on, I don't believe, but I said Biden is not going to crack 80 million votes this time around.
Oh,
It's
I'm
just not gonna
agnostic
happen.
on that because in order to believe he'll get 80 million or not, or you would have to believe that turnout will be higher overall for the whole election.
Overall,
in
turnout's going to
24.
be much, much lower.
Yeah.
And I think that pretty much that cooks Biden, which is why so many Republicans are wanting to jump in, because they see, hey, if Donnie has to jump out for any number of reasons, Biden can't crack 80 million. I just got to cinch up my numbers in 3 states, and I'm president of the United fucking States. Donald Trump already showed the Republicans the path. Like the Republicans are like, oh my God,
What
we
are those
can't
3
win
states?
electorally. Arizona, Wisconsin, and Georgia.
Those are my 3 states. Yes.
Yeah, those are, and they just got to shore up their numbers in them 3 states a little bit, and you're fucking president. You don't even need Pennsylvania, and don't count on that being a swing state anytime soon, even if the polling data.
Well, but they need all 3 states.
There's only one way that Trump
Okay.
doesn't become the presidential nominee, and that is if the
If he's in
GOP.
prison.
Well, besides that, the GOP.
That's not going to actually divert his voters. No,
The GOP.
No, I agree. Fifth Avenue rule.
The GOP actually makes a concerted effort to block him out, which I don't think they'll do. But they could. That is an option they have.
That would be the smart.
Now
move,
it's
but
funny.
they-
Like
I-
ICO, like you
they
tried,
tried
to
it in
make
2016
sinister
and they
with
couldn't do
you
it.
No, I
keep
mean
invoking
actually
Fifth
do
Avenue
it
rule.
because
No,
it is
it's something simple.
the
It's
party
something
can't do
called
it.
loyalty. It's just loyalty. Like
Wait,
it's
loyalty to who? Who has loyalty to who?
like when ICO said it's the Fifth Avenue rule. Like no, like his voters are just loyal.
Oh,
to him.
them, the voters.
That's
Oh
all.
no, I thought you were talking about the GOP.
No, the GOP fucking despises him.
Yeah, but and that's what I'm
Wanted
saying. If the
to-
GOP
Yeah.
actually
I
had
wanted
any
to
balls,
mention this.
they could block him out.
Is this
They could do that. I
correct?
just don't think they have the balls.
This is accurate. I just want to be clear. The last Republican presidential candidate, sitting president, to win the popular vote was 2004 George W. Bush.
Right.
Phil, I
Right.
got to tell you, you're going to continue to lose elections if you're going to keep waiting for young people to vote Republican.
Oh, you're going to see Gen Z's going to vote Republican in a lot different numbers than you think. Everybody's a liberal.
No,
when
you're going
a kid.
to keep losing popular
Nobody's-
votes if you
Nobody
just
stays
assume that
100%.
eventually they'll come around.
This is the whole black. This was the Hispanic and the black
Tony,
people
the
problem before
baby
it didn't
boomers
work.
were the fucking hippies of the 60s, and now look how they're voting.
No,
If you want to just
this
wait,
is the
sit
exact.
around and wait for people to grow up, that's a great way to lose.
This
You
is
need
the
to
exact
start
same problem the
appealing to fucking
GOP
young
had with the Hispanic vote and the black vote.
Guess
that
what?
they
It
tried
eventually
to
happens whether we like it or
reform.
not.
Well, there
after
is
the
a
Bush
break.
era.
Yeah, and then
There's
there's more young voters that come in that don't vote for Republicans. That's not how it works, Phil.
The
And
break.
you know
the break.
this.
Well, the break happens in the middle of Gen X. So older Gen Xers vote Republican, younger Gen Xers vote Democrat, and as they age, that break has remained in the same spot. That is to say, like people aren't becoming conservatives as they age at the rate that people assume that they do. They do a little bit, but not nearly enough to like make up for the number of people who are, shall we say, exiting the voter pool versus entering it. And
Kids become a lot less Democrat once they get their mind unwarped from their college professors. It makes sense.
Or they collect their first paycheck and they see all the taxes that are taken out
That
of it.
too, yeah, that helps.
but
That
it's
turns
happening.
a lot of people Republican.
But that break is
Yeah.
the age number of that break is getting older. That is to say, like the break used to be at 40, then it became at 45, now it's at 50. So
As
what?
kids aren't getting jobs till they're 25 these days.
Yeah, but 50.
Yeah, no, that's you're talking about a different thing, Phil. Philosophically, in their life choices, they become more conservative, small c conservative. But as a voting bloc, people don't vote reliably conservative until they're, what do you call it? Their middle ages? Is that what middle ages?
Right
is
now, it's 50. Like if you're over 50, you're going to vote Republican. If you're under 50, you vote for Democrat.
And
But
we
5
got
years
this
ago, that was
giant
45.
population glut called the millennials that are coming up, and they're all going to be getting
Coming up, they're
50s
in their
before
40s now.
Phil's just
Yeah,
pooping
exactly.
on everybody
And
today.
once they start hitting their 50s,
Here's
then
the
it's like,
thing.
well, shit, I'm getting towards
My big-
closer to retirement.
My big takeaway right now, as this presidential election sits right now in 2023, again, the Republicans are so far behind in terms of winning over young voters. It's not even funny because of the state of the GOP in general. But
Mainly, they're not trying.
because it's that wait and see approach. Eventually, we'll get him. Well, eventually, he's not good enough because you're going to have other people turning 18 in that time frame, in that 4-year time frame, that are going to instinctively vote Democrat, vote a blue ticket because That's what you do. You
And-
can go. You see these people on these videos. The people
Boomers
asking questions at
Look
these
at them now.
rallies. Why are you voting this way? I don't know, because I saw a flyer. And it's
Yeah.
that's
Well,
the way it is. So
and hold on.
you can't.
The-
You've got to appeal to the younger voters if you want to expect to win. You
Yes.
have to win popular votes eventually. You just have to.
And
But in the meantime, those people who voted for Biden, the people that are voting for Trump are always going to vote for Trump. Nothing is going to change. As the core MAGA base is going to vote for Donald Trump, no matter how many indictments you throw at this guy. The core base will.
Loyalty.
But they're also going to win back voters who said that they would not vote for him because of January 6th or health care or because he's a loser and he lost, blah, blah, blah. In the meantime, what Joe Biden's doing as president is going to win back those voters for him, or they're going to vote for whomever maybe upseats him, probably not. So, no, Joe Biden agreed. There's not going to be as big a voter turnout, but in line with Phil's thinking, there's not going to be that threshold that Joe Biden can get. And if he doesn't get that threshold of votes, I don't think it matters who the candidate is.
If turnout's
Because where
down,
it sits right now,
won't
and they're
take
the
80
same
million.
people, they're the same defenders of Joe Biden who are watching him trip over fucking sandbags. And the news pundits are saying, well, obviously a MAGA guy planted that there.
Did you know that sandbag was actually spotted at January 6th, Tony?
I'm sure
so
it's still voting.
It was on the ramp. It
the
was on
Republicans
ramp.
could get young voters if they wanted to. So here's
If they tried.
here's a few things that are trending that I've noticed. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. First of all, young voters are there's an uptick in conservative young voters, people who are self-proclaimed, self-identifying conservative people. There's also an uptick in religion in young people. Again, so I mean, just those two things alone shows me that if you engage them and not let them go into this weird path like the Groypers and all this alt weird shit, you could pull these kids into the whatever the GOP is today. Because I don't even think they're what the fuck is even the GOP today? Like, what do they stand for? Just lower taxes? That's it.
It's like the Amish version
Truth,
of the
justice,
GOP
and
right now.
The Amish version. I was going to say, God's
It
guns
is.
and family.
It fucking is. Well, it is. I'm sorry. It does appealing
did you
to
say
a young
God's
kid that's
plural?
not like that's on the fence about their voting to be like, well, let me tell you, my good old GOP, the grand old party, we believe in religion and shooting each other, and that's their concept. That's what they think when they see it. That's what they think.
Well, Tony,
when they
I
see
literally
Republicans.
just said
You're
God,
losing
guns,
elections
and
because
family.
of this image. I'm sorry. And don't get me
you
wrong,
said
I think
God's
it's completely
guns and family.
ridiculous that other people are going to
What'd
the
I
other
say?
side because, yeah, I'd sure like to cut my dick off.
You
and throw
said
my hair
God's
blue.
plural. You said God's guns
Yeah,
and family.
you're right.
I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
No, okay.
A nice Freudian
but I said God, guns, and family.
Yeah, I mean, I think the actual GOP itself doesn't have any really policy principles. They're just floating in the wind at this point.
Project Sadface says GOP stands for We Stop Kid Grooming, which might actually deliver if DeSantis is the nominee in
But
2024.
I don't think
His
that's how
stance on
acronyms
education,
work.
He will actually probably,
not.
and that will help the Republicans if they campaign on it. Mitch McConnell not campaigning on it in 2022 is what cost them more seats than anything
Wouldn't
else.
that be the SKG?
OPP, yeah,
Mitch McConnell, you can just stop with SS. I think that's his acronym.
Wow, here we are.
Wow. Okay. What's that? Godwin's law. All right. I think that should be a drinking game on political panels. Every time somebody brings up Godwin's law, everybody has to drink. It's like, okay, somebody made a Nazi comparison. Okay, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Now, okay. Well, we've got these Trump indictments, but Tony, we've got some folks here that are chomping at the bit to get into something. So I think this is the time where we get into the hazards and the analysis on Trump's indictment here, because we're just kind of figuring it out right now. Like, we're living history, folks. Like Aiko, Osiris, Tony G, this is one of those moments where we will tell those who come after us, who were not here now, this is what happened in that day. And so this is going to be something that we're going to talk about for years to come, the day that Donald Trump, former president, was indicted. For good, for bad, and different, We will be talking about this history that we lived through.
I'm going to
So-
forget about this tomorrow.
I think I agree with Tony on this one. Just like I didn't give a fuck
Yeah.
about Bill Clinton
You
either.
think so, but no, this is a new Pandora's box that's been opened. And I'm sorry,
The
turnabout's
news
fair
cycle
play,
runs way too
Democrats.
fast these days, like for us to remember what happened last week, let alone years from now.
Democrats are still sore about Bill Clinton. Okay, like I'm sorry, but like the Republicans and the Democrats. And
Wait,
the
what about Bill
people
Clinton?
it's something about wiener getting sucked. But anyways,
I applaud that.
but no, like this is going to be the beginning. Like
There
Tony
was an
said,
accomplishment.
every single
Yeah.
every single president can now look forward to their own indictments and their own being pulled before courts of people that don't like them. So that is, to me, the greatest hazard is now not only our law enforcement, but our judicial system is now, whether you believe it or not, whether you think it or not, whether you agree with it or not, half the country now sees our entire judicial system as being politicized and weaponized. And that is a hazard that our nation cannot survive. The final analysis: Donald Trump's loyal voters, like you've got to give them credit. Throughout it all, they are staying loyal to this man because America loves a comeback story. They love seeing somebody come back from being even politically, legally, any kind of persecution. And Donald, all they're doing is heaping more sympathy on the man and keeping him in the news every single day and every single week. He sucked all the oxygen out of the room, and come hell or high water, I think he's probably going to be our president in a couple of years, folks. So that is my final hazard and analysis. Osiris, Aiko, I'll let you two flip the coin.
I'll go first real quick. I'll be really short. I'll actually agree with Phil on this one on the hazard here, but I'll just make my own little twist to it. I think the erosion of the trust in the institutions has been a downturn for the United States as a whole, and it leads to the ultimate idea of are you a patriot? 30 years ago, if you asked that, that's a stupid question. Why'd you even ask me that question? What do you think? I'm a Nazi or something? You think I'm a commie? Now it's like, oh no, we hate the United States. We have too much money. We have too much Disney worlds. Bro, what are you even complaining about? Why do you think this? Because I hate my president. I hate Congress. I hate the institute. I hate the universities. We hate everything. Both sides hate everything. Just damn near. They'll pick. They'll choose and pick whatever they like. But for the most part, there's no trust in institutions. The analysis for this one is that you know what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I don't have an analysis for this one. And I think we're living on a very crazy time. I hope people instead of just picking up what other people are putting down as far as information goes, I hope people critically think about things and make their own decisions about what you see and get proper sourcing. Nothing drives me more crazy than somebody telling me they read something and on this they send me a link to some obscure website that Google says proceed with caution, and they're like I don't know what this is, I can't trust it. Learn how to source your information, be better analysis, and vote for who you actually believe in. If you like Donald Trump, that's fair. You know what, I think that's fair. As far as policy prescriptions go, I won't talk about his character, but his policies and prescriptions are actually pretty fucking milquetoast. So you guys do your things. Be smart voters.
Aiko, what do you believe to be the hazard and the final analysis on this? Like I said, we're living history, so Osiris more than fair of going, I don't know what the fuck the analysis is. It's happening now, folks.
So in academic debate, we have something called a double grant, and that's when your opponent is saying like two separate things. Sometimes it makes sense to grant both of those things because one flips the other. So in this case, I want to do a double grant. I grant your hazard that this means the end of America, and your analysis being Trump re-election. So yes, Trump re-election, end of America, double grant.
Well done. Well done. That ties a perfect bow onto that. That is gorgeous. And Tony is working on potentially bringing another guest here. We will see. But T, what for you is the hazard and the analysis, sir?
So yeah, it's the same as when I first had mouth diarrhea when we brought this up, because I just don't care. The hazard, again, you are completely destroying the entire concept of the impeachment process, the indictment process. You're wasting this on one individual. And why? Is it really because he's such a threat to the world, to America, to our day-to-day lives? Or is it because he's just a threat to your cushy lifestyles in DC, and that he might maybe kind of expose that
True.
the swamp might be a real thing? Because at this point, even to the most
See.
average viewer of politics, it kind of looks like the latter, that maybe he was kind of telling the truth, that there's a bunch of shitty people in DC, which we kind of already suspected, and they're kind of coming after him. And when he says lines like, they're not coming after you, they're coming after me. Yeah, that's totally fucking fan service. But it's also kind of fucking true. And you're seeing it
Here.
tenfold here. You are seeing it full on display. 2 impeachments, House raid, January 6th hearings, 2 indictments, many more to come, because we're just recycling the same shit now. That's why this isn't groundbreaking news. That's why I won't care tomorrow. It doesn't matter. It's not going to go anywhere. Because here's the thing, if the same exact problem that is causing this second indictment is something that the sitting president can do and get away with, and nobody bats an eye, I'm sorry, at one point, you've got to go, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. There's no problem here. Either there's a massive fucking problem and they're both wrong, or nobody's wrong here. Not both can be true, but not both can be false either. So, which the fuck is it? Right? But the hazard is we are wasting so much time, effort, money, thinking on stupid shit like this, when we all know full well, even if we don't want to admit it, that this is 1000% politically motivated, because this is politics now. It's not about being the best behind the scenes, because we gave up on that. We have given up on winning the battles behind the scenes. The House of Cards mentality is gone. We will just fucking trounce you in front of the public. We will cheat, lie, and steal in front of the public. And I'm not talking about one side or the other. Like, that's just politics now. We will do it in front of
Eddie
you,
Guerrero.
and you will find ways to defend it. And we won't even have to tell you to do it. That's the hazard. We have gone from, yeah, we might think maybe the government's corrupt, to seeing the actual corruption unfold in real time, but being so politically tribal that we don't fucking care. And the analysis is that this is going fucking nowhere, and we are wasting time again. And instead, for the Democrats, for actually trying to do something, because you've got a fucking worthless candidate as your front runner, you're not even holding primaries. The man may keel over well before this thing even kicks off. Just saying. I'm just saying. I'm saying the quiet thing out loud. And the GOP, you got a lot of people in the race now. And my analysis says that's only going to spell good for one guy. And it's the guy that you didn't want twice now. So either embrace it or fucking take care of the problem. There you go.
Well done. Well done. Now, we're going to shift some gears here, folks, because we got 2 fellas here chomping at the bit on a particular topic here. Now, to me, what I saw was the Supreme Court told Alabama, redraw a district map. That's what my side of the political aisle said. Redraw a district map. That was the headline. the left is putting a very different spin on this, and I find it very fascinating. So, again, Aiko, Osiris, I'm gonna let you two flip the coin on who wants to take this one first, gents.
I see the Ica. He's much more knowledgeable on this one than I am.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I'll take a stab at it.
Aiko's
I
like,
agree with your,
son of a bitch.
I agree with your characterization. They just have to redraw the district map. That's it. But they have to redraw the district map to be in line with the Voting Rights Act, which means, in this case, what that means is that they can't water down the black vote in Alabama to where it all gets concentrated into one district. They have to do it in two. So it means that the current 6-1 configuration has to be redrawn to a 5-2 configuration. That's it. That's the ruling. Although it becomes the problem is there's, I think, 5 or 6 other states where the same same case is occurring. So this becomes a precedent for all of those other cases too. So basically, multiple states, we don't know exactly how many yet, are going to have to redraw. And in the 22 election, those cases had already been in the courts. So they were able to use their currently gerrymandered maps for 22. So they're going to have to redraw them for 24. That's what's going to happen. Yeah.
Now, like, to me, it's always fascinating because the unfortunate reality is our current system of drawing maps, there's a lot of people who criticize it pretty heavily. And it's a lot like Winston Churchill when he said that democracy is the worst system in all the world except all the other ones.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, it's the people who were voted on that draw the maps. And the question is then, if it's not them, then who is to decide? And the immediate question is, well, who's this unelected fuck? And so that's always kind of and even if it's like, well, if it's a committee of people who like, well, we didn't elect this committee. And so it's the
no, it'll still be the legislators. It'll just be the legislators under the direction of the
it's another committee. It's another committee.
It's
like,
Congress.
Yeah. Well, yeah, what I'm saying is if you're saying if it's not going to be the way it's done now, it's going to have to be some other committee of folks who aren't elected. And that's what I'm saying is it's not, what I'm saying is it's not a great system. It's not perfect.
Right.
But holy fuck, could it be a hell of a lot worse? Now, the Supreme Court they're calling a foul ball on this one, and they're going to redraw it. Now, let's be frank, Aiko, I don't think this is going to flip Alabama for the Democrats in 2024. I don't think Biden can count on them electoral votes. Call me crazy.
No, it's not about electoral votes. This isn't about the presidential election. This is about the House districts. There's 7 districts. It's currently 6-1 in the split. When they redraw it, it will be 5-2.
Isn't it strange that we can predict that based only on
it's not part that's not the partisan breakdown, although it probably will be that too.
It'll
go from
spoiler alert, folks.
6 white districts to 1 black district. Now it's going to be 5 white districts to 2 black districts.
Well, I've got it pulled up here. This is I just want to anybody.
That's how we're dividing our politics now, folks.
I said the same thing. I said the same thing to Aiko earlier today. Isn't it weird that we are still arguing about this type of subject in 2023? Kind of weird.
It's like there needs to be a black district and a white district, and we wonder why there's fucking racial tension in this country, folks.
Oh, it's by design. That's on purpose.
Well, there still gets to be 5 white districts. There just has to be 2 black ones now.
No, I'm saying the fact that we're just now I get like this is our shorthand, but like everybody in the world knows exactly what we're talking about when we say white districts and black districts. Like, how the fuck did we land here, folks?
Yeah. Although it's not new, right? Like, I mean, this law was written in 1964, so it's.
So we got the NBC News article pulled up here.
Right.
This will be right down the line, I'm sure.
Yeah, again, right down the line. Peacock News, folks. Washington.
The cock.
The cock news. The Supreme Court on Thursday struck down Republican-drawn congressional districts in Alabama that civil rights activists say discriminated against black voters in a surprise reaffirmation of the landmark Voting Rights Act. The court is a 5-4 vote ruled against Alabama, meaning that the map of the 7 congressional districts, which heavily favors Republicans, will now be redrawn. Chief Justice John Roberts and Justice Brett Kavanaugh, both conservatives, joined the court's 3 liberals in the majority. In doing so, the court, which has a 6-3 conservative majority, turned away the state's effort to make it a harder to remedy concerns raised by civil rights advocates that the power of black voters in states like Alabama is being diluted by dividing voters into districts where white voters dominate.
See, I really don't like this characterization. I mean, it is the true characterization, but I don't like the characterization.
Agreed.
So basically, what's happening here is we're talking about Alabama. So these districts are probably in Birmingham, I'm guessing, or around that area. So instead of characterizing it as Birmingham being probably a liberal city, because that's what cities are, and as being unfairly
although Alabama's a little unusual in that they have the Black Belt, which means there's a lot of black rural areas too.
Okay, I didn't know
that's
that.
not true in many states. Like Black Belt states are states where rural areas tend to vote Democratic because there's so many black people in them. But that's very unusual for states.
Right. So instead of saying that these areas should be have their own ability to vote, because this is this is how they tend to lean. This is what they want. They want to make sure that they have equal say in the election system and all that. We're bringing it back to black and white again, specifically, even if it is black and white, because that's who lives there. I don't see the purpose of characterizing it this way in the news.
Welcome, like Bandit put it pretty well. He is our Virginia correspondent, and he said, "Welcome to the South, Phil." Like, well, I guess I didn't. No, I go black belt states are in Japan. That's where you can go get your black belt.
Come on.
And you have now gained.
That was a good one. That was a good
one. No, he gets 2 gold stars for that one. Okay, that was well done. That was well done. I'm stealing that joke.
Isn't it kind of racist that the white belt is like so much lower quality like belt than the black belt?
Yeah, it's cultural appropriation. And
no, the reason for, and I'll just do this 20 seconds. The idea is when you show up at the dojo for the first time, your belt is white and clean, and over a time of getting a little bit of experience, it'll get a little dirty and start to get a little yellow. And then it'll start to turn brown when you start to get big, very proficient. And when your belt is black, that means you've mastered the art now. And so that's where that comes from.
That's pretty cool.
And so now we just use clean ones, though. But that's
that sounded super awful, Phil. Like cultural appropriation.
I know. Sheesh. But so this one is like, I suppose you're kind of like it's a Southern thing, maybe a little bit. Cause to me, it's just like, really, we got like black, like it's like my grandma, she was raised 15 miles from Nicodemus, Kansas. Now it was all like over 90% black town in Kansas, but like she was just in a farmhouse 15 miles away. So like it is sort of like, when my great-grandfather came here from Greece, he went immediately to Denver to a Greek town. Like, folks do tend to coagulate where there's more of their
that's true.
More of their folk there, I guess. Yeah. But the fact that we've got voting block districts like that now, and we're like all of us are, and it's just us using shorthand.
Yeah.
But the motherfuckers that are making this deal and drawing the districts are saying the exact same thing. All right, we'll put this in the white district and this one in the black district. And that's voting today. Now, folks, I have to interrupt everything because we have a very special introduction. We have a return to the Big Bucket Empire, but a grand debut here on Hazard Analysis. The one, the only, K-Fellows. How we doing, miss? Welcome to Hazard Analysis.
Thank you guys for having me.
Of course.
Well, we just got into a little bitty thing that happened to Trump earlier today. It was just a little thing,
Little
not
bitty.
not
Little
you know. It's
bitty.
I'm sure you haven't heard about it, not like it's big news. And now we're talking about the Supreme Court saying Alabama, get back to drawing your maps. So it's been an interesting day. The Supreme Court's been saying some stuff. Donald Trump's been saying some stuff. Ukraine and Russia have been saying some stuff. We'll be getting into that damn probably here a little later.
Right.
But we will see how it goes. So, Kay, I'm curious. Out of all of that, first of all, two double-ender question. How are you doing? How have you been? And second, what have you heard about all this crazy shit?
I've been good. I've been busy. Human rights activism is a wheel that never stops turning. But you get up every single day and somehow find the energy to keep going, even though the world is a horrible place and eating itself. I've actually tried to avoid politics as much as possible for my mental health, but I keep somehow getting sucked back into it. I don't know why that keeps happening.
Just when you think you're out, we pull you back in.
Yeah, it's the snake that bites back. Yep.
So, for the good of your mental health, you've just been avoiding all these topics. Well,
Yeah, I respect that. It's awful. Politics is terrible.
To give a quick synopsis, Trump got indicted today.
We love to see it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Let's see. Supreme Court said re-gerrymander the gerrymandering, and Russia and Ukraine are both saying he did it. He did it. So I guess nobody did it then. And so that's kind of the summation.
It's so funny. My kids do the exact same thing.
Wait, my kids do the same thing too. What?
Tony, you got a bunch of kids. That sound familiar? It's like, I didn't do it. Well, I didn't do it. Oh, so I guess nobody did it then. Okay.
Have we tried taking away Russia and Ukraine's rights to have ice cream after dinner?
Are we equating
no Mario Kart, no Zelda
to children? Because if we are, I'm fully on board with it.
I feel like that's a fair analysis. Although, honestly, I would rather have my children running things at this point.
Oh, yeah,
True.
Absolutely.
True.
There'd be a lot more crappy YouTube videos on my TV, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
It's like if young kids could vote, it'd be like, vote for Donald Trump, Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I don't think they'd say
that. No, look at this Tyrannosaurus Rex. It's tremendous. You should vote for me.
No, it'd be President fucking Stephen Scherer or Chad Wild Clay or who the other awful people that my kids watch.
Oh my god! Oh my god! There for a second, but no. Now, actually, Tony. Now, Kay, that you're here, I'm glad to let everybody know. While I was in South Dakota at the chicken coop, Tony got some footage, which will be unveiled here probably next week, of my campaign for presidency, Tony.
Oh, that's weird.
Yes, I
wondered where you were going with that because there was a lot of stuff shot.
Yeah, we got a lot of footage, but no, we got some amazing campaign footage of me on the campaign trail. And so in 2024, for all you people that are worried about Trump, Biden, all that shit, just right here is your choice. But since you've been fairly and rightly uninformed on some of this stuff because God Almighty, and the indictment stuff, we're all just finding it out now as it goes. Anybody that you're liking for presidency thus far, Kay?
I'm actually hoping that before the 24 election happens, that we just move a little bit closer to the sun, everything burns up, and we don't have to go through that ever again.
That makes sense.
Okay, the cynical black pill. The black pill. Okay, the cynical black pill. All righty.
I get it.
We all swallow that pill once in a great while. We all do. It's unfortunate, but I'd ask which party. But we all know he has a nomination for the party of extreme.
Yes.
I've got different varying parties begging me to run on their ticket. So we'll see which.
Yeah, varying parties, right?
Oh yeah, all these different parties that are vying for me to be the head of their ticket.
Wow,
and
impressive.
Turned down the guy with the giant wizard hat from 20 years ago. He had to turn-
2012, Vermin Supreme.
Yep, that
He
one he
was-
had
he
to turn
was
them
amazing.
down. He's had to turn down.
Doesn't he run every time?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, I think he
absolutely.
does. I don't know, like, but no, 2012 was his. That was his magnum opus.
Remember when D's
Um,
Nuts was on the ticket? I would have definitely voted for him.
Well, you're the head of them.
Yeah, I mean, I am the head of that party.
Harambe.
but-
Harambe was one of the best candidates ever.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Nothing will ever top Vermin Supreme glitter bombing Randall Terry in 2012.
I'm turning Randall Terry gay. Woo! Like I was crying laughing on that one. But like no, I'm actually proud to say in 2008 I could not bring myself to vote for John McCain,
And you just had to vote for Barack Obama.
No, I wrote in Ron Paul. And I'm proud to say that one because, like, whenever people talk about, oh, our politics has all gone to hell in a handbasket, and I was like, well, yes, we had a chance to have somebody better than Obama or Biden or Trump or any of them. His name was Ron Paul, and the American people rejected him. And so,
what would
these
a
are the
Ron Paul
just
presidency
desserts.
look like? I'm curious.
We would have gotten out of the war a hell of a lot sooner, and we would be a hell of a
vote for
lot
that.
close. Our deficit wouldn't be nearly what the fuck it is right now. Okay, like
wait. At what cost? What are we cutting to make the deficit?
probably our massive military defense budget. He said that was the first place he was going to be making cuts.
Conservatives hate that. That's not good.
That's why it had to come from a Republican.
Especially conservatives back then. Like at that point, neocons were running the party, so there's just no way he was going to have a shot at
Well,
it.
nobody's running the party now. They're just a bunch of headless chickens over there.
True.
Yeah,
We've got the great
they don't
Donald
know who
Trump
they
running
want
the
at this
party. It's the best. I mean, hell, if the Republicans ask me to be their nominee, I will gracefully accept it. And it will be the
That would
campaign
make you
extreme.
Trump's #1 target.
That's
You know,
Ooh.
That's true.
You
Ooh.
know-
The showdown we truly deserve.
Oh,
I know.
absolutely.
you know when
we've been
Jesus
waiting
had
for
to get
this.
baptized by John the Baptist. That's one of those endure it that we must.
It's like that.
I'll
It's
endure
like
it
the
if I must.
scene from Rocky 3 when Apollo and Rocky go to box right at the end, but you don't actually see the fight. It's just the painting.
Yeah.
It's like you
Beautiful.
know, we
If
can't
anybody
show
can-
you all the goods.
If anybody can verbally spar with Donald Trump, it would be Phil Keogh.
Well,
Donald
That's
Trump,
great.
your biggest problem is when you were not Donald Trump enough, and I will be Donald Trump
Oh,
enough, and
God.
and his base is going to be like, yeah. Like,
I'm gonna hide under a rock now.
Right out of the gate, first debate between you two, you have to enter with, where do you go to get your spray tans and why can you not afford better?
I go to Tampa.
You need to hire her as your
Yeah.
political running strategist.
that's tremendous spray tan.
It's in
Where
my
can I get
wallet.
some of my own?
White House spokesperson right here.
What kind of cucumbers do you put on your eyes when you're spraying the spray tan? I need to know.
Oh yes, put me on that podium in front of the media. Let's just let hellfire rain down.
Oh yeah. Let's just go for broke. At this point, I don't care. Like that's just gonna be the most fun primary that the Republicans could possibly put on, because there's not going to be one for the Democrats because nobody wants that smoke. There's just nobody wants that. They don't want to watch Joe Biden fumble across the Democratic primaries. It's not going to happen. The Republican primaries in their hand. It's going to be amazing watching Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump eat the android that is Mike Pence alive, because that's going to be hilarious.
Well, it'll be
First of
Chris
all, I
Christie will
can't
be the
wait.
pugilist on that stage, right? Like he's the one who likes to throw
Mike
haymakers.
Pence is a fucking a fly bug zapper. That's what he is, and we've seen
Yeah,
that.
Mike
That's
Pence
been
is
proven.
nothing. I'm talking about Chris
He's an
Christie.
android.
Chris Christie's not gonna look. Mike Pence
Chris
and Chris
Christie
Christie.
wants a VP nomination, and Nikki
No,
Haley.
he
Why
doesn't.
is
Not
he
from
even
Trump. He
there?
doesn't.
No, not from Trump. He doesn't. Absolutely not. They're
He
not
wants it from
friends.
DeSantis.
They had a fight on the school play yard and they don't want to play with each other no more.
Yeah.
Here's the problem with Mike Pence as being president. What happens if, like, the prime minister of the UK happens to be a woman? and they need to be alone in a
Yeah.
room to have a discussion about something
Mother won't
super
like that.
top secret. Mother will not like that. And so yeah, like no, I've straight up
your
told
Lindsey
folks
Graham
from
impression?
Indiana that the state of Indiana is on red state probation for 2 more election cycles for giving us Mike Pence.
Also, what happens if they need to change his batteries and they're not close to a power source?
Oh no, he's wind up. He's old
Oh,
school.
all right, that's
Like,
right.
He's
yeah.
old school. Okay.
That explains the delay whenever he's talking.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's true.
And then he somehow still beat Kamala Harris in the vice presidential debate.
Ouch.
Yikes.
Pretty sure a wet paper bag could beat Kamala Harris.
I was gonna say any of us
Somebody
in
had to say
this
it.
in this show right now, when because I'm convinced Kamala Harris's speeches are written by Chat GPT. Like she's
That's
just
giving
like
AI way
she
too
just
little
goes,
credit.
Yeah.
fuck
Yeah.
it, give me a fucking speech.
Come on,
And
AI is way better.
Oh,
than
she's
that.
not even working on version 4. She still has version 2 on her phone, and that's the one that she's rocking.
I'm Tony.
She
G,
has-
and I'm
she has
wearing
Hillary
a
Clinton
black
syndrome.
shirt right now.
She's
And sunglasses.
she's academically smart. She just has no personality. It doesn't work for
Is
politics.
she academically smart? Is she?
She's a good lawyer. Yes. Yeah, she's a good lawyer.
She is.
If you want to throw people in jail, yeah.
I was about
Okay,
to
she's
say,
good
if
at
you want
that.
in prison,
Yeah,
She's
folks,
good
that's
at
what a good-
incarcerating innocent
She's
people.
amazing
Yeah,
at that.
she's
Yeah,
great
yeah.
at that.
That's what a good lawyer is. Not all
Is
of them are
it?
defense lawyers. Yes.
Let's just be honest. Kamala Harris is one of the select elites that is actually a lizard person.
Oh God, yes.
Oh, we went
Yeah.
okay, it's like
Thank you.
with the lizard people conspiracy. If anybody said Osiris, okay,
Yeah. what's up?
Iko, I got a huge revelation here. Mitch McConnell is a lizard person. Would you at all be surprised? Would you even be like, well, yeah, I was just waiting for
Obviously.
it was like Republicans in the Durham report. We were like, yeah, we were just waiting for the confirmation of that. We
No,
already
you
knew
forgot.
that
You
for
forgot. You forgot his lizard person mate, Nancy Pelosi. I would not be surprised in either one of them.
Well,
They're
yeah, if
global.
we found
Yeah.
out that lizard people were within Congress,
They're
it would
both
take us-
also equally genius at getting legislation done. Like but McConnell and Pelosi.
Don't get me wrong. Like as a
Are we
Republican,
blaming the
Well,
aliens for our
that's
politics
strange.
now?
as a Republican,
Yeah.
I'm real glad Mitch McConnell's on my side. Holy fuck, I cannot imagine what it's like having to deal with that guy.
Mitch
Yeah,
McConnell's not a lizard, he's a turtle.
Exactly.
I'm part of the turtle people. Get it right. Wow.
Don't
Yeah.
assume my species.
yeah.
Yep.
don't-
The lizard people are the
Don't
Democrats.
scale
The
shame
turtle
me.
people are the Republicans. That makes sense. Okay. All right.
yeah.
That analogy does make sense
And it's
because the
turtle all the
Republicans
way
move
down.
so slow and getting anything
Are-
done.
Are you a reptile or amphibian? Because either way, you've got scales. I don't know.
You scalist.
It's scaleless.
Well, now here's the thing that I always bring up because, like, progressives always talk about, they're holding up progress. Progress. You're holding up progress. And what I always say is, well, you got to keep this in mind. Progress is the last thing that we need if we're heading in the wrong direction.
That's factual. That's fair. And I feel like, as a self-proclaimed progressive, I feel like America has gotten into this like weird cog of just wanting progress for the sake of progress. And it's like, if you're not progressing towards a common goal, if there's no actual goal in mind, just progress, then you're not ever going to actually accomplish anything. And the left doesn't do a super good job of having like a collective goal in mind. So they're all just running around on their different little pet projects and then wondering why they're not getting anything accomplished.
That's because both sides
Yeah.
virtual signal, but the left's virtue signal is way too fucking hard. They want to protect and be the saviors of every fucking body on planet Earth. Chill the fuck out. You're not.
But it
fucking
doesn't
taking
work
civil
for
health.
them because they want to push this idea of like ultimate inclusivity and nonviolence, non-discrimination, but they also push very, very hateful ideals towards anybody that disagrees with them. And you can't build a utopian society like they want where people aren't discriminated against and aren't treated negatively based on all of these other things whenever they're doing that in their efforts to build that society.
And they're
A
also
utopia
the
for
circular
everyone
squad,
but the
firing
bad
squad,
people.
so that anger is often directed at each other instead
Oh,
of the. So like they spend so much time like trying to attack each other for the anywhere from 10 to 25% differences they have with each other. It breaks Reagan's old rule, right? You shall not speak ill of your fellow Republican. That they do not have that rule on the left.
Yeah.
Oh, so somebody on the right, I've said this for years. I always had like, don't worry. The left always mows its own lawn.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whenever one side starts getting a little too big, like a lot of movements on the left are kind of like a bucket of crabs. If you ever seen a bucket of crabs,
Sure.
one crab will try and crawl out of that bucket, and the other crabs will literally grab it and pull it back down and won't let it escape. You don't even have to put a top on a bucket when you're looking for mud crab, because one crab will just go, motherfucker, if I'm in this shit, you are too. And a lot of Democrats, they're a lot like the mud crabs.
To be fair, the right is a very similar way. They handle it very different. If you're not a conservative, if you're not a Christian, if you're not these things, they don't really want to fuck with you.
Wait a minute, hang on. No, I've got to protest to this because as a
Protest,
moderate
my friend.
normie that Phil likes to call me all the
You are.
time, golly, he's just super accepting of all my political beliefs. He's not at all like, well, how can you not just be? Come on, you're just answering a picture,
Just
Tony.
give in and be a little
You're a
more
detractor.
Republican, Tony.
You're
Come on.
See, but
doing
Tony,
more
that's
harm
the
than
problem.
you're
See,
doing.
look, you nailed it there because I am moderate, you are moderate. People like us got expelled from both parties, and there's a lot of people in America who got expelled from both parties. I think.
Oh, guys, here at Republican Town, we left your rooms just the way you left them. Come on back.
Come on back
it's
home.
Three
fine,
Bibles
folks.
on the bed. And there's
Oh, you guys, you guys
Jasmine
got
Bell.
nothing on me, okay? Come to me whenever you've spent years being a leftist who is also anti-abortion.
Oh shit!
That, yeah,
have
like
no friends.
that
Yeah.
was an interesting
I'll give
cross
you
to
that.
bear there, Kay. Like that was like I
That
always
sounds
had
like
to
a
give
Texan.
you credit on that one. It's
Yeah.
like, okay, she's on the left, but she's very pro-life. And when I say that, to
Isn't that
other
another way
people-
of saying you're a Catholic?
I'm actually
Oh.
a pagan witch, so
Okay.
I'm getting alienated on
Of
all
course.
sides.
Yeah.
So this is why I come
course.
here, surprised every time.
Now, okay, Kay, I'm sorry, but no, Kay, I believe like this is your opportunity to begin the path of one of the greatest long-standing pagan traditions in all history, and that is eventually converting to Christianity.
Oh, good God.
Come on in. It'll
I
be fine.
started the process backwards, though, Phil. I started in Christianity.
No, you started the correct way then.
It's not like Christians have any history of like treating pagans poorly. Like, come on.
Yeah, no, not at all.
No,
It's
that mass
all been
genocide
fucking
was
cotton
nothing.
candy,
Yeah.
pretty much from like 1100 on. It's been nothing but cotton candy.
Yeah.
There you go.
1100.
And speaking of the Catholics, stealing all the fun shit about our belief system and then killing us.
Yeah. Best of both worlds. Best of both worlds.
No. Kay, converted
Converted.
winky face. Like, yes.
Yeah.
So hey,
Like Jesus was totally born in December, right around the
Yeah,
pagan
yeah.
holidays.
Absolutely, yeah.
And he was white and eggs and stuff. And yeah.
beautiful blue eyes and blonde hair, Tony.
3 kings, a frankincense. It was beautiful.
No, I actually told my daughter one time, I was like, Jesus' skin complexion is probably a lot closer to yours than it was mine. I'm just going to be frank. I mean, he was a Jewish rabbi 2,000 years ago, okay, out in the middle of Palestine. That's just the way that was working. But no, like, I'm sorry. Like, I actually sent that joke to Canada earlier today. It's like, embrace paganism's greatest tradition, converting to Christianity. It's like, and it shows Ragnar Lothbrok from the Vikings holding a crucifix, and it's like, yeah, it eventually happens over enough time. And I was actually at a bar one time, Tony, you know these people, but I'm not going to say who they are. It's a couple. They're both pagan. And we were just having a bar argument. And I'm like, we shouldn't be having this argument here. You should be on my podcast where we have this argument, first of all. But like, yeah, we were starting to get like, I was like, yes, and the Christ God will grind your false gods into powder. It was a good, fun bar talk.
I'm curious. Like, what is paganism look like? What are the practices?
am
What
interested.
are we doing here?
Well, it's interesting and super complicated because, like Christianity, there are a lot of, for lack of a better term, denominations of paganism. And with paganism, you can choose to acknowledge higher powers and you can choose to not to, because at the core of paganism, it really is just like worship of nature more than it is worship of a deity. But you also have like Greek pagans that obviously worship the Greek gods, and Norse pagans who worship the Norse gods. So there are a lot of different avenues that you can go down through paganism. And it was kind of what initially drew me to paganism as someone who was identifying as an atheist due to a lot of years of intense trauma in fundamental evangelicalism, which is what I grew up in. Living inside very strict guidelines for my life and having essentially no agency for who I was as a person and what I could do. With paganism, you have a lot of freedom in what you choose to believe. It's not a fear-based thing like what I grew up in, is if you don't choose to believe this, you're going to, be eternally damned. It's choose what it is that you want to believe and what you find comfort in your beliefs.
Okay, Cronus couldn't defeat Jesus, Cronus couldn't defeat Zeus, but Jesus could.
I dropped my earbuds for just a little bit of that, but no, there's a guy that I talked to once in a while who's also pagan, and it's the reason why the government folks in government jobs they love the occasional pagan is because they don't need Christmas off. They just have like Rockmaloosin or something they need to take off, and they're totally like, and that's like September 4th or something like that. And yeah, so like it's always like useful in that regard. But like to me, it's like I wonder how many people who are pagan now will be pagan in like their 40s, 50s, and 60s, because I've noticed like it's something that especially folks in their 30s, it's starting to hit them. Like
I think it's because of the lack of
Jackson is 50s. He's still a pagan.
I think it's the lack of actual buildings that you can go to and enjoy your spiritualism that you want to embrace.
It is very personal and private.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Because I actually because I've been invited there so many times, and the pastor's so nice and done so much for my family, I went to his church.
I have a feeling you won't be playing this episode for him anytime soon, Phil.
Oh, no, I might. You never know. I've actually played a couple of his sermons live.
Phil's face is in this episode. He's definitely playing it for him.
This beautiful face, you have to see it. And and to me, it's like, okay, starting to get back into formalized religion, because like I'd kind of been running from that most of my life, because it can be very strict. Because now, at the very beginning though, it starts with accepting Jesus Christ your Lord and Savior, and then it kind of snowballs from there.
Or don't and burn, you bastard.
I'll be honest with you. That's exactly why I got stepped away from organized
God
religion.
Basic set of rules. Don't follow club rules. Don't expect club privileges. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, not doing so, it just kind of seems willful at that point. Once you
it's also important to recognize the fact that like whenever it comes to Christianity, even like as an organized religion, there are so many different denominations and groups within Christianity. So whenever it comes to those rules and how strict it is, it really depends on what denomination you choose to go with. Like if you're going non-denominational, like these people are showing up to church in jeans and sneakers, like I would have been excommunicated from my church for doing that.
I would have accepted that. I
showed up dressed like
Baptist and in the 80s, and they're all about whooping kids in church. So it was cool.
I had my skirts measured with a measuring stick.
We didn't. I don't know. I wasn't a girl, so I don't know what I think about it. I don't know.
We actually did that in the church, in the school that I worked in just last year.
They had a Christian school off of my church.
No, this was a secular school district in Texas, but it is Texas.
Yeah, it is Texas.
I know. I decided I wasn't Christian.
And you didn't burst into flame?
According to my grandmother, I did.
Yeah.
Because that's when I decided. Because she was the type of person to tell me if I said anything that was how do you put this? I don't know, things that she didn't like, and especially if it was not godly. Go outside, pick your favorite tree, find a switch, bring it back.
Oh,
She'd whip me with that switch, and then she says, "This is the wrong one. Go find a better one." I'm like, I'm done with this shit. I'm done with
So eventually, like,
yeah, how did you not just jump on board with that?
it. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
it's
I'm
oh, now I
sold.
got to get a better switch, and so you don't want it to be too thick, but if it ain't good enough, you got to go get another one, and that's.
This is why I decided I hated Ohio. I'm not a fan of organized religion. I don't like, I'm good on this. And that's why it's funny to me. Like some people say they don't like the, especially black people say they don't like the South. You know what? I have never had a problem in the South, but up north, it's weird. Like it's super weird to me up in North New York, New Jersey, Ohio. I haven't been to Chicago, but like I don't like being up north. It's weird. Maybe I'm traumatized. I don't know.
Yeah, I live in Philly. It's fucking weird here.
Now I gotta say, like for me, this is always kind of funny. Like I was raised Catholic. I was actually an altar boy for a few years. And to answer your next question, no, I
what
wasn't.
kind of altar boy?
To answer your next question, no, I wasn't. Like, because yeah, that's the weird thing. Because Catholics, when you say I was an altar boy, they see like the Boy Scout standing on a hill. When you tell a Protestant I was an altar boy,
that's not what I think when I heard altar boy.
Sexual assault victim. Like it's a
yes,
weird,
exactly. That's
like,
what I think.
Whoa, like, but no, but like to me, like. When I started going to Protestant churches and X started taking me to them all the time, what I found out is Protestants don't call themselves Protestants. When you're like, wow, this is a lovely Protestant church here, they all look at you like you're a fucking alien. It's like, I think we've got some popish nonsense in this room here. And I was like, oh shit.
How to out yourself as a strict Catholic in 3 seconds.
Yeah. Like, and so that was how I was raised. And so like there's a lot of times with these churches, I'm trying to like, no, this is a proper Protestant church. Like, crap, they don't call themselves that. And so yeah, I'm trying to keep catching myself here. And like now, Kay, what denomination were you raised under, if you don't mind my asking?
Fundamental evangelicalism.
Okay. So at the end of the Lord's Prayer, do you have, for thine is the power, the kingdom, and the glory forever and ever?
We weren't required to ever recite the Lord's Prayer. Biblical Bible verses and Bible memory verses were absolutely drilled into our heads from a very, very early age. Okay. We started going to the Fundamental Evangelical Church whenever I was 10. And I was instantly put into their Christian school that same year. And everything about my life changed. I could no longer, I had to wear skirts everywhere. I couldn't celebrate Halloween anymore. My hair had to be a certain length, so on and so forth. And in the 9 years, I was 19 whenever I finally got out. In the 9 years that I was in the evangelical church, I read through the Bible cover to cover 5 times.
Wow. Okay. Because like me, being raised Catholic, we never read the Bible. We I was never required to read the Bible, know any passage of any kind.
What?
I kid you not. When so that's fascinating for me.
See, I feel like Catholics follow the very, very old traditional rule that you can trace back to the earlier years of the Catholic Church, where you as the congregation were not supposed to read the Bible. You were supposed to get your direction from your higher leaders. Whereas in fundamental,
deeply into the Bible, the devil can trick you.
Exactly. Whereas
that's what a Monsignor told me.
See, that's very different from my Catholic experience because I sort of converted in college. And for me, it was 4 years of taking ancient Greek so that I could read the New Testament in the proper way.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Yeah. No, knowing, but like, I find that so fascinating because like just recently on my YouTube, I started reading a biblical verse every week. And I don't know any, so people just tell me, oh, this is my favorite biblical verse. Oh, sweet. Okay. I'll look at it. And I don't have any preconceived knowledge of it. Like actually an ex of mine actually helped find the biblical verse that was spoken at my grandmother's funeral. And it was for everything, a turn, a time to live, a time to die. And here's the funny thing. I was like, oh, dude, that's that song. For everything, turn. And she had no idea it was a fucking song. And I was like, fuck, how, like, what? Like, yeah. Now, when you talked about Halloween, like that was one thing with my child's mother. Her family absolutely did not celebrate Halloween. It was satanic to them. Me, I'm a farmer. I'm a 5th generation Nebraska farmer. It is a harvest holiday. Come hell or high water, I'm celebrating Halloween. And I took my kiddo out trick-or-treating, and she had a great time. I can't imagine why it didn't work out in the end. But
Yeah, I don't know. It's
like,
but,
yeah, it's
not like it was a clash of styles at all.
No.
Yeah.
But yeah, we agreed on the kid. That was about it. But other than that, but yeah, Tony's like, all right, we won't get into live commentary on that.
No, not
you got to wait for the post show for that, folks. But yeah, so like Halloween, like I always found that fascinating because that's like any denomination I've been to, because literally for like 5 years I went to every Protestant denomination in all of eastern Nebraska trying to find a place. I could do a Johnny Cash "I've been everywhere, man" song about it. And yeah, to me it was God, I can't remember where I was going with this exactly, but like I suppose what I will kind of curve that off into UK is what led, like, other than like personal experience, what led you away from Christianity into pagan? Like, how did you make that jump? I'm curious.
It was, I mean, it definitely wasn't a jump. I mean, I know for everybody that was in my life at the time, other than my husband, because we were actually kind of going through a deconstruction journey together. He was also raised in fundamental evangelicalism. And so, but for everybody else, it seems like 1 minute we were this young Christian couple that was trying to get into church and finding a church family, to being
normies.
like being, we were so trad normies. Oh my God. And because that's how we were raised. And then it seems like for everybody else around us, like a switch flipped, and my husband, he didn't go quite so far as I did, because he was, quite frankly, he was a man that grew up in fundamental evangelicalism, and he didn't have nearly as much trauma as I did. He was just kind of like, I'm not really interested in it anymore. And I'd like to kind of explore what my personal beliefs are outside of what I've been told I believe my entire life. And I came out the other side of it like, I am never going to set foot in a church for as long as I live. And if somebody tries to expose my children to this, I'm going to stab their eyes out. Because I had spent 2 years of my life at that point working through years and years of unaddressed trauma that I faced at the hands of fundamental evangelicalism in the church that I grew up in. And so whenever I came out of the other side of that, I identified as an atheist. And it just never felt right to me identifying as an atheist, because I am somebody that wants to believe that there is something on the other side of death. And I didn't get comfort in my opinion that there was nothing after you died. And so I began researching all of these religions that the cults that I grew up in would never allow me to explore. I wasn't even allowed to learn about Catholicism. You guys were evil to my church. They didn't want us knowing about other denominations.
Don't worry,
of
the feeling was
Christianity, and
mutual.
they certainly didn't want us knowing about other entire religions. So I started exploring, and I went through all the Eastern religions. I studied Hinduism, I studied Buddhism, and there were things that I liked about them and things that I really, really just didn't feel comfortable with. And I told myself that I was never going to join into a belief system that I wasn't entirely comfortable with. And after coming out of Buddhism, because there are some basic similarities and some core beliefs between Buddhists and pagans, I kind of tumbled into paganism and found a really, really great community of people on social media that were into paganism, and educated people on paganism that were really super great, were willing to answer my questions. Like, these were really big YouTubers that were taking time out of their day to talk to an absolute nobody that was just exploring their beliefs. And it was like that feeling that I had heard Christians talk about, like my adult friends that are Christians talk about, this beautiful love and comfort that they had in their belief in their relationship with Jesus, that I never felt that I had whenever I was Christian. I finally started to feel that in my exploration of paganism. I finally felt like I was in a belief system where I felt I was at home.
Can I ask a question
Yeah.
about that? So First of all, I think that's pretty cool that you like the journey that you had, the journey arc that you had, and finding your own comfort zone and being able to express yourself in the way that you wanted to, and finding people who are like-minded in that way. That's pretty cool. And I think that's good for everybody. But do you think where you at now, the spot that you've arrived at now, does that inform? Obviously, it informs your life, but how would you describe it informing your politics?
Well, that's actually
good
something
question.
that I really, really like about paganism is that my pagan beliefs in how I ground myself to nature. You know, I'm also a practicing witch. Which basically just means I have a lot of rocks and plants around my house. And whenever people ask me, like, what does paganism mean? I've just taken to like handing them a rock. Like, you're welcome. Like, go about your day.
Witch.
Yeah.
My husband will come to me with problems and I'll just like hand him a rock and he's like, is this supposed to help me? I'm like, you'll be fine.
Wait,
Just
wait,
go
what
about
is
your
he?
day.
Is he a pagan also?
He's kind of just an agnostic. He believes that there is a higher power, but he's not really sure if what
Pagan
like the but
Agnostics unite.
I don't feel like, unlike how I felt with Christianity, where I felt like Christianity kind of dictated everything about my life, I feel like I'm able to separate my personal spiritual beliefs away from the objective reality, because I believe that your political opinions and your opinions on social things should be based on facts, not your feelings. I feel like I'm able to have that separation between my own personal spiritual beliefs and my political opinions.
Can I throw a wrench in your motor real quick?
Throw.
So I don't know if I believe this or not, but I like to be a little bit contrarian at times. So you say you believe that politics should be based on your facts and not your feelings, but politics is a way to take morality and ethics and apply it to a higher social order, the greater social society. So, for example, if you look at what is the easiest thing I can do? The easiest thing I can do is so if we look at the 1960s when the Civil Rights Act was going on, there were people who believed, even under the guise of God, that things should be in this order and we should be able to treat people in this way. And there are other people who are believe in the opposite direction under the guise of God also. When I hear that sometimes facts should be a thing, I don't know that facts are always a thing.
But I think that at the root of every political or social disagreement that we have between two opposing groups, there is at the root of it, maybe not the central root of it, but at that foundation, there's going to be one side that is arguing from an unfactual standpoint. Like, take, for example, I've been a pro-life activist for 10 years. I have heard every possible argument from abortion supporting people that exist on the planet. But at the root of it, at the very base of the pro-life argument is the question of whether or not the unborn are living human beings. And majority of pro-choice people argue from the standpoint that they are not, but that is factually incorrect.
I would agree with that. I'm not a pro-life person, but I'd agree with that. I'm not an abortion person. I'm not on the other side either. I hate the names for these things because it's loaded. But
I know it is. It's so annoying.
But yeah, I'd agree with you. I agree with you that we should take a more objective stance on things. And I think a lot of times in these debates, arguments, conversations, we lose the fact of the matter a lot of times because we feel a certain type of way.
Yeah, I'm gonna step on Phil's toes a little bit and say that right-wing commentators in the political sphere, especially these days, and Phil, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking in general, they have a very serious problem of basing their arguments purely around their feelings. It's not facts-based arguments. It is a fear-based argument. I think that the men over at the Daily Wire are a perfect example of this. All of their arguments are fear-based. They are not based on
And
facts.
fear of
They're
what?
based fear of gay people, fear of drag queens, fear of trans people, fear of literally anything that is not cookie cutter, just stepped out of a picture from the 1950s.
I'd agree with that. I'd agree
Fear
with
of
that.
pagans.
Fear of pagans. Yeah, back whenever I was
Most of
doing
all the
the
pagans.
Definitely
Twitch
the pagans.
politics, like round tables, I would regularly have right wingers in the comments section just spamming in the chat that they were going to burn me at the stake.
Granted, obviously,
You know,
the only solution.
like a lot of these issues are kind of funny to me because, like, for example, first of all, gay people, I just they don't, it doesn't bother me because it doesn't affect me at all, and trans people affect me even less. I don't. This is not things that are on my voting ticket. I don't care about these things. I don't give a fuck. You know what? And I what I do believe in is that you know, we live in a liberal society. Big L liberal, definitionally liberal society, and by that means that everybody should be equal under the eyes of the law, and in somewhat of an extension under the eyes of God, because this is a Judaic Christian based society. If you believe that, then these issues are much less important to you. I think I think there's a much more pressing issues that we have. How we handle our healthcare system, how we handle policing, how we handle a lot of things should be on the front ticket, instead of wondering if the 1 in 1 million person who's trans is going to go into a bathroom. I just don't give a fuck about that. I don't care. Just like I don't give a fuck about Clinton getting his dick sucked, pardon my French. I don't give a fuck about Donald Trump and his weirdo shit going on with him. I don't care about none of these things. You know what I care about? Me, my family, and my community. That's what I care about. I don't care about all these other people.
Yes.
Interesting. Now,
Mic drop.
I just want to make an interesting note here, because, like, Aiko, we've had this discussion and we've gotten into this a little bit, Osiris, but now, Kay, you're the third person here that has been in their raising were a part of some evangelical Christian, like, I don't know if they're being fair in my assessment, but like some folks were Baptist. And none of y'all stuck around for all that. So I'm like, so apparently the sales pitch back in the 90s is not what it is today. That's kind of what I'm coming to the conclusion of here.
Yeah, it's so weird how the human spirit's just like, I don't like being dictated to my entire life and make to feel like I'm a pile of shit if I don't listen to you. That just doesn't appeal to me. It's weird how that just feels unnatural.
Well, you know, like, there's a lot of, you know, online shit talking amongst, you know, between the different generations. The boomers hate everybody beneath them. Gen X hates millennials, even though they fucking raised us. Like, but the reality is that, like,
accurate and true.
We failed you. We hate you for it.
I will do the next turn. I will confirm that. Okay.
But like, the reality is that a really, really big generational gap that we're seeing in why there is so much mutual hatred between the millennial generation and the Gen X generation is that the millennial generation is that generation that is finally, like, looking around, and we got out into adulthood and we got a little bit of space after being literally suffocated our entire lives, and realizing that we didn't have to allow people to treat us that way. We didn't have to allow for excuses for abuse and sexual harassment. I was told at 11 years old that my skirt was too short, and I was tempting grown men in my church at 11 years old.
Jesus Christ.
These are
that
incredibly
says more about
abusive.
The people in your church than it does you.
But no, that's common thing. That's a common thing. That's a very
exactly
common thing.
Like, this is what
it's
people
here
don't
down
understand.
Here in Dallas and in Waco.
Yes.
I've seen it.
Like, this is a and it gets so frustrating whenever we try to speak out about our trauma, because people that are from other denominations of Christianity, even other evangelicals that didn't grow up in fundamentalism, are like, you're blowing this out of proportion. This did not happen at my church. I've never seen this happen. I've never met anybody that talked about this. And it's like, there are literally thousands of us. And if you look hard enough and you listen, we are telling you that this is a massive web of churches and institutes and camps that are abusing children. And they are not just abusing children psychologically and verbally and sometimes even physically, but they are also shielding predators within their ranks. It was 3 years ago, next week, that the news broke that the man that had me, I had him as a teacher in 5th grade. He was arrested because a little boy that was actually in my sister's class, he sexually abused him while he was teaching at our Christian school.
God,
This
I'm
man
so sorry.
taught me. I was in a room alone with this man on multiple occasions, and now he's going to prison for sexual child abuse. And this is extremely common in these communities, finding out that there are predators actively engaging with children, actively engaging with teenage girls, and putting them in extremely compromising positions, and having teenage girls groomed to be married off to grown men the minute that they turn 18. This is happening, and the minute that anybody speaks out about it, they're labeled as just haters of Christianity.
Oh God, I am so sorry to hear that, Kay. Like nothing but my sympathy for you. But hey, God, we just got a raid right in the middle of all of that. So your story got out to even more people, but also Tom, thank you for the raid, all you beautiful people. Welcome to Hazard Analysis, where we get into the hazards and the analysis of the day. Kay is getting into some really hazardous stuff and really bringing the spice and fire. But Tom, thank you much, sir. Welcome to Hazard Analysis, folks. I also am never above shameless self-promotion. I did drop the link to KOE Nation in the chat the moment I saw the raid, because
I'm glad to
I can't
see
stop
that
myself.
the incoming plethora of attention has not forgotten the always fun troll that Joe Rogan's died. I don't think he'll ever die. Good luck with that. No, that just didn't happen. It didn't happen. No, it didn't. Stop it.
Oh no,
Stop
we
it.
need to look into that. Could that
No, it
be?
didn't happen.
Like we suddenly do the Joe Rogan RIP question mark, just utter clickbait bullshit. Kay's giving witch vibes. It's strange, Sassafras. Kay, what would you call your current denomination? Your Eastern Orthodox what now?
I am a practicing, whatever. I am a pagan witch. I guess if you want to give it an official title, I identify as a green witch. I play with I have a green thumb. I grow a lot of plants. I have a lot of rocks. It's really not scary, guys. I promise.
Have you ever gone on a paranormal investigation?
Once. My husband's best friend, he likes that stuff, and we got tickets to one of those haunted penitentiaries here in Pennsylvania. We have a couple, actually.
Is that Eastern State?
Yes, Eastern State Penitentiary. And we did the haunted house. But he wanted to do the ghost walk, and I was like, see, I'm somebody that actually really believes in this stuff, and I was like, you don't want to fuck with that. But
wait, so if I don't believe in ghosts, which I do not, well, if I go on this ghost walk, do you think I'll see the ghosts?
Probably not.
Okay, I have to say this.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that.
Tony is the head of Grip Paranormal, which is a paranormal investigation team. I had never been on one before, and I've given Tony shit about it for years. But during 2020, in the middle of COVID, everybody dropped out except for Tony and 2 other people. And so it's like, okay, I have to see this. And one of them was basically, I called him Egon in my mind the whole time because he had all the equipment. And he was like, I'm going to catch the ghost in this little box and stuff. And I got all the lasers and everything. And then there was a lady who saw ghosts everywhere. Anywhere, any room you went into, and you say, there's a ghost in there that'll touch your shoulder. Oh my God, something's touching my shoulder. There's a ghost
I've seen one. I've definitely seen a ghost. I've definitely seen ghosts. It's interesting because my husband's family actually has like a history of paranormal activity. Like we actually live in the house that my husband was like born into. He's lived here his entire life.
Nice.
But the house that they lived in before my husband was born, my brother-in-law was actually removed from his crib by something. It was, and my father-in-law was a police officer in the city, and so he worked night shifts. So my mother-in-law was home alone with my two brother-in-laws, and something used to bang on their basement door, like violently bang on the basement door, and you'd open it and there'd be nothing there, and she would go back to bed and they would start banging on the basement door again. And like my father-in-law did not believe her until one night he happened to have a shift off. He was shift changing back to days. And he heard it and he went down and he opened the basement door and there was nothing there. And he said it kept banging all night long. And whatever it was, they brought it into this house with them. It was still here whenever we moved in. It used to scare the living shit out of my son whenever he was little. Finally got rid of it.
Good.
Killed a bunch of my plants on the way out. But my sister-in-law also had a ghost follow her all the way from Virginia. And I actually saw it in her house whenever I was living with her. So a woman dressed in a white nightgown, just out of the corner of my eye, would see her walking past doorways, walking across the stairway, just occasionally while I'm at the house. Like the kids would say, yeah, we see her every once in a while. And after my sister-in-law passed away, I never saw her again.
Wait, okay, hold
Sounds
on.
People like,
Maybe I'm crazy. If I ever saw a ghost, I don't believe in ghosts, by the way. But if I did see a ghost, I'm moving the fuck up out the house instantly, ASAP. We're gone. I don't.
Why you don't believe in it? There's nothing to be scared.
I don't believe in it.
But didn't you hear? It follows you.
Moving wouldn't have done anything for her. She saw it for the first time when she lived in Virginia with her husband, and this was a house that, after he had passed away, that she lived in with her two kids. Like it followed her from Virginia, and then everybody that interacted had seen her.
I'm leaving. That's what we're doing.
Now this is the one problem, like, because my buddy Tony, he's had this ghost hunting thing for years, and like the serious investigations are fascinating, but what I've had to watch him put up with for at least 10 years now is, oh, my Aunt Nellie's house is haunted. You gotta go. There's gotta be a ghost there. You should go check out my Uncle Francis' barn. It's definitely haunted.
Hey, I have family that actually like that, and one of them did have a ghost in her house. So,
oh, Lord.
So okay. For all the normies out there who have not seen a ghost, what's your pitch to them? Why should we believe this, or should we not? Or you don't care?
I don't care. Like, if you don't want to believe in ghosts, then don't believe in ghosts. I'm one of those people, like, as a practicing witch, I don't touch anything that's even remotely, like, to the edge of not good. Like, not even might be neutral. Like, messing around with ghosts. Potentially dangerous, based on my beliefs and what I've seen and what I've read in my spiritual journey as a pagan. It's just not something that I mess with. I have kids that I would like to keep safe. I have a friend that's also a practicing witch, and she's got a Ouija board that just sits on the shelf in her house, and I hate it. It drives me crazy. But she loves it. She thinks it's awesome. And I was like, every time I walk by it, I feel cold, and I can't stand the fact that she has it.
Can I agree with you? I don't believe in ghosts, but I'm not putting a Ouija board on my fucking on my.
It's one of those resin drip ones that has like the flowers in it. It's all like pretty with the gold letters on it, and I'm like, it's still.
Well, okay, as long as it's not the Milton Bradley version, like, because
I believe in I do believe in like
demons
producing your own bad energy, right? Like if you put weird shit in your house and you want to conjure ghosts and do all that weird shit, you're gonna see what you're gonna see. You're gonna see what you want to see, and or you can speak bad things into existence because you believe that to be true. I don't fuck around with none of that stuff. None. Zero.
No, if you want to create your own bad negative energy karma, call it what you want, you absolutely can. And that's the unfortunate truth of a lot of the cases that, like, my crew has done over the 12 or so years we've been doing it now, people get an idea in their head, and unfortunately, a lot of those ideas are based off of the crappy reality TV shows that are all based in ratings and not in actual paranormal activity, and they believe that shit. And a lot of shit, 99% of it is explainable if you actually try to put the puzzle together. And that's the fun of it. That's why we do what we do. And that's why we've gone out and gone to these places and tried to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Like, holy shit, we're hallucinating. We're seeing things. We're seeing a shadow. We're hearing a voice, blah, blah, blah. Well, you have really bad electrical wiring in your basement. Turns out that's why. Phil and I actually just did a really long interview about this the other night. It was a really good time. We're going to drop that on the channel here really soon. It was a good time. And that's probably the first time I've actually done an interview about why I do the things that I do. And I don't even know if that I'm necessarily a 100,000% believer in believing in ghosts. I believe in something. And I don't know that it's definitely the lingering presence or soul of somebody who's passed on, or whether it could possibly be the embodiment of somebody from an alternate universe or whatever it might be, residual energy even. But there are things that are unexplainable, and that's just a fact. You can't look at this world and say that we've figured everything out. You just can't. Look, I always equate it to the movie Tremors. Look at the monsters in Tremors. They only have so many senses. They can't see, but they have a very heightened sense of hearing and feeling, because that's how they hunt, right? But they can't see shit. And that's how you're able to beat the Tremors at the end of the movie. We don't contain all the senses to be able to detect everything that's out there. So whether that being we just don't have a sixth sense to see something on that plane of existence, or there are other alternate dimensions, the fourth dimension, the fifth dimension, so on and so forth, and we just don't possess the ability to sense that, there's something else out there.
Can I approach this from the very opposite direction now? You say that, and I I think that's a valid way of looking at it. But what also, can you trust everything that your mind tells you is true?
No, absolutely not. No, not at all. Your mind
False
is going to be
memories
the
are a real
first thing that lies to you. Not just memories, but your mind will lie to you, because it's called pareidoia. For just a great example, pareidoia is the occurrence when the mind tries to make a face out of nothing. If somebody shows you a picture and they're like, "Oh my God, do you remember, like, people see the face of Jesus in the back of a road sign or in a piece of toast?" That is the mind trying to create a face, because that's what the mind does. You walk through crowds. It sees faces, but it doesn't recognize them. But meanwhile, it puts patterns together and it tries to create a face, because that's what the mind is trying to do. Pareidoia is a natural phenomenon. It's very explainable. And then on something that's a little less explainable, if you have a high industrial AC unit, for example, if it vibrates at a specific decibel rate and it's intense enough, you can hallucinate, not just audibly, but visibly. So no, your mind will 1000% lie to you. So when we go out and do this stuff, we're not just looking for video or photographic evidence, because that can lie to you too. It's about interactivity. And I've been lucky enough in the 12 or so years I've been doing this to actually have some interactivity. And that's something I'll never be able to explain. And I don't know that I want to, because it's an experience that was unique enough to the point where I'm like, I don't have the answer to the question, but it makes me want to find out more.
The reason I asked that is because I have narcolepsy, right? So you've heard of the stories of the witch that comes into your room while you're sleeping, and then you become paralyzed.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I've had that. I don't believe it.
Damn.
But
that's intense.
Yeah, it is intense. It is funny.
I've heard about it. I've
Yes,
never had that happen
infrasound.
before in
Correct,
my
trippy.
life.
Yeah, you don't want that, because what happens is,
So we should blame witches, you say?
No,
Clearly.
no, witches are fine. Stop it.
Now,
Good one,
Osiris,
good one.
if you
No.
had, you've got that sleep paralysis demon, but there's something that could ward that off, and that is the Holy Ghost, the Holy Spirit.
Oh
my
God,
friend.
no, Phil,
And
mute
so-
yourself.
I don't know if that works in that in
See,
that
Christians
specific
believe
time
in
and instance.
ghosts too.
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know if
Well,
that
They
works.
cancel.
But look, I will
Just
tell you
that
this.
out
I will
of
tell you
the
this. I will tell you this. So as it's happening, there is nothing in your mind that's going to tell you that's not real. It feels as real as
Right.
anything on earth. And even somebody who doesn't believe it, it's real. Like you go through all the emotions, all the things, all the sweat, everything happens,
Yes.
and it doesn't fucking matter. Now I know after it's
Once you've
happened,
experienced something, it's hard to convince somebody.
I'm
that
like,
they
bro,
didn't experience.
I don't ever want to see that shit in my life again. Like never. It's like if you I don't know, like if you ride an amusement park ride and it scares the holy shit out of you, it's real. As in like if the roller coaster is going downhill, like you get the sense of falling. That is as real as anything is. Like you feel like you're falling.
Right.
You're not gonna hit the ground and splat, but that experience is engraved in you. So I've had narcolepsy probably since I was like my late teens. That's when it usually forms in most people. It becomes much more intense in their 20s. And I've seen, I've read these, the Germanic stories of the paralysis, witch, blah blah blah, all that stuff. And I'm like, and when I first read them, I was like, yeah, that's crazy. That doesn't make any sense. I've seen it, and I understand now why people who are much more educated in history would say, okay, burn the witches. Nothing against the witches, but that's what the type of shit they were on. I was like, yeah, because you have to explain it somehow. It is intense. It's a very intense feeling.
I was about to say, Christians look at the cross because that's what Jesus was killed on, and that's their major symbol. So, do pagans go to like the stake because so many were burned on it? Is that like, do you got a little necklace of the like?
No, actually, we think that it's super weird that you guys turned the thing that they
Right.
killed your god on into a
Right.
necklace.
Right?
We talk about it at our meetings. Like, are the Christians okay?
What?
Super creepy.
No.
They stole our symbol.
I've never
and
heard that
put
No,
point of
their
view,
I
but that's
guess
a
like
good one.
there's a response for this, but I'm gonna sound so uncool when I
They
say
put
it.
their
Oh.
half-naked, sexy, dying man on our symbol. And
Well, most of
lost it,
most of the items that represent Jesus on the cross that are the bloodiest are actually symbols that we stole from the pagans. So it's just there's a lot of crossover with regards to that, especially like Mexican symbolism. Like there's the reason why you see like Santa Muerta or these like crucifixes where Jesus is like profusely bleeding and has these like big gashes for wounds and stuff like that. A lot of it is taken from like older like Aztec and like Mayan symbology.
Yeah, I'm also Mexican, and yeah, like my grandmother was very, very Catholic, and it is kind of funny because Mexican Catholics, their religious beliefs are really, really
Hardcore.
closely tied to death. Like they
Yep.
worship death. They do.
Yeah, my grandma, she was half Greek, half Hispanic, and she was raised Catholic. And so, that was like, there are certain, like you said, Spanish aspects that do kind of make their way in, but like Catholicism was always very adaptable on its area. It's like, okay, so
It's called
got-
enculturation.
you worship something called Ungar. Well, why don't we just make Ungar one of our saints? Hey, guess what? Now come on in. Like I said, it's a good pagan tradition of eventually converting to Christianity. And I hope, and I'm going to pray for you that you will embrace that tradition someday. Okay, we'll see.
oh, Phil.
Tony,
you're,
this is painful for you. Now, like Tony, I have to admire you because like you've had some flirtations with agnosticism throughout your life, but other than that, you really like you're the only person that isn't an apostate here. Like you're the only person that hasn't played church hopscotch throughout your life, and it's a little bit admirable.
I don't need to do it because it's the same book but interpreted completely differently. Like
It's
I
like
don't,
Star
I don't.
Wars.
Yeah,
You
like
get a different movie, but it's the same shit.
yeah, like I've heard this story before. I don't need to hear the retelling of it. Like you can hear Hansel and Gretel so many times in so many different languages, but it's still the same story and still a story.
Story with an evil
Yay.
witch.
Yeah.
Wait, how the fuck? I really could. How the fuck are you guys friends? How does this work?
Ah, son of a bitch. Well, he just dropped out. Like Tony's like, no, it's on you. All right, I'm gonna. Okay, in grade school, Tony and I were the worst of enemies. Okay,
Okay.
like the teachers knew
like
they
this
had to
origin
keep
story.
us apart because we'd always get into fights. At one point, um, Tony threw some of the salt for the sidewalks. All right, he's coming back. He threw the salt from the sidewalk into my eyes, and this is about 5th grade. I freaked out. I grabbed him by the hair and slammed his head into a concrete wall. And the teachers were watching it, so Tony totally oversold it. Totally oversold it. Acted like I just shot him, basically. Like, ah! Then a few months later, Tony pushes me over with one of our other buddies, like standing on all fours. I fall wrong and I break my arm. And then afterwards, Tony and I find out that we're both huge fans of professional wrestling. And then we became the best of friends after that. And we've been best friends ever since.
Yeah,
And
pretty
that
much.
was 6th grade.
Yeah.
That's such a typical male friendship story.
What? What's wrong about it? You want to fight about it?
And like, I
Yeah,
think
you gotta
the
love it,
best joke, Tony, like the ultimate punchline is like we do some video where like at one point one of us just like wet willies the other one when they're not looking like, yeah, that's from fucking 4th grade, bitch. I've been fucking biding my time on that one, motherfucker.
That's
Or
really
just
why
like,
I just keep buying you bottles of gin.
oh, you son of a bitch. Like, yeah, I've got one right here because on Big Bucket Empire, the audience knows I hate gin. Tony
You have
gets
another
me
one.
That looks like
fucking
gasoline.
gin that's in a goddamn aluminum gas container. Okay,
Chicken found you that one. The one
Jesus
I
Christ.
found is
That looks
Seagram's
horrible.
London
Yeah,
Extra Dry.
it's still sealed because we haven't recorded. We haven't gone live.
Well, you got a
yet.
just open bottle here at my house that you need to take.
Oh, I think it'll sit there for a while.
No, it's gonna go home with you.
But I gave Tony some millet whiskey that he hates as recompense, and it's literally like drinking razor blades. It's some of the worst whiskey you'll ever have. It's whiskey made from millet.
So one of your chatters said male friendship is easier or something to that nature. I missed it. But what do you guys feel about the red pill? I'm throwing all the gum against the wall.
What you mean, like just the general idea of dudes, like basically in terms of the whole red pill thing, we're in the era where everybody is looking for their digital daddy. Okay, that's why Andrew Tate's gotten big. That's why Jordan Peterson.
Yeah,
For the record, I have a daddy and I don't need a digital daddy.
I know,
Let's hear
but
about
guess
this.
what? There's tens of millions of dudes who either don't have dads or their dad's kind of a piece of shit. So they're
Damn.
looking for a digital daddy out there to kind of play that game for them. And it's why, and that's why Hassan Abi, that's why Vosh is big. It's why Destiny's big. It's because they're all digital daddies for somebody or another.
Probably
and that's why the red pill thing is happening at all, because everybody's trying to find their own digital daddy. And Andrew Tate, I've already called him out for a cage match. He's been ducking me this whole time. He'd rather throw himself in a Romanian fucking cell than throw himself in an MMA cage with me. And so I got no problem. I got Tony. Fuck you. I got a mortgage. Let's do it.
Color is your Bugatti?
Yeah, exactly.
No, I drive a Ford F1 Bugatti, and I've got tractors that are probably about the same price as many sports cars.
Phil's tractors are green.
He said he
His
drives a
tractors are green.
Ford F1 Bugatti. I could never underhear that. I feel my
Ford
ears are
F1.
molested.
No, I said that one time to my daughter because we were making fun of Andrew Tate. I'm driving a Ford F1 Bugatti, and she is like, I'll never. Dad, please no.
Yeah, don't do that again. That is super cringe.
You can obey and be a good daughter, and I will never say that again. Okay, that's all you got to do. And she's been great ever since. So I think she's really just trying to stop that from ever being spoken again.
Oh my god! On that horrible joke, I'm having severe internet problems. I'm gonna try to figure it out, but in case I don't make it back,
Say
I
your
thank
piece.
everybody for joining me, and you and Phil and Aiko and Kay and Osiris. I'm gonna see if I can't figure this out, but it doesn't look good. I keep getting booted from the room, so you just keep rolling, Phil. I'll see if I can figure this out.
Unplug and plug back in, bro.
Yeah,
I'll catch
pretty
you later.
much.
But yeah, so that's me and Tony's origin story of like we were literally best friends from 6th grade on. We did our own backyard wrestling federation, Revolutionary Extreme Wrestling, which is why to this day our pro wrestling podcast is called the Revolutionary Wrestling Podcast. So like we're literally just one letter off. And so we've been good buddies our whole life, and we've maintained it this whole time. And he's been there for me through thick, thin, thinner, and thinnest. There's I could count on one hand the number of motherfuckers I'd go to war for, and he's one of them. So yeah,
amen to that. Yeah, that's cool. I only asked because I first of all I didn't know that, and second of all, you guys seem to diverge politically pretty hard. He seems really centrist, and you seem very right.
We've been arguing about that since about 9th grade. Yeah. He's always been very moderate, normie, down the middle, and I've literally since I was 14, I was very hard right Republican. I've been working since I was 13. I've been paying into Social Security since I was 13 years old, and yeah, I got that first check. That first, I'm like, this is fucking bullshit, and ever since then, it's never really gone away.
I understand that.
So, Phil, I've been curious about this. So, if it's been that way since that age, like at that time, what it meant to be a conservative Republican was different than it is now, right? Like if it was 2000, 2001, 2002, and you were far right Republican, that meant you were a neocon, right?
So, I'm glad I wasn't podcasting back then because boy, I'd have some stuff to correct. Like, oh no, I will admit I'm gonna be hang on, let me get a drink of tea here because I'm gonna be full disclosure on my voting history.
You need some Texas tea. This is not the right kind of tea.
I mean, I'm less concerned about how you voted, but like,
well, no, like I'm gonna be honest with you. In 2004, I made the very cringe decision to vote for Bush because I thought, oh my God, if Bush doesn't run the world and make sure that the Iraq war goes well, all will be lost. The end is nigh. By 2008, I was of the impression that George W. Bush was a soft-headed tit and a danger to us all and damn near led the world to ruin. So quite a bit happened
in 2000.
Well, okay, but I was a fucking like 14, or no, I was actually 16 in 2000.
Right.
I think no, I was 15. I was 15 in 2000.
But I mean, to be fair, like almost everybody who votes Republican now, like
doesn't
thought
like Bush
that
now.
Back then, and would not admit now that they liked Bush back then. But the point is, I evolved ideologies within parties shift over time. But a lot of people it's almost as like how if things shift, it's like a frog boiling in water, right? Like you don't realize that your opinions are shifting. You just know that you believe the same as this party. And then as that party starts shifting,
I acknowledge many times, and I'm going to say this with everybody in the sound of my voice, you need to understand
it's the same way with Democrats.
Extent that all of us, that your opinions are assigned to you. And once you realize that, yes, even you, me, all of us have opinions that have been assigned to us, then your mind can kind of move on to that next level.
Yeah, but the difference is how urgently are you going to argue for your opinions based on what you say is assigned to you? This is what kind of baffles me sometimes is that somebody like for me. I'll be clear here. I think personality, characteristically, and morally, Donald Trump is bankrupt, right? He has he can't tell anybody about anything when it comes to morality or ethics or anything. But yet there's people who defend him. And I'm not clear why. Because I think part of being in the executive office is the illusion, at least the illusion, of being morally sound and ethically sound, even if it's an illusion, even because we know that there's a lot of presidents who are not morally and ethically sound, but it's putting forth that facade that matters. That matters. That is part of the job. So I'm just curious of why people have thrown that out as of late.
They haven't thrown that out. It's just sort of the idea of they just believe people are bearing false witness against him.
So like
he's like Samson, the imperfect messenger.
Why? Okay, why can't we agree? Not me and you, but America. Like for example, when Clinton got into the hot water he got into, Bill Clinton, even Democrats were like, you know what? We're gonna back away from that. We don't want none of that. Why are we so
seemingly like from the right's perspective, they circled the wagon around Bill because everybody says, oh, it's because he got a blowjob in office. That's not what happened. He said, I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky, when he was under oath. He committed a felony on film. Any one of us on this panel would be doing 5 years in a federal pen for doing that exact thing. And Bill Clinton walked fucking scot clean.
No.
Okay,
no. That's a matter.
Hold on, I do want a citation on that. 5 years in a federal pen for
perjury.
For perjury.
We'll all do 5 years for perjury.
Guaranteed. I'm asking for the citation on that.
No,
that he committed perjury.
No. That the penalty for perjury is 5 years in a federal pen.
Yeah, I don't think he would have got 5 years for that.
That's the federal mandatory minimum now. For the law he signed.
I'm not saying I don't believe you.
He would have done 5 years mandatory minimum from the law he signed, making mandatory minimum.
I'm not saying I disagree with you. I'm asking you for the citation.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not saying you're wrong. Later. I believe you. I just want to know.
I'll send you the legal code later. But
that sounds really harsh for lying about it.
No, but that's not what matters. That's not what fucking matters. The principally what matters is not whether he lied about that, because we know he lied about it. We see them say, it depends how you define sex. When you see a man say some shit like that, you know he did the shit. You know, especially women do that. The problem was that they nailed him against the wall because they were doing what you say they're doing to Donald Trump. They weren't investigating him on the blowjob thing. That's not what was happening. They were investigating him on some other shit, caught error of that, and brought that to the forefront. In the same way that you were saying that they're doing your candidate. Am I right or am I wrong?
No, because the basis of the investigation there was no basis in the original investigation into Donald Trump to begin with.
There was no basis on Bill Clinton's about blowjobs at all. That's not what they were investigating him for. That's what they picked up on.
Well, yeah, he was dumb enough to commit a felony on film. When you commit a felony on film, what the fuck do you want them to do?
Wait, so you're double standing me.
Well, no. Donald Trump has not on film committed perjuring himself while in the Oval Office.
No. That's not what we're talking. No, that's not what we're talking about here. When they initially started investigating Bill Clinton, was it about blowjobs?
I think it was due to real estate in Arkansas.
It was Whitewater.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you do, and you,
fishing
and I know, Phil, that you do not believe that there should be a wide sweeping ability to investigate anybody on anything once you start investigating people, right?
Could you rephrase that?
If I start investigating Phil KOE on whether he should not have an American flag, on American flag, I'm your opposition. I am investigating on the fact that you have an American flag in your background. But then I figure out that you have a dog in your foreground. But that's not what I came here for. And then should that be part of the investigation if that's not what I came here for?
Give the gift to Phil.
Because if that's true, it's politically motivated, right?
Okay, Osiris, what if you find out that he's a serial killer? It's irrelevant to this investigation. Let's ignore that. Like we
find out he's a philanderer who lies under oath. The thing is, Trump, there's nothing anything close to that. It's all paper shit that you have to make up, and you have to come up with a second and third order.
The same thing. I'm going to do the exact same thing.
With Bill Clinton, it's first order. It's like he did this on film. With Trump, it's always second and third order. Well, he paid somebody that then had to do this, and therefore
No, it's not, because just because in the same way that you could say that, I would argue that having government documents in your home, even though every politician ever has done that, is worse than lying about getting your dick sucked.
God, you must really hate Joe Biden, who had classified documents as a senator when he had
Every
no
one of them
authorization
have
to
it.
do so.
Every
You must think he's way
politician-
worse, considering he did it negligently without knowing it. So he was negligent with
No,
national security
every
secrets,
politician,
which is way
who's-
worse than Trump, who knew where everything was. So you must hate him way more.
Phil, every
Golly, you gotta hate him.
every
Well,
politician.
hold on. I don't think you want to actually say that Trump knew where everything was, because he's
did.
going to claim that he didn't.
He did.
Like, that's going to be critical to this case. He's being
Yes.
tried under the Espionage Act. So if you're saying that he knew where everything was, you're
He
admitting
classified
guilt.
everything. I'm not admitting anything like guilt for Trump. Jesus, no, he already.
You said he knew where everything
declassified.
was.
Yes, because it was
Dude,
under lock and key by
wait,
the
dude,
Secret Service.
hold on,
The
The
guy-
hold on.
Secret
Wait,
Service
gonna be
knew
that
where
he
it
didn't
was.
know.
There was no risk on those documents
His claim is he
whatsoever.
doesn't-
However, Joe Biden's documents were in the
No,
residence that he
stop.
shared with Hunter fucking Biden, who we
You're
know
literally-
is
you're
compromised to the Ukrainians and
Look,
the
I
Chinese.
almost said that
We
shit in
now know
Spanish.
beyond a
Literally.
reasonable doubt he is
Listen.
compromised.
You
Listen
said
to
he
me.
didn't know it was there.
And he could have sold out our national security secrets.
How can he
the
sell
means,
it out
he
if he
had
didn't
the
know it was
placement,
there?
he had the
He would
ability.
have to know in order to sell
Joe
it.
didn't know it was there. We don't know if Hunter
No.
didn't know it was not.
This is
They
not
shared
new.
a fucking residence,
on.
for God's sake.
The
Phil,
we don't
Phil.
know is
Where the
critical part.
documents were.
The we
Phil.
do know is
Yes,
the
we do.
critical
We
part
actually
for
know
the-
exactly where they were. They
Hold
were
on.
right next to the Corvette in
No.
the residence that Joe Biden and
But
Hunter
you
Biden
just said
shared.
he didn't know.
Phil, listen.
Joe didn't know. We
Every
found out when
high-
the FBI looked around his house.
Every high level person in government, it can be charged for this exact crime. Almost every one of them.
And,
And-
the fact
and-
that
and-
only Donald Trump
no,
is
just let me
proof
finish.
of corruption.
I don't get
Proof?
Listen.
He's
And
he's arguing what he thinks you're about to say, not what
Listen.
you're about to say.
I know. Literally every high level government official has been gone to task with this, having documents that they should not have. This goes back very far. This is a normal thing. I'm not really quite sure what the logistics of this is or why it works this way, but it's normal. And I would say it would be normal for Donald Trump too. Here's the difference. Two things, or at least one thing. Donald Trump would not give them back. Everybody else just says, "Oh, I didn't know. I had no idea." Let me give them back. He
After
wouldn't
the
give
FBI
them back.
broke around their house.
That's the problem. Why wouldn't they? What is your explanation for him just not giving them back?
Because he, as the president, has unilateral authority to declassify. All authority to classify comes from the office of the presidency.
So
He
then-
declassified them and they were his property.
Why
And
did he
so
say
he
on
didn't
tape?
think-
Why
he
did he say
didn't
on
think he
tape? I
should
can't
have-
show you these.
What's that?
They have him on tape. DOJ has him on tape talking about a document, and he says, "I'd show it to you. There's this thing that I can prove, but I can't show it to you. I can't show it to you because it's classified, but I have it." And he was saying this after he'd stepped down as president, which means he, in his
I'd have to
mind,
see the exact wording of that.
uh,
But I'll
I-
take your word for it.
you'll hear it because it's going to be a trial. Like that tape is part of the state's evidence that they have. is-
I just don't understand what this blind faith for Donald Trump. The dude he is creepy as fuck. All right, like if you're gonna
About 70 million people
hold on.
believe the line that he.
I don't care what
between
70
us
million
and
people.
them.
Just because a lot of people believe
Like it
something,
or
make it
not.
right. Like if you believe that, that Joe Biden is an old creepy ass man, how the fuck do you not believe that Donald Trump is not an old creepy ass man?
I wouldn't ride an elevator alone with either one of them.
There you go. That's all I need to know. That is absolutely true.
But Phil, like something that I wanted to
If I
comment
was
on
left
is
with
like
the choice, I'd trust Trump way before Joe. Though.
But something I wanted to comment on, Phil, is like you said something about how, Donald Trump was the only one. And like valid, fair argument based on like one side versus the other. But here's the reality is that if we're going to produce better for society and actually build a government that is actually doing for the people, because our cities are collapsing in on themselves. People are hurting, people are suffering. There is like literally no hope in society for the average person these days. Mental health crisis, opioids crisis. We're just not doing well as a society. And if we want to improve on that, then we need more government transparency. And the reality is that if you're going to start holding the government to a standard, someone has to be first.
And
not
you think
not only
the
they have
fact
to
that
be
it happens
first.
to be the main leading Republican candidate for president,
Hold on.
think that might not just be a wee
Real
bit of a
quick.
coincidence?
No,
I
the
mean, I'm
person
sorry,
who
this
has-
has been going on for years. Somebody should have gone down
So,
for it first before
if I'm not mistaken,
the main leading candidate
what Kay is
for-
describing, somebody has to be by transparency. That implies a moral leader, an ethical leader. Somebody. Donald Trump is not that guy. Like Biden is not that guy either, to be clear. But Donald Trump is definitely not that guy, right? We need a reset of our political system and then a trust rebuilt into our institutional system, into the voting, into the federal part of our institutions, and into our local institutions. We need that to be a thing. Donald Trump is antithesis to that thing. That's the problem.
maybe to one half of America, but to the other half, he is all that's standing in between.
Can
Come
you,
on, dude.
can,
Come
can
No,
you
I'm trying to tell
honestly
you a
say
perspective that
that,
you're
Thirty
like,
percent of America, not half. 30%.
But like, and honestly, like, can you honestly say that you could see a future where people are not as polarized, where there's not as much hate in society, there's not as much as division, that we're going to build that future with Donald Trump at the helm?
I was about to say, in terms of where American politics is going, this is one of those, like, I think you might want to just give the right this one. Like Tony said, it's kind of like guys, just give Cartman this one, because like it's in terms of building better unity.
I'd give it to Mitch McConnell before I give it to Donald Trump.
Since Obama became president, has it gotten better or worse unity in this country? All y'all on this panel?
Wait, since Donald Trump became president, has it gotten better? Or worse?
Since in 2008, when Obama became president, has our unity as a
Do
country
you think
gotten better
Obama was
or
the
worse?
one who was fueling that divisiveness?
Obama was one of the crux moments. Like that's one of those, like in this
This is an
timeline.
important question.
Like, no, what I'm
fueled
saying
it?
is, in our timeline, without Obama, we don't have Trump.
Okay, no, that's not my question. Who fueled it? Did you think Obama was fueling the divisiveness, or do you think people against Obama was fueling the divisiveness? That's important.
That was both. Let's be frank. Obama was not showing a lot of love for the right.
No,
in his run in
dude,
2008.
no, come on.
He gave the right nothing to cling
This
on.
is
I mean,
is
the
why
right was saying that his wife was a man.
They were saying literally memes of him being a monkey and being not American were online.
Hanging
Pervasive.
dummies of him from trees.
Yes, come on. He was
I was
not
about
doing
to say,
that.
I can
Even the left wasn't doing
like.
that.
Do I need to bring up like Kathy Griffin holding up the Donald Trump bloody head?
And I'm not a fan of
Everybody
the
gets
left.
a little carried away when it's election season.
well, election season.
No,
Hold on,
that's
you think that
different.
only happened during election season?
That is not no.
And
And
most
not only
of the
that,
stuff he was describing probably happened.
That was for
in
about 10
2008
years. That was
in-
about a
Yes.
year before and after his presidency, and all 8 years. Like that was a solid decade of people doing that.
and I
Heck,
can
I
imagine.
was just doing writing a report because, heaven forbid, where we are in this country, Randall Terry has made his reappearance into anti-abortion activism. I was just doing a report on him where I was looking at the footage of him outside the Supreme Court dressed up as Donald Trump whipping a white woman.
Jesus.
Like that was at the very, very end of his presidency. Like he went through so much like outright attacks
There
on
is a
him, his
difference between
family, his
Obama and
children.
Trump. Absolutely, objectively.
You talking about Obama or Trump?
I said there's a difference between Obama and Trump, as in who is fueling the divisiveness, right? Obama was fighting to just be even, middle of the ground. That's what he wanted to be. That's what he wanted to be. The leftists wanted him to be progressive.
Maybe
He was
from
not-
the left side of the aisle, that's how he seemed. But like,
even the conservatives were like,
Osiris isn't exactly a leftist.
yeah, I'm not a leftist. Fuck them people. Like they're crazy.
no, but I'm just saying, like, folks who are definitively not on the right, like, probably didn't see it that way. But like, I
I mean,
understand. the
okay,
perspective.
what was he feeling as divisiveness? What words was he saying that made him divisive?
Well, when he's talking about we need to get rid of NASCAR and he wanted to do the big gun control,
Get
push.
rid of NASCAR? That's a really.
No, he
love to
said
hear
he
the
actually
citation.
wanted to limit the fuel usage of NASCAR because it was useful. It was wasteful for the environment.
Wait, I gotta see.
Well,
this.
that's
Look
different
at
than
that.
getting rid of. Yeah, sure.
Mm,
Like having fuel.
if you
efficiency
can't drive your
standards,
NASCAR
whatever.
car fast enough, that is infringing on NASCAR. Now, I don't even like NASCAR, but I know them folks fucking
Right,
love it. They're like dog
I'm gonna
people
clip
on
that one.
steroids. Okay.
That's gonna hurt your presidential campaign.
First of all,
Phil.
I don't even care
No,
about
like, no,
NASCAR.
I never watched NASCAR. I was into MMA and boxing.
He's making
That was
a
it. That was
left
my only thing.
turn. He's making another left turn.
Okay, so fuel efficiency standards for NASCAR is the equivalent
Damn it.
of grab 'em by the pussy. Like those are.
Oh
same
yeah,
thing.
that's it. That's it. But no, then I could say NASCAR went woke. So yeah. Sorry,
I can
folks.
tell you why the right
Can't get into
hated Barack Obama. I can tell you because I was right in the fucking middle of it. The reason why Barack Obama was crucified by the right is because he was the first president to take a very, very blunt, very firm stance ever since, not since Bill Clinton. Even Bill Clinton was not as firm on his stance of being 100% in support of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth.
and healthcare.
Mhm.
Those are two things that they took a very firm stance against. And during Barack Obama's term, they also birthed the grassroots movement of what was Rand Paul part of whatever that
Tea Party.
Tea Party. There you go, the Tea Party. And I think these all came into triangulation, and
Check messages again, Bandit.
I don't personally believe that America is overtly crazy racist, right? But I think they will use racist tactics to fuck with people. Those are very two different things. Let me be clear, right? Like there's a difference between I hate you and I'm gonna just fucking drag you through the mud because of who you are. And they dragged him through the mud because of who he was. And that's a very different reason.
Do you think all opposition to Obama was based on his race?
No,
Or, like,
I-
what
not- no.
percentage do you think it was then?
I don't know the percentage, but I
Was
know
it
that
half. Was it a fourth? Was it?
I don't know.
10%?
I have
90%?
no fucking idea. But I can tell you the arguments. The birther thing is racist. Okay, absolutely racist. Let's be honest on that one. The memes online, whether they came from 4chan, Facebook, or wherever the fuck they came from, were racist. They were fucking racist. I don't know who these people are. I don't think these are MAGA people specifically. I don't know where they come from. I have no clue. But I know that there's a difference between him enduring attacks and Trump producing attacks, because he was part of that attack. Let's be clear on that. He was part of that attack, and that's why I don't.
Oh, you're gonna hate this. Roger Stone said that Trump doing the birtherism was one of the best movement building exercises that he
politically, yes.
Because whether you any of you
course.
like it or not, hang on. Because I got an intro
But
to
he's
give
right.
here. One moment. Because whether anybody likes it or not, what made Donald Trump legitimate on the political stage was whether anybody likes it or not, and they can say, oh, the racial attack, whatever. Barack Obama had to physically show his birth certificate, and he had to actually try to disprove Donald Trump. And in that moment, Donald Trump became politically active in American
Yeah,
politics.
but nobody's disagreeing with that. Everyone
Yeah,
agrees
no.
with you.
But
I don't
hang
know why
on,
you're
I've
saying
also
that as
got
if we disagree. Like
an
here's the thing.
introduction here of the great Virginia correspondent himself, the great, the one, the only Bandit. How are we doing, sir?
Doing all right. How about y'all?
Oh, we're just it's all peace, love, and understanding around here.
Real quick, I know Iko wants to hop in on that last comment, but just real quick to push against on the Bill Clinton comment because I heard it firsthand from the guy that his name escapes me at the moment, but he was the ambassador to Belgium under Obama. Was the guy that at the legal firm that helped Bill Clinton with the whole I did not have, or what was the term
I did
that
not
he
have
used?
sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman because sexual relation, or whatever the term it was, has a different connotation from I did not have sex with that person.
Slick Willie being slick? No.
Well,
I
it
don't
depends
think
on
he
what
will.
the
no way. I
definition
think we
of
all
is
agree.
is.
I think we all agree that's a bull. Nobody believes that shit. That's retarded. Fucking
Well,
Bill
no,
Clinton-
no.
Depends
Hold
on what
on,
the meaning
Osiris.
of is.
The point of that whole exercise was not for the people. It was a legal exercise because when he went in front of the people and said I did not have sexual relations, he admitted to some physical activity, but it did not. It wasn't a
Yeah, that's right.
legal admission.
Yeah, I agree with that. I 100%
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
with
I
that.
wish Canadar was here. So in Arkansas, is a blowjob not like? Is it like no? That don't count. That's just
Well,
a little mouth hello. That's all that
The
is.
phrase sexual relations implies that like you can have kids, right? Like most people can't get pregnant from a blowjob. But
You said
So-
most people.
yeah, most well, I don't
I just want to see how this happens. I'm clear.
There's
I
that
mean,
one
you know,
really slutty lady who
I
had
don't
that
wanna
really
totally-
adventurous weekend.
yeah,
But that's
there
the
might
one.
if you
be like-
swallow, you might get pregnant. Says Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. No, but so here's the thing about what you said though, because I think everyone agrees with what you said, Phil, about there was a reason why Donald Trump like did it that way, and that made him more politically viable. I agree with Stone on that, because if Democrats get 48% of the vote, say, and Republicans have 45%, and there's a remaining 5% sliver of racists, you're going to want those racists to come over to your side and not to someone else's. That's the point
Problem
that
is, you
Osiris
can't
is
pick out
making.
what's the 5% though. At any
But
given
you
moment.
can, because if you're willing to make
No,
like
and it's
racist
not going to be one for
appeals-
one. It's all going to be racists. Like you can't say like so.
Uh,
Like, do you think everybody that voted for Donald Trump did so out of some racial animus?
I just gave you a number, 5%.
So you think
So if it's
5% of people?
I'm saying if I'm saying if
5%
an election
Donald
is super
Trump's
close.
election was absolutely 5%.
Osiris's point is that if an election is super close, and you've got a segment of people who you can pull in with like with birtherism and stuff like that, then yes, that will absolutely make. I think Stone would be the first person to say if appealing to racism allows you to win, he'd rather you win than be more.
Would a Democrat
morally
say
pure and
anything
lose.
differently?
No,
I mean,
but they
considering the
didn't have that
Dixiecrats were a
opportunity.
thing, they
Yeah.
totally did.
Exactly, 100%.
The Dixiecrats were a real thing, so they totally
Well,
But
did utilize the racist
this is why,
sliver for 100
why
and
I
some
was a
odd years.
Republican prior to the 1990.
Well, didn't the birtherism claim start with Hillary?
Yes, absolutely. But guess who I voted against in that primary, and for that very reason. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Phil. I was in favor of
Just that
impeachment of
reason.
Bill Clinton in the 90s.
Had
You're not
nothing
going
do
to
with
get
the fact
me
that
on
Obama
like
was just the
supporting
cooler
No,
one of the two.
like I 100% believe that and political parties will leverage racism or any other negative qualities to whatever degree that they can. And in fact, if you take me back to any historical period, you did this, Phil. You asked me, you said we wanted to do an exercise on when would you vote Republican, when would you party switch based on what year. You were going to do a whole thing about it, right?
Yeah,
I said I wouldn't start voting for Democrats. Like I certainly wouldn't have been voting for the Dixiecrats in the 40s and 50s, certainly not. And I was in favor of Republicans well into the 20th century. And there are periods in the 60s and 70s and 80s where I would have been hard pressed to go Republican. In fact, I was a Republican. My first Democrat was in this century, was in the was in the 2000s. It was John Kerry. So I never voted for Bill Clinton. Like neither time did I vote for Bill Clinton.
No, like
yeah.
honestly, straight up, like I'll give a small spoiler alert, but like if when we do that, how we would have voted in each election thing when we pick that, and I'm hoping Osiris will come along too. But
yeah, you should do this.
The one that's going to shock a lot of people is going to be Jimmy Carter, because I'm a farmer, and like I'm sorry, like that would have just been too much for me. Like I'm just an old peanut farmer. It's going to head to DC and clean that dirty town up. And then he got there and it was like, whoa, that did not turn out how we thought it was. Oh my god.
Well, Phil, don't you think this is more of an indictment of how DC politics works? Because everybody says they're going to go in there and clean it up. So either you have to believe that they're all corrupt, or
we're going to drain the swamp,
or or that it's just under the structure that we have is just not cleanable. In the
why can't it be both?
Oh, sorry. Did you hear what I said while you were gone?
I clearly didn't hear what I said.
What? Sometimes people have their headphones. I don't know.
No, I didn't.
I was talking about how if, let's say, the Democrats have 48% and Republicans had 45%. And so there's this, but there was a remaining 5% of racists that you could pull in one direction or another. That Roger Stone quote that Phil was talking about, like, I think Roger Stone would rather that segment of the population vote for his guy than vote for the other guy. Right. And it was just like what you were saying was that it's not necessarily that they're racist. It's that they need the votes of those racists.
They will take whatever vote from whoever they need to.
Yeah.
Why do you think there's Clinton Gore with the rebel flags bumper stickers back in the 90s?
100%.
Hold on. There's a flaw there, because how many of those votes can you pick up from other issues versus just being, oh, we have to embrace a racist issue in order to pick up that sliver of votes.
Oh, yeah.
That's where Roger Stone was.
I have a million problems with it because it's a thought experiment in a bubble, and that's
no,
politics.
No, it's not.
No, I'm with you.
I think it's a good point.
No, I'm with Bandit too. We're all with Bandit. That's the point. I don't believe that these people are racist, right? Like that's not the issue. And this is where Hillary Clinton fucked up, right? Like by saying there's whatever
basket of
deplorable or whatever the fuck. That's dumb as fuck. That doesn't make any sense. I don't think the majority of America is overtly racist. I think we're all a little bit racist. Like I was saying, when you're with our family, you say some crazy shit, but most of America is not racist, and to paint them that way, this is the left's problem. To paint them that way is a detriment politically, and it should be expelled from our political rhetoric. At least insofar as that, if you can't at least prove racist intentions or at least racist acts, just leave it alone. Because everybody has some like bigoted thoughts or some stereotypical thoughts that might be misconstrued or as racist. But who cares? That doesn't matter. We're people. We're flawed in many ways.
No, I just one moment, like, Osiris, whenever people talk about that, like, I always say, folks, if you believe yourself above any kind of bigotry or any kind of prejudgment or anything like that, why don't you come with me to the backwoods of Nebraska, and I'll introduce you to some people who you will be concerned about upon your first impression. And let's see how lacking of judgment you are in that moment. I'm just curious.
I mean, it goes both ways, right? Like I can show you some Hispanics.
The cities I don't like.
Hispanics are pretty confrontational against black people. Black people are pretty confrontational against white people. Like I can show we could do this all day.
No.
We could do this all day.
This was a kind of addressed earlier on where people tend to group with people that they are like-minded, or they have some familial linking to, whether it be race, ideology, ethnic heritage. And so it's one of those things that when you venture into the other, whether it be rural to urban or vice versa, you run that risk of coming across someone that doesn't like you for whatever reason under the sun.
No, that's
Well, like
true.
whenever somebody goes through life, we all have our own idea of life, and there's the thesis of it, and we will constantly find antithesis, and we will either rebut the antithesis or we will arrive at a new synthesis, so combining of the two. Now, Grow the Farm Up here says, drop it in later. You guys 8 layers. We're 15 layers deep, and just so y'all know, this is my brother, Grow the Farm Up. Great farmer, badass guy. And definitely go check him out, everybody. Grow the Farm Up, in case you're wondering about regenerative agriculture. And as Osiris knows, he does nothing but spread peace and love whenever he's on any show, and he's appreciated
your
everywhere.
Brother. We won't get into it, but he's a little bit how would you put it? He likes to burn fires.
I didn't come from nowhere. But now,
Yeah.
now this is a fascinating thing, and I just wanted to make note of this, because we're talking about election politics, everything. For the first time in my life, ever, I've given a tacit, even partial endorsement to a Democratic candidate. Tony said this would never happen. He's known me his whole life. He's like, I never thought this would happen. And in my ranked choice voting, if I was given 3. My first choice would, of course, be Phil KOE, obviously. That's number 1. My second ranked choice voting would be Donald J. Trump. And my third choice would be RFK Jr. If the election was today and we had ranked choice voting.
If we had fair voting, I think there would be a lot of Republicans who might go to Kennedy. I think that's true.
Oh, yeah. If Trump's not in and Kennedy were the nominee, it would be very tempting. It would be very
Would we call
hard
him
not
a
to vote
populist?
for him. I just call him what America
He's
needs.
populist on the issue that everyone knows him for sure.
He's a Democrat from the 70s. And that's all anybody wants. Okay, even Republicans will be like, okay, the Democrats now are loony. But if I could just get a Democrat from the 70s,
Like
a
a Dixiecrat.
1977, your JFK 1970s Democrats, okay? Now he's a little bit 60s. I don't think he didn't make it.
He didn't make it to the
But
70s.
but after he died, there was a lot of Kennedy Democrats, throughout the Northeast, so that's kind of what America wants. We want a 70s Democrat or we'll even take a 1982 Democrat.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. Let me explain. I think so. You're seeing this in a lot of different parts of the political, social commentary. Is that a lot of people want something that is akin to the 50s, 60s, 70s, whatever it may be, depending on their ideology. I think people have an idealized way of what America was, because they're picking and choosing from different parts. So you got red pill community who wants traditional, even though they're stupid, they have no idea what tradcon marriages look like. They're picking and choosing something from the
I don't think tradcons are red pill really.
No, tradcons aren't red pill, but red pill want tradcon.
They claim that.
They claim they do. Yeah, right. And then you got actual tradcons who want something from the 50s and 60s, but they want those things, but they forget the parts that weren't good about those that came with that. So there's that. And then you got liberals who want something different. I'll be honest, I don't know what the fuck liberals want anymore. So
yeah, I think what it is the
that's one of those words that's ill-defined, right? There are 3 or 4 different definitions of liberal right now.
Yeah, I'm very confused.
Nobody knows what it means.
Well, on the right wing side of it, we all had to eat a bitter pill when it came to the wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, and it's one of those things that, as of right now, we'll accept a whole lot of Democrat ideas that are, 60, 70, well, nothing past 76, if you get my saying. But we'll go for an anti-war Democrat over a neocon.
True. Yeah, and Bandit touched on it. Republicans like ate a very bitter pill about how wrong they were about those wars and how wrong we were. Like I was one of them. Like I said, in 2004, it was my first election that I could vote for. Like I think I was 18 actually. And so I was super enthused about that. And then the next 4 years of that war and then the economy. I couldn't vote Obama because I didn't think he was the right direction. McCain never saw a war he ever liked, so I could not vote for him. And
But he
so
was in every war.
He did
and so I cast
a war
my
he
ballot
didn't like.
for Ron Paul in 2008. And oh man, I like that one was really in 2012. I was one of those guys that like I almost volunteered to be one of Ron Paul's delegates for Nebraska. So I'd go to Florida and do the convention, and that was one of the last years my grandpa was active in politics. So if I would have gone, I probably would have like, Grandpa, what are you doing here? Phil, what the hell are you doing here? Oh, you're not one of them Ron Paul troublemakers, are you? Oh, come on, come to the back room. We'll talk to the Great Spider and we'll set you straight, okay? Like, yeah, it's like the South Park, the Great Spider behind everything. But yeah, so that was my dedication to Ron Paul there. I held my nose in the end and voted for Mitt Romney. I wasn't happy about it though. I was not like, it was like
Mitt Romney never had a chance, unfortunately.
It was basically like, okay, I'm a businessman.
12?
He's a businessman. He at least kind of gets it.
Yeah.
And then let's see, after that, 2012, then we come to 2016. Now, Aiko, Osiris, K, this might come as a shock to you,
Okay.
but I did vote for Donald Trump.
What a shocker.
I know the world doesn't make sense anymore. I didn't have to brace Bandit for that. Like
What
he's
a
like,
shocker.
yeah, Bandit's like, yeah, wait, like, and so like, now I'm curious for each of y'all with everybody that's kind of announced. Like, we'll call this the non-Phil KOE division, obviously, okay? Because obviously, all of your first ranked choice would be Phil KOE without question. So we'll just exclude that for now. But like, who are the three that not even like if you had to give ranked choice as it stands right now, this year of our Lord 2023, 6/9/2023, just to give the future a snapshot of the past. Like we'll start with you, Aiko. What would your ranked choice top three be just right now? We're not going to hold you to this, obviously.
For 24?
Yeah, for 2024.
Of the people who are currently running.
Of the people who are currently running or even kind of fuzzy, probably going to run. Like, giving you a wide berth here. You can even say Kanye if you want. I don't give a fuck.
Let's see. Rank choice. Okay, assuming the rules. I've got it. So all of my thinking has been around like current rules of voting. So for me to like assume ranked choice voting rules, gosh, I mean, obviously I plan on voting for Biden in the general election. But if we're doing ranked choice voting, would I make him my number one, or is there a candidate I would?
Yeah, that's actually what I'm very curious about. Is there somebody that like would Biden be a number two or even a number three for you? And who would you like? This is fascinating to me. And again, folks, it's just a snapshot in history for the future.
Yeah, if we were doing ranked choice voting, who would be my? I would have to really think about it because I don't know who I think is like realistic to run or not to run. My assumption is nobody who's realistic is going to run in 24, just because no one's going to run against a sitting president. Just like we didn't really like functionally have primaries, Republican primaries in 2020 for the same reason, right? I mean, obviously it was going to be Trump. So I guess it would be Biden would be my number one because I don't think anybody would run. Anybody who would run against him isn't somebody I would vote for. So yeah, it would be Biden would be my number one. And then if we're going to assume the other two candidates, I guess my number two would have to be Marianne Williamson because I don't know anybody else who would run besides Kennedy. So it's got to be it's got to be the Crystal Lady, right? Like it's got to be yeah, and I suppose maybe number three would have to be it would be a third party candidate.
Oh,
would probably have to be
RFK Jr. three.
No. He absolutely would not be my number three. I would vote for the Crystal Lady over RFK Jr. Yes, for sure, absolutely.
Wow.
I guess my number 3 would have to be what's his name, the UBI guy,
Yang?
Andrew
Yang.
Yang.
Yang would
Is
have
he
to be
running
my
again?
number 2.
I don't
Well,
know.
he's
He might be trying to sell a book.
he's endorsed the Forward Party, and I think he's the
Oh,
most
Lord.
high-profile person in the Forward Party. So I assume that if anybody runs for the Forward Party, it's going to be Yang. So I think he'd be my number 3, I guess.
Okay, Osiris. Your rank choice. Obviously, you have to exclude Phil KOE. I know. I'm sorry. I apologize. But who would be your rank choice 3? Who would be your 3 stooges at the moment?
That's a hard question. Let me think. So I'll preface this by saying I think I'm with a lot of the country by saying that by polling, I don't like any of the candidates. I don't like Donald Trump. I don't like Biden. I don't like Kennedy. DeSantis, maybe I need to kind of dive into that, but probably not. Like it all seems like trash. Like, well, who are these people? Why are we here? I don't give a fuck about any of these people. But if you're forcing me to make a choice, I think I'm going to go.
You will be forced to make a choice next year.
If you're forcing me to make a choice, I'm going to go with Biden, DeSantis, and Biden, DeSantis, and who's the next person? I don't know who the third person is.
Probably Vivek Ramaswamy.
Who?
Vivek Ramaswamy. He's basically the Andrew Yang of the GOP right now.
Yep.
That's
young
He wants to raise the voting age to 25.
Wait, what? I don't
He
know.
wants to raise the voting age to 25.
I don't know about that one. If anything, we should lower the voting age.
I think it kind of lends credence to him being the Andrew Yang of the GOP.
Yeah,
he's got some ideas.
I like new ideas, but that sounds ridiculous to me. I don't know who the third person would be. I'm gonna toss up between. I want to. Look. I'm be honest with you. I'm old in a way, so I'm like, look. I'm not a fan of DeSantis, but if DeSantis can bring politics back into the norm, I'm okay with that. This is why Biden got elected, but we're still here. So whoever can bring politics back into civility,
Nikki Haley, maybe.
I like it, that's why this is why it's this hard decision because who knows? I want to see civility back in politics. And a lot of people say, well, civility back in politics means broken politics means money in politics. It means all these other things. Yeah, of course, true. But those are things we can address.
Those things.
This chaos factor, I am not down for the chaos factor. I do not like the chaos factor. It gives me anxiety. Right?
You don't like the agents of chaos. Now, I gotta say, grow the farm up with maybe the comment of the night. Did Lindsey Graham kablooey the dam? Well, maybe indirectly, Lindsey Graham. Like, no, we got to blow that dam. Otherwise, somebody might out me to my mom. But yeah,
well,
I've been
having that theory to quote Lindsey Graham, if he did, it's the best money he ever spent.
Gross. Now, Kay, we land upon you. Do you have any opinion on who would be your 3 rank choice? Obviously, no Phil KOE. Otherwise, I would occupy all 3 spots.
I've already changed my mind, by the way.
Damn, I go like that's the thing when you got a debate coach, you'll start debating shit in his mind with himself.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I don't know about that. Nah, you lose, fucker. You're right. You did lose, fucker. And so who wins when you beat yourself in a debate? Like that's a weird one.
I feel like you both lose.
Yeah, we both lost, and we both it's
we all win. We all win.
Situation.
If somebody's minds change, that means like things have improved, probably.
Now, Kay, I'm curious, who do you got in this the 3 Stooges pick? Lindsey Graham has a very poor investment portfolio, says grow the farm up. He's not washing enough through Ukraine.
Phil, I am fairly far left on absolutely everything, probably, aside from the fact that I am 100% against abortion. Politics and especially elections it's like playing Russian roulette with a fully loaded gun for me. I have to sacrifice and bend my morals so much in order to go into a voting booth. I've been keeping an eye on the American Solidarity Party. I do not love the fact that they feel the need to have the anti-gay platform. I feel it's incredibly unnecessary. But I do keep an eye on them every election season. I don't know a whole lot about Peter Sonsky other than the fact that I know that he has been active in pro-life activism in the past. But that might possibly be a viable, like, I'll toss my vote behind him candidate in the future.
Okay.
That's a
Okay.
choice.
All right. So is that your number one choice? Or
That's pretty much like if I were to vote, that might be my only choice.
Oh, okay. All right. So then obviously Phil Cayley takes up the other two spots. Okay.
Wait, are you one of the are you one of the people who, if you don't like any of the candidates, you just abstain from voting?
Yep, I don't vote unless I feel like I can morally put my support behind a candidate. I haven't voted. I didn't vote in 2016. I didn't vote in 2020, and I probably will not vote this election.
Who would you like if voting were mandatory? Who would you have voted for in 2020? Just curious.
In 2016, I probably would have voted third party both times, to be quite honest.
It's probably just for the best if you just stay. No, I'm kidding.
Wait.
The libertarians are never getting shit. Just give them the pity.
Oh yeah, like my buddy Chicken's a libertarian, and Bandit, you can, like, before we get to your answer here, you can back me up on this. I give Chicken and Brennan Roy shit endlessly about, like, oh yeah, all those libertarian Supreme Court justices that have made it to the Supreme Court, all that libertarian legislation that's been passed these last few years. Now at least the Republicans get some shit done, yo. Come on, man. We got the good suits and everything. But
literally the best thing that the libertarians have given us, like the closest thing that they've given us to like a libertarian politician that's actually like at least providing commentary, was Justin Amash, and it was very short-lived.
God, no.
Now
I would go Ron Paul before Justin Amash. He's the diaper party because he's fucking crying in his fucking Cheerios.
Oh Lord! Now,
Talk about mixed metaphors. Hold on, diaper party because you're crying into Cheerios.
There's some steps.
He's
there.
a fucking baby.
Second and third causes
I was trying not to
the Pauls didn't do a good job.
The analogy.
The problem is that the Pauls didn't do a good job appealing to the younger voting base that was coming in and like exploring libertarianism. And then I spent years in the libertarian like subgroups, and they don't do well at appealing to younger voters. They just don't.
Conservatives don't do it at all. Small C conservatives.
I'm sorry. Justin Amash is just a fucking turncoat. I never heard him say anything of any kind of libertarian. It was just, I'm Republican. And then when it came time to have any kind of sweat, when his name came up at all, it was going to be, I'm going to stand against the party that I'm attached to. That's the only thing he's known for.
But that's not a winning strategy. That's not a winning strategy.
That's what libertarians do.
You have to understand something why libertarians can never win, because they're a lot of them are founded in their principles, and part of party politics is moderating to center. You have to moderate to the center, or you have to, as Donald Trump has shown, absolutely grab hold of the opposite side, which would mean the base.
The argument that I'm trying to make is he never made any policy points towards the center. It was, he's a Republican and he's gonna put Donald Trump in chains. That's the only thing that I've ever heard him whenever his name was brought up was, he's basically the male Liz Cheney who's 10, 20 years younger.
Well, except Liz Cheney is not in any way libertarian. Like she's on the other end.
That's my point. I'm not
She's a
saying
neocon.
that he's libertarian.
And they both have the exact same amount of political power right now. Thank Lord Jesus.
I was gonna say that also. Progressives and libertarians are non-factors. they don't matter.
Progressives hold a lot more power in
No,
DC
they
than
do
libertarians.
not. No, they do not.
I have 3 letters for you, sir. AOC.
AOC doesn't run the party. She has no fucking real influence on the party. None.
I'm gonna bring this quote back to you in 5 years, sir.
Okay. In 5 years we can talk about it. Right today, progressives are being they're the laughing. Well, they should be the laughing stock. I don't know if they are, but they should be the laughing stock.
They should, but they're not.
Okay,
They're
but
openly
here's the
embraced.
thing. Here's something that the progressives have that the libertarians will never have. And here's why I agree with Phil that they hold a little bit more political power than people give progressives credit for. Because the reality is that the progressives, unlike the libertarians, have done a fantastic job of not only appealing to the younger, already voting bases, but the youths that are going to be the future voters that are going to phase out boomer voters. The progressives have been playing a very, very long game, and you have to give them credit where credit is due. They've been doing a fantastic job of it.
I will agree with
But
that. And I would also
But
say
that being said, hold on, just real quick. Just that being said, their job of wooing those voters is just capitulating to the whining child. I want my candy. I want my candy. Here's your candy.
I won't say that.
But that's half of why they win, right? With that group, the other half of why they win is that the other party calls them whining children.
Yeah.
And so, like, obviously, if one party doesn't want your vote, then you're not going to be tempted to
not only
vote
that,
for that party.
Not only that, it's natural for you to be a young progressive, right? Like when you're 18, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 years old, this is natural life progression for you. You want to be part of the thing that says, you know what, we're going to make equal equality for all people. We're going to everything's going to be a utopian future. This is a natural win for progressives. But the GOP needs to fight for that, because I think that they can win some of that. They can win some black votes. They can definitely win Hispanic votes. They just don't try. That's the problem. And by not trying,
Trump got more Hispanic votes and more black votes than any Republican
Trump
in
did.
history.
How's
that not?
I said the GOP. I said
the
the
most
GOP.
recent election.
Phil, I forgot about Bush in 2004.
Phil, I said the GOP. The GOP as a whole seems racist. They seem bigoted. They not because I believe that they are. I believe some of them are, but
because of their boomer energy.
Yeah, they come with that energy because they're like,
the
fuck
left
you guys.
also
I don't
seems
care about
equally
none of you.
bigoted and judgmental. They're just like the religious right of the 90s. They can't
Right.
take a joke. No, they're not. They don't want anybody having a good time they can't approve of.
You're literally
And they
doing
have a
oppression
lot
Olympics.
to say about how people
Phil,
have sex.
This is
with each
literally oppression Olympics. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
No, I'm saying the progressives now are the kids who were raised by the religious right of the 90s, and the more things change, the more they stay the same. They're more like their parents than they want to admit. They're woke scolds rather than Bible thumping scolds.
Yeah,
now.
but none of that addresses the point Osiris is trying to make. All he's saying is there's a reason why Republicans haven't been able to win over those demographics. And what Osiris is saying is that they could win over those demographics if they tried to appeal to them more. But they're giving up. They're surrendering the.
The Hispanic population. You're going to be shocked over the next 50 years how much it starts to be coming in line.
You know why
with
that is,
hold on
Phil?
a second.
Wait.
Because here's the big kicker. What do you do
that
when Hispanic folks within the next 50 years are now considered white?
Well,
just like Irish people weren't
But this
considered
is
white
the second.
100 years
We
ago.
had to make a white for them to care.
This is exactly what I heard in 2004, right? That because really the person who the Republican who won the most Hispanic votes in recent American history is George Bush in 2004. Sure. And what I was told is if that situation continues, then in 10 years, most Hispanics will be Republican, but they weren't. Now it is true that in 2020,
not in that generation. First generation, basically anyone from any country, you move here to the United States from anywhere in the world, you have a 70% chance.
That was literally a generation ago. 2004 was literally a generation ago.
Hey guys, I don't want to interrupt you, but it is 1:30 in the morning here, so I'm gonna hop off.
Want to give yourself any
nice talking to you guys. It was very nice talking to you guys. Yeah, I'm Kay Fellows. You can follow my work at my anti-abortion organization, Plea Justice, Protecting Life Through Ethical Accountability. We are at Plea, PLEA, Justice on all social media platforms. Thank you guys for having me on.
God bless. Travel well.
Bye, guys.
Absolutely. Have a good night.
Peace. Thank you, Kay. No, I was about to say it's no. You just exit out of it. It's not like Discord where you gotta do the thingy. But hey, fellows, folks. Always thank you, Kay, for stopping by. Always a pleasure.
So on my choices for 2024,
yes, sir.
We started to move on from it. Phil knows the first two. I'm kind of 50-50 right now between Trump and RFK. And the main pushback that I've received on this is, well, RFK is anti-Second Amendment. Well, when you look at set aside SCOTUS, the individual actions that Trump has taken, he's just you can put those two in the same camp when it comes to the Second Amendment. Now,
God, if I could set aside SCOTUS, I would, but you understand how I can.
Yeah, that's the point of setting it aside, is you kind of have to. But the third choice is going to be a little bit of a shocker because he hasn't gotten much press. Is going to be Larry Elder.
Okay, Larry Elder, number 3. Okay, respectable third rung pick. I'll give you that. Okay,
that lines up with the polling. I think a lot of people who are center-ish right are saying what he's saying, and I think they're trying to. I think a lot of Americans are just trying to bring politics back to the center, and back what they think is practical.
You think Larry Elder is a centrist?
No, I don't.
Okay, all right.
No, I don't. Michael, not by your standards, but by the right standards.
Yeah.
Centrist.
Well, hold on. Doesn't that make him bad?
No. Hold
on. The right considers him a centrist. The right doesn't like centrists.
Well, no,
that's not true. That's not
true.
That's not true.
Right, though.
No. That's not true. I don't. Rich, I don't think that's true. I think the right. Well, when I'm speaking of the right, I'm thinking typical Americans, not the far right, and not the politically engaged right. Normal right, the layman right, are looking for still a centrist, quote unquote, right person. I think that, and this is why he said, correct me if I'm wrong about it, why he said Kennedy, because Kennedy is pretty fucking centrist. He has some wild ideas, but he's pretty fucking centrist. People are looking for centrist ideas again, and we're not finding that.
I mean, I followed Larry pretty closely during his gubernatorial run, and he didn't really try to appeal to the center at all in that run, which I think is why he lost. So people really thought that it would be a close race. And then when the race finally happened, he imploded because he was appealing to the right on everything.
So he's not going to be a first or second pick, but compared to where we're at now, he seems pretty.
I think the issue is you're conflating.
I'd take him over Biden any day of the week.
You're conflating talk radio right with far right, and those are two different. But just because the average,
I'm just based on the positions he took, as he was running for governor.
He's
not what he said on the radio necessarily.
But you also got to remember that's in California, and
right, even more so. Yeah, you would think
if you were dead center on on the ideology, you would be considered far right in California.
Yeah, but when I think about like the center right, who could have like done much better in that race, there were way other more
The
candidates that
Arnold.
could appeal to
If he
the.
could have run
It-
again,
Did they have
Well,
any name recognition?
No, not Arnold. Yeah, there was.
he would have done better.
Who was that woman that also ran for president? Years. She's like one of those like tech industry billionaires or whatever. She ran in that primary, but Larry Elder ended up being the nominee because he won the Trump base. What was her name?
I'm drawing a huge blank
God,
on that.
I know who you're talking about because she was
Yeah.
like there for like, hi, I'm a tech CEO. I'm going to be on here for 2 debates. Then you will never see me again. Like, that's basically
for the
what happened.
presidential race, that was true, but for the gubernatorial race, like she was a much bigger name. But I just can't remember her name now because I'm not in California.
Thank God. You should almost need a passport to go there.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, some folks would say the same thing about Texas. And it is kind of its own little mini country down out
Absolutely.
in the middle of our
We're
country.
prideful of that.
Hang on. Grow the farm up because Ico Rich, you misunderstand the same thing all Trump haters don't get. You can't blame the Republicans
Carly
only.
Fiorina. That's who. I
Oh,
was
there we
thinking
go.
of.
The Democrats suck too. It's no longer rep versus Dem. It's all of us versus the R&D federal government, or thanks, Grow the Farm Up, or as it's now being called, the Uniparty.
Okay, no, hold on.
Which I do think is an appropriate because let's
Phil,
be
so
frank,
I
Mitch
can
McConnell and Nancy Pelosi have a lot more in common with each other than they have with like me and Bandit here.
no, so can I put this more succinctly? It's institutionalist versus non-institutionalist.
Yeah.
Right. That's what it really is.
Elitists versus,
No,
populist.
not elitist. No, not elitist. Institutionalist versus non-institutionalist. You can believe in the government or you can not believe in the government. I think that's where we're at now. Because I guarantee if
I
we
think
go
it
around
boils
here,
down. No, I think it boils down to this. If you want to get it to its most base distilled, do you see government at its base as an unambiguous good, or do you see government at its base as an unambiguous evil? And
what do you mean
most
by
people,
unambiguous?
like a lot of people in the evangelical right, see any sort of man-made institution as just some worldly thing that is bound to become corrupted, destroyed, debauched, and evil at some point. Government being just another
my
one of
point.
them.
It's institutions versus non-institutions.
Yeah.
Versus non-trust in the institution, I should say.
Yeah, anarchy versus government.
Yeah.
Cyrus, I 90% agree with what you had said before. It's just when you
Sovereignty versus
discounted
subjection.
that point of the elitism, I think that elitism has a role to play in it.
I believe people believe that, but I believe if you just bring it back down a little bit, there's people who believe in institutions and people who don't. I think that's where we're at right now, and I don't think this is a democratic thing. I don't think this is a conservative thing. I think both sides have elements of that in their parties.
Oh yeah, when the institutions fail you, you don't have as much faith.
Well,
in
the
them this time
institutions will always fail you. By design, not by design, by natural order.
If that's
right?
the case, then what value are they?
No. Wait. So, if
They're
you
always going to fail you by your own.
no,
words.
wait. If you have 10 people, you guys can have a democratic vote on something and come to some amicable resolution that because it makes sense in something of that number. When you have 300 million people or a billion people, whatever the case may be, there's going to be a lot of people who are disenfranchised, right? By natural order. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying there. Grow the Farm Out says disagree, Osiris. It's not pro or anti-institution. Most Americans, like most of our institutions, it's those 4 or 5 weaponized 3-letter agencies. It's not a blanket statement of institutional mistrust. That is from Grow the Farm Up on YouTube.
I like your brother, but look, in this case, I'm going to have to disagree.
You don't think the FBI has been politically weaponized by now?
That's an institution. That's literally an institution that somebody doesn't trust. That's my point.
Well, no, I'm just curious. What do you think, Osiris? Do you think it has or not?
I think everything is compromised. But I
That's
also
a fair assessment.
But I believe in the base rule of our institutions, meaning that I think we can get this train on track if people believe it to be true. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that doesn't address the shithole that we're in and the trouble we've been in.
It does address it. It's kind of okay. How do I put this? It's kind of like a willed way of existing. Like we were talking about before. If you believe in a ghost and that is your thing, you're gonna see the ghost, right? That's your thing. And what I'm saying is that if we can reentrust belief in our institutions and make them whole again, you'll believe it. They will be better, absolutely. But if your belief is that these things are not savable, then they're just not fucking savable.
I think where you
like that's if I may, Bandit, like that's always been the fundamental difference between being in the American idea of being a liberal or a conservative. To be a conservative is to understand the imperfectibility of human nature and the fact that we are fallen, and the institutions that we are a part of will also be fallen. To be a liberal is to believe in the perfectibility of human institutions. If we just pass one more law, we make one more reform, if we just change the bylaws in one more way, then we'll have the utopia.
That's not what I'm saying. But that's not what I'm saying. And I know you know that. That's not what I'm saying. I
know you're not saying that, but it is something.
It had no bearing on that. It had none of that.
Draw from that. No. And so, like, what you're saying, like, if we can make it better, how do we make these institutions better? I don't think we can perfect these human institutions.
I didn't say we could perfect it. I never say any of these things. I don't even care to espouse those types of things.
I would disagree with Phil actually, it's more I would disagree with Osiris. Is the believing in ghosts is the wrong analogy. And don't take this the wrong way, Phil, but it's not the disbelieving in ghosts. It's more of you having faith in God and losing that faith because you had a belief that this institution had altruistic means, and that has been shattered. The point that I'm trying to make is it's not going to be, you can't just slap a fresh coat of paint on this and everyone's going to come back singing Kumbaya. There's going to have to be a retribution. That's probably the wrong word, but
culture change,
reformation.
There's going to have to be massive change in order for a realignment, people to regain trust. This isn't an easy fix. That's the point I'm trying to get is
decades, man.
Well, like, Osiris, this is something I referenced earlier. The Durham report, in that report, Durham said and I'm gonna paraphrase here, but he said the reason I'm not giving a lot of recommendations is, and one of the exact words he said was, if the leadership in the FBI is unwilling to uphold the motto of fidelity, bravery, and integrity, it doesn't matter what I recommend. There is no bylaw, there is no procedure that I can recommend if the people who are running the institution are morally debauched themselves.
But that's why he's an independent. That's why he's independent, right?
Because and that's also why he gets to bypass
recommendations. He gets to bypass the FBI and the DOJ and make his own prosecutorial decisions. And he can, in fact, he did twice. He took things to court twice. And in both cases, like the jury returned not guilty verdicts. But
did he get any convictions though?
Wait, no. But hold on.
Yes,
the predecessor
did. Durham did get a.
Well, no, he didn't. But none of those were from him.
Yes, he did though.
No, the one he inherited from.
Did he get a conviction? Yes or no?
No, his predecessor gave him a case.
So that's yes.
No. There was no.
He got the conviction. Did he?
Never went to jury.
Did he get the guilty plea? Yes or no?
Let's hear what Rich has.
No. So Horowitz is the one who secured that deal. So the only two cases that were his. Yeah, but that's a coincidence. Come on, he inherited that. When it came to the cases that he got to pick and try to prosecute himself and actually
Remember
take
you
to
saying that the
trial,
next time there's
he
a
lost.
Republican when a Republican wins in 2024. But no, Ico, but he inherited that. You can't give
Well,
me
of course he did.
wait.
Of course he did.
Phil,
Of course.
you don't think that me and Rich are partisan? There's no way.
I don't think I don't take this wrong, Ico. I don't mean to. But I do
let me put
think
this
you are
way, by
ostensibly
normal
leftist.
standards, but
You're
by normal
tribally
standards, I'm
leftist.
partisan. I'm less partisan Phil than perhaps. I'm less partisan Phil, but that doesn't mean I'm not partisan. Like
I would say you're tribally Democrat. That's how I would describe you, Ico.
which is why I was for impeaching Bill Clinton.
Well, you
But-
said it was not in this century.
Yes, right. So, but here's the thing: if
But you are
you're
now
going to,
a neophyte of the tribe Democrat.
look, I also have said on multiple occasions that I would be fine for Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton to share a jail cell, and for Donald Trump and for Hunter
That's
Biden to
convenient.
share a
Hillary
jail
never
cell.
got any fucking power, so like that doesn't really.
Is
cost
she not a
anything to
part of
say
the
that.
party?
No, she has no power.
Whoa,
What's her
Hillary
power?
Clinton never had power. Man, I'm so glad. Can somebody clip that, please? Because I know I'm going to need that. Yeah, I agree. Hillary Clinton never had
She
any
never
power.
had the
which
power
is
of
why,
the presidency. And she
there
was a citizen
were
when she was
plenty of
running.
people
What
who
power
thought-
did she have at the time?
There were plenty of
Thankfully,
people
she
who
has
thought
none.
that she was president for 8 years. I remember hearing that for the entire time that Bill Clinton was in office, that it was really his wife that was running things. That
is
was
true.
very
I do
common.
remember
It was his
Yeah, yeah,
signature on the
yeah.
paper at the end of the day.
If they
Uh,
claim that there was,
That's not
it
what
was-
Republicans
she
were
was
saying.
running things while he was
Right.
sitting
Well,
at the desk,
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
operating the humidor.
Yeah.
That was
But there's
the
no
Republican
power
narrative.
in that, right? She had no power.
That
But,
was the Republican narrative.
Yeah. So anyway, my point is that you're not going to have he doesn't have to rely on the FBI. He doesn't have to rely on the DOJ. He has the power to bring things to court on his own. He can so all of these people that he thinks that the FBI is not going to recommend for prosecution and that the DOJ won't themselves prosecute, he had the independent power to do that himself.
I just
He
told
just
you
chose
why.
not to.
I just
he just
told
chose
you
not
why.
to.
He actually
Yeah,
gives
where
me
I
a
would
think he
reason
could win.
because it's not going to matter if the people at the top are already morally debauched. Because he even showed
talking
in
about the
the
jurors.
report. No, I'm talking about what the people he talked about in Crossfire Hurricane. The people that are running the FBI, if those are the folks, if
He's
they are
independent of
morally
them.
debauched, it doesn't matter what he recommends.
He doesn't have to recommend. He's the prosecutor. He would be recommending to himself to bring the case. He didn't need the DOJ for that. He didn't need the FBI.
And do
for
you
that.
think he's actually going to be able
But-
to bring charges against
He's already
the head of the
decided that he can't
FBI?
win any of those
and they will
cases,
actually
so
win
he's
it?
not bringing them.
But
No, he would lose
wait,
those
Because
cases
the deep
because he
state
cannot
being
win them at
engaged
court
at this
because
point.
the jurors. He already tried twice, and the jurors returned.
But he
not
did get a
guilty
conviction,
verdicts.
though. He did get a conviction, though. You keep trying to gloss that over.
No, look, Horowitz
keep
did a
trying to
great
minimize
job
it in
finding out
every
that
way.
guy. Horowitz did a great job finding out that guy.
Yeah, the
But
Horowitz report
guy-
also was what helped Durham arrive to the conclusion that the entirety of the Trump campaign being spied on by the FBI had no basis in fact in any way.
So this is
shape,
how you
or
know
form.
that Horowitz was not partisan, right? Because he actually was able to make a recommendation that resulted in a plea deal.
But hey,
Obviously,
as
a low-level
And
guy.
yeah, like,
who
and I explained why
never stepped foot
Durham
in
made
prison,
no
but
recommendation, but it's kind of like there's no input.
He
You're
didn't
just
have
not
to make
going
the recommendation. Would
you're
be to
not going
himself.
to accept that.
The
But, like,
recommendation to who?
the recommendation of doing any further indictments, he even said
To
why
himself.
he did not.
To himself.
No,
He would
in
have
his
to
report,
recommend. He would
in
have
the
to
report
recommend
that
to
we all
himself.
read. This is why we did not do
Yes.
it, because it doesn't matter what he does if the institution itself is debauched.
He is
So,
the institution.
to
He's an independent
Osiris's
prosecutor.
question, how do we bring, if the prosecutor himself says the people running the police, the watchers of the watchers, are themselves debauched, and we have no way of knowing who watches the watchers of the watchers, then
Wait.
yeah, we're in a pretty fucked situation at the
Okay,
moment.
The police. Okay, so you're anti-police. I've got that clipped as well. But the point is,
If we were to start
need to make a
defunding the police,
recommendation.
start with the FBI.
Well, by all means, like make that part of your.
Just
no,
start
start
with
with
the
the ATF.
Ooh, that's a good one too, Bandit.
That's
a
too
good
late.
one.
We're starting with the FBI now.
It's well.
But hold on,
the
while there's
ATF
a break.
in its own time will be taken care of, but Clarence Thomas's decision already helped that. But in this regard, like, I'm sorry.
Can we go back to that?
America.
Can we go
Well,
back
hold
to
on.
that topic?
Before we go back to that, just real quick, as a layman, who has more intimidative power? A bureaucrat in DC, or the FBI coming down on you?
Fed.
Oh yeah, the FBI for sure.
Yeah, so that kind of deflates your
They
argument
took down
a little
Hillary.
bit.
They took down Hillary Clinton with one memo
Wait,
in 2016.
What
Hillary
indictment did
Clinton
she
was
face?
taken down?
Yes.
Yeah,
Stop the presses.
Yes.
yeah.
No,
Who do you
come
think
on.
became
What
president?
What
in
indictment did she
2017?
face?
This is literally what I mean by partisan viewpoints. That you can't, in the same breath, say that Donald Trump is being ostracized or whatever you think he's being, and I did not acknowledge that Hillary Clinton got railroaded by the fucking federal government.
Sure, I can. In the
same-
same breath, Hillary Clinton
Oh my
she was on the
God.
Well, no,
side of
hold
the
on.
deep state
Hold
Donald
on.
Trump.
The Comey
Look who got
memo
indicted,
was
look who
critical
didn't.
to
They were both accused of mishandling classified documents. Hillary walks away scot-free.
No, she
Donald
did
J.
not walk
Trump
away
is
scot-free. She
bullshit.
got
What was her indictment? Show me the fucking
I don't care about the indictment.
You will
That's not
not
the point.
fucking
He
be
wasn't
able to do
indicted
it
for that either.
because
That's
it
not a-
never fucking
He wasn't
happened.
indicted for that either.
Donald
Phil.
J. Trump has been indicted
Hold
for
on.
mishandling
Hold on. That's the
classified
point.
documents.
Hold on.
That's not
Something
the point.
Hillary Clinton was actually accused of. Never
You
faced
accidentally
charges.
told the truth
That
on something.
is actually evidence of corruption.
You
folks.
accidentally
I
told the
tell
truth
truth
on
with
something
every
in
word out of
October.
my lips. And
You
I
did-
know you say because Donald Trump knows that means some kind of guilt. No, it doesn't.
No,
I'm
no, no,
sorry,
no, no.
Brandon.
You're
Has
skipping it.
unilateral
You're skipping
authority
it.
to
fighting
You're
a
skipping
straw
the
man.
first
Hold on.
investigation.
Let us
He
get
w-
it out.
In October, both Hillary Clinton. You accidentally told the truth on something because in October of 2016, both Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump were under investigation by the FBI for different things, except that Hillary Clinton, the memo was made and given to Congress right then and there, whereas the investigation into Trump was kept secret. And as a result, because one had a memo and one didn't, the benefit of that redounded
And
to
one was closed.
Yes, exactly. One was
The
closed.
Hillary Clinton one got closed.
and
Even
Hillary Clinton was
despite
open.
the fact that you're saying they're doing the exact
Hillary
same
Clinton.
thing.
Hillary Clinton's. There was a memo about Hillary Clinton. There was no memo.
Tony
to Congress
said, "What is
about
good for the goose is
investigation
good
into
for the
Trump.
gander." That's not what happened.
Yeah,
That
they
is
should have
not-
done it both. They should have told Congress about both. There should have been a Comey
Well,
memo.
the difference
about
is
both.
Hillary actually did delete her 33,000 emails. We have evidence of that.
And
There was
Donald
no
Trump
evidence. No,
literally
hang
did
on.
have
What
things
began
in it.
the actual Donald Trump investigation was a memo from Australian ambassadors.
So why not give the memo
maybe
to
there was
Congress? Why not give the memo to Congress in October?
Well, no, the FBI should have actually tried to interview the people involved rather than launching an investigation.
Why not
That
give
Are y'all
the
talking
memo to
about
Congress?
Russiagate?
no, that allowed them to spy on the Trump campaign.
No, Durham said
based
the
on a
investigation
memo
should
on
have started.
hearsay. And then the next
That's
thing
not
that
what
they used
Durham
to
said.
underpin it. No, that's exactly what Durham
No,
said. That's
Durham
the exact same that no, it
Durham
was
said
the
the
memo from
investigation
Australia
should have been
that
open, but it should
began-
have been preliminary. That was his only quibble. Is he said that
because
yes,
there was no
should have-
evidence.
there was enough
suggest
there
that
to
Donald
start
Trump-
the investigation, but it
There
should
was
have been
enough there
preliminary.
to interview the Australian
But why not give
ambassador,
the
and
memo to
that's it.
Congress?
They should have done a lot of things at the beginning rather than spy on the Trump campaign.
If they had done a memo
That's what
for
they
both,
did. That's in the end what they actually did.
so why
They
not
used
do,
that and the Steele dossier to justify lying to the FISA courts to be able to spy
Why
on
not
a
give them-
presidential campaign.
But why
That
not give
is
the memo
fucking
to Congress?
treason.
But why not
Okay,
give the
folks,
memo to
everybody that
Congress?
was involved in Crossfire Hurricane, you're a traitor to this fucking nation. That was the real
Why
insult.
Why not give
legitimate-
a
The real
memo to
coup
Congress?
d'etat.
Why
Why not-
give legitimacy to a hoax?
Yeah, I ask that myself every time. Yeah.
You,
But-
you just asked why.
No,
why
the
didn't
memo-
they give the memo?
The memo was a hoax.
Because there was
you
no-
should not
there
have
was
done that. You
nothing
should
under-
not have issued the memo.
There was
I agree.
nothing
Why
underpinning
do
the
that? It was a
investigation of
hoax.
Trump. That's why they didn't.
Because a
probably
week
do it.
later he
But
said,
you're-
"Oh,
There
never
was
mind."
actual
that turned
evidence
out to
of
be
Hillary
nothing,
Clinton's
which
wrongdoing,
is the
though.
very definition of a hoax.
Did Hillary Clinton
Wait,
delete
no.
33,000 emails after getting a subpoena?
That was the
Yes or
very
no?
definition of a hoax.
Did Hillary
You-
Clinton delete
Hold on,
33,000
I
emails
still
after
haven't
getting a
gotten
subpoena?
an answer
Yes
to the
or
first
no?
one. No, you haven't given me the yes or no yet.
No, I've asked you this question. Was yes or
Well,
no?
I asked you another one first.
What was your question?
if the memo was a hoax, then why give it? Why not give a memo equally to both from both parties? Why not?
Because
tell
it would
One has no evidence
legitimatize
underpinning it.
it would give
Donald Trump has
legitimacy
no-
to the hoax.
Donald Trump's investigation
Okay,
has no
so
evidence
when they gave
underpinning it, as we
legitimacy to
know
the
now.
hoax about
So-
Hillary's investigation,
No,
that
when
was
Hillary
wrong, right?
did Hillary
No,
Clinton,
hold on.
hang on, Bandit,
You-
give me a moment. Give me a moment. Did Hillary Clinton delete 33,000 emails after getting a subpoena? Yes or no?
After getting a subpoena, I don't know. I would have to look into
The
it.
answer is yes. She destroyed evidence
Well, then
after
why'd
getting
you
a
ask me?
subpoena.
Wait.
Because I was wondering if you actually
You were
knew this
pretending
reality.
like you didn't know yet.
No. Because I was wondering if you could
Oh my
admit this reality. Because I don't
Can
think
you
that
admit
people that are
reality? You have to
really
admit the same
in- that are
reality. That
willing
Donald
to
Trump had
defend
been
Hillary,
told
they just
several
can't admit
times to turn over this information, and he did not.
that he declassified unilaterally.
He did not declassify. We already went over
He
this.
had
Yeah,
There is a
he's on tape
process.
saying that he can't give
There's a
somebody one of the
process you have
documents
to go
because it's
through.
classified.
You have to
Just
go
real
through the
quick.
process.
Just real quick, I was answering to the Hillary Clinton side of it, not the Donald Trump side of it.
Right.
Now, curious, is boasting to a friend about something that's not true, is that illegal?
Just real quick, because I think there's some conflation between what you're arguing. You're
And at the back
presenting the
of this
same
is-
argument
this is
for both
classified. I shouldn't show you
for
this.
both Trump and Hillary when the answer is different because of what was asked of them. I'm having a brain fart.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
But no, like I was gonna say, like here, the back of this engine fuel dream organic gin. God, Tony, damn you. The back of this, everything on here is classified. I shouldn't show this, Bandit, but I'll show you a little bit, Bandit. Now, curious, is that kind of boastfulness, is that illegal?
It goes to state of mind. They're not trying to say that lying. I mean, everyone just assumes Trump's lying, right? If his mouth is open, but what it goes to is the state of mind that he is saying out loud that a particular document that he has is something that he's not allowed to show. Now, admittedly, yeah, it's Donald mouth and his mouth is open, and so it could easily have been a lie.
So
but that's going to go to state of mind. That's going to be in trial.
The authority to unilaterally declassify.
No.
It's too late to declassify.
I'd go. I mean,
it's too late. He was no longer president.
No.
No,
But
he's no
when
longer
he took
president.
it, he didn't have to tell anybody. He declassified.
That's
taking
not
them with
true.
him.
Yeah, that's not
is
true.
an
You'll
implicit
see.
not
That'll come up in
true.
trial. That will come up in trial.
That will come up in trial. That's not you saying that as if it's a
It's an
fact.
executive order signed
No,
by
No.
Obama.
You saying as if it's
Yes. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. You're saying it as if it's a fact. That is not a fact. That is not something that
It is actually though.
No,
the audience will find everything I've said is quite
No,
verified.
well,
that's
then it's
why
in trial, and you have nothing to worry
That's
about.
why it's going to trial.
Well, no, even he who shall not be named Voldemort, the former co-host of the amazing show Truth and Fiction, he even said, I asked him straight up, square up, do you think Trump has any chance of getting a fair trial? And he straight up said no. And I really actually, one of the few things he said lately that's 100% factually true. And yes, like, let's be frank here, this is political.
That's not my contention.
This is
I'm
banana
not
republic
contending whether he's going to
charges
get a
at this
fair trial. That's not what I'm saying. I am not saying.
Do you think he has any chance of getting a fair trial, Iko? Or I mean,
Yeah,
Osiris? Just
no.
Osiris.
I think the
Osiris,
odds.
do you think he has any chance of getting an actually fair trial here?
I'm
with you, Bandit.
I am.
That hesitation is telling.
I don't know. I don't know because I would have to see how the jury selection goes here.
Now, it should be
It's
no
in Florida.
surprise here that the partisans, the pro-Trumps and the anti-Trumps on this show are like, yes, no, immediately. Like, almost like, but like, that's what I mean, folks, when I say your opinions are signed to you. But now, Osiris, the fact that you were kind of like the fact, to me, I get your hesitancy, but the fact that there's even any hesitancy,
No, because I don't believe. No, because I don't believe
that's not good.
No, because I look.
That's our era of American justice.
No, I think the justice system in general is not. I think it's a net good. It positively it works positively, but I think there's a lot of holes in it, right? So that's why in high profile cases, look at O.J. Simpson, right? There I can name a lot of cases where it's like,
we're gonna do a pre-recorded episode.
I don't know about that one. That seems kind of sus to me. So
Talking about his first criminal trial where he was found not guilty.
yes, that's
Yeah, that was the answer I was going to give on terms of free trial. I think that because he's rich, like OJ,
yes.
there's a very good chance that because of the unfairness inherent in the system, that rich people get like better defenses and they get to have all kinds of advantages, that he could easily
it's not what
escape
you're
from
thinking,
this
Phil.
because it will be unfair.
It's not because the government's doing something. It's
That
because
doesn't make it a fair system.
it's because the government's doing something and he's a rich person. So,
But that still doesn't.
Mhm.
No, hold on. No, hold on. Just because they cancel out doesn't make the system
I didn't
fair.
say they cancel out. I didn't say they cancel out. I
True.
didn't say it was
Well,
fair.
no, hold on. The
wrongs don't make a
perception
right.
was that rich people can muster a strong defense
That's
Mhm.
an
that
OJ
can
trial.
counter.
They get
the-
off
the
all the
government.
time.
Yes,
Rich
that's
people
an
get
OJ.
off
Yeah,
on trial
those
all the
two
time.
things counter each other, making it.
No, I'm
going
not
to
saying they're
vote-
encounter each other. I'm saying that's what's going to make it unfair. Is there's a
Yes.
good chance he'll get off of it just because of
They're not
all
making
of
sure
the
it's
Well,
reasons.
wait. You're
Yeah.
saying it's unfair because he'll get off.
Yeah.
When the general rule of thumb is you are innocent until proven guilty.
Yeah. So the same with OJ.
Yes. So there's a strong.
Well, actually, he did
Well,
eventually get
hold
No,
on,
no,
convicted.
no,
somebody's
hold on,
calling
hold
me.
on, hold on.
I'll be right back.
Even if he gets found guilty,
Iko's the master of deflection. Got to get him.
no, he's
My
even if
mother's
he-
screaming from the
Oh shit!
other side of the house.
Gotta
I
go
figure out
deal
what's
with
going
that.
Even if he gets found guilty, he's not gonna serve no real jail time. He's not gonna get any penalties for this shit. He's not.
Well, the point isn't
It's
to
trying to
make him
knock it out
serve
of the-
jail time. The point is to prevent him from effectively running for re-election or for running for election.
Yeah, like that's effectively what this is all about. It's to try and stop Trump from getting back in the White House. And I know that sounds very cynical, but like, honestly, Osiris, in your heart of hearts here, doesn't this
No,
kind
I
of
don't
smell
believe that.
like this is trying to keep
No,
Trump
I
away?
don't believe that because
Yeah.
what the point that we keep missing here, the point that I keep trying to bring up is the
only human
procedure.
this has ever happened to.
No,
have
because
a
that's the
Republican
basis of this entire case, right? I think it's the procedure of how you declassify information. And you can't just and I already know your position, but you can't just say
And I know yours.
you can't just say I declassified it, because if you just
Sure
say if that was true, then that would break the entire system of how the
No, it wouldn't. We elected them.
no,
Well-
that's not how it works, though.
Sure it
does
is.
not work that way.
All the classification power.
No,
comes
it
from
has
them.
never
Sure
worked
does.
that way. It's
It
never
has the entire
No.
history of our.
Tell me one
intelligence
instance
community.
in what has worked
Well,
that way.
I said it earlier in chat. I'm waiting
Obama never thought it was
for
going to happen,
the.
even after he signed the executive order.
I'm waiting for the DA in New York City to charge him for shooting someone on Fifth Avenue because he made the comment about he could get away with shooting someone.
Yeah,
If that was the case, I
we're
would- I
about
would
2
be on
years
board
away
with it.
from that. But no,
But
like
he
he'll be
can't.
charged with that as the October surprise.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I mean, he
no,
didn't say
Hold on,
that he
Iko. The
was-
point I'm trying to make is that they are crying. All right, it was brought up earlier about there's two indictments or two groups of indictments that are pending,
Yeah.
and in my opinion, those two groups of indictments could be fucking golden, but guess what? They don't mean shit now because of this group of indictments and the last one that he beat. The Democrat
Wait, what do you mean that he beat? Which one?
has cried wolf to the point where it was one of those things
Yeah,
that, like,
kinda blend
when
together.
they
Which
raided Mar-a-Lago and what happened to Trump? He got a boost in his polls.
Well, but how's that beating an indictment?
Well, no, it's not about beating the indictment. It's about you've made a martyr, or no, excuse me. I'm not trying to put this on you, but
That's okay.
in their grand scheme of trying to throw all the shit at the wall and see what sticks,
Mhm.
is they've made him Teflon
Well, these are
Don.
all different
They-
people, right? Like the prosecutor that's going after him in Manhattan is not the same one that's going after
But-
him.
Now,
in
hang on,
Miami.
But in the court of
Folks,
public
folks, I-
opinion, he's beaten in the eyes of the public. He's beaten the last one, and he'll probably beat this one in their eyes. And so when
Wait. When you say the last one, what are you calling the last one?
to be
Well,
honest,
Bandit, while
I
you
have
gather your
trouble
thoughts,
recalling because there's been so fucking many.
Because the only indictment that's been
Gentlemen,
concluded
give me
is the
just
one
one
that he
moment here.
lost, where he had to pay $5 million.
Osiris, you look like you're about to pass the fuck out.
Yeah, I gotta go.
Thank you for being
Okay.
here, sir. Is there any shout outs you'd like to give?
Oh, I'd like to shout out you. All right. Yeah, of course.
Sweet. And please come when we do our how we would have voted in each presidential election pre-record. And we're eventually going to do the Did OJ Do It?
When are we doing that one?
Just invite me, man.
I
I'll
think
be-
we
I'll try to
might
be
get
there.
into it on Sunday night. We'll see. We'll see.
This Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay.
It just kind of depends on everybody's schedule. But Osiris, God
Right.
bless you, sir.
Thank you for inviting me. It's been fun. You know what? If you want to not be involved in politics, follow me at Osiris on Twitter. You know what? I'm about to ditch Twitch. And I'm going to go to the YouTube.
It's
Just
fun
for-
over here.
No, Twitch is cancer like Twitter. So I'm going to go to YouTube eventually, but just follow, just Google Osiris. You'll find me. You know what? You guys have fun. And I appreciate the invite. And I appreciate the conversations. These are mentally stimulating for me. So you
Always
guys have
fun.
a good night.
God bless Osiris.
See you later,
Travel
Osiris.
well, sir.
All right. Have a good one.
And then
Oh,
number
just
3.
real quick on the note that he ended on. It's one of those things that I want to speak for Phil, and I probably speak for you, Aiko. Is we're not trying to win an argument. We want the best outcome. Whether we
Well,
you
Phil
know.
likes to win.
I was about to say,
Phil likes to win, but
I'm trying to win life, actually. I'm trying to win the certificate at the end, like you won life, motherfucker. But I understand what you're saying there. But I would rather have the best outcome for the most amount of people. But the problem is utilitarianism, if taken too far, you can justify just about anything. So I've never really respected it as an ideology, because under utilitarianism, you could say, well,
Slavery.
anything. Or okay, there's going to be 10 trillion people of 10,000 years from now living amongst the stars, but in order to save those 10 trillion people, we have to kill 4 billion people. Under a utilitarian argument, it's totally justified.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's why I've never really respected utilitarianism as a general ideology, because if you play the 5th and 6th causes, you can justify just about everything.
Well,
Yeah,
that's how you get the memes of soldiers holding a rifle to the back of someone's head.
I think so. It's the ism part that's troubling. Like, utility is certainly something like worth pursuing. But when you add the ism to it, where you can take any level of utility and use it to justify any injustice. Yeah, that's how they justified slavery, right? Like, more people benefited from slavery, at least arguably at the time. The argument could be made that more people benefited from slavery than were harmed by it. So, from a purely utilitarian viewpoint, you could justify slavery.
Moderation in everything.
I mean, and that's why I
including
always said
moderation.
there has to be some sort of underpinning, because it was the argument from morality, not the argument from effect, that ended up winning, the slavery argument. It was, no, these are children of God. They cannot be owned. And so that was what ended up winning the day. And so utilitarianism of well, you see, if we ban slavery, then it's going to cause an increase in the price of labor. And then we're going to have less than 3% of the population involved in the agriculture anymore. And so everyone's going to be able to specialize. People would think you're on drugs if you gave them that answer.
It's the same argument against
hold
lower
on.
minimum wage too.
One sec. Just to be perfectly clear, when I said moderation and everything, I was saying about utility. I wasn't saying a moderate slavery is a good thing.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the only people, I've often said though, and this is something that I think, strangely enough, Aiko and I will agree on, but on vastly different means.
We agree on lots of stuff.
Oh yeah, but this is one we're gonna agree on it, but it's gonna be because of opposite viewpoints on a couple of things, and it's moderates are always the enemy of real change.
Oh right, yeah, we've had
Yeah,
this
like
conversation.
we've kind of touched on it, but I find that fascinating that like I'm on the right, you're on the left, and we both kind of agree. Like, yeah, like because Tony, it's kind of the reason. Like, I love him to death, but his politics infuriate me because like this is a rather extreme example, and I hate to bring up Godwin's law here, but the reason why I don't like seeing the political extremism on the left, and it's why like I like the fact that the right's getting a little more chill in the last decade, is because in there was a survivor of the Holocaust who, in an interview, he said like what happened wasn't half the country tried to kill the other half the country. What happened was a third of the country tried to kill another third of the country, while another third of the country just stood there and watched.
Yeah.
And that's what I see the moderate normies doing when
Well, the
it's
proof
like,
of
oh,
that.
we're just gonna stand here and watch while a third of you all get killed.
Well, the proof of that was
Even metaphorically.
when I think it was. Forgive me, I can't recall if it was Eisenhower or Patton, but when they were liberating the death camps, they sent troops out into the local towns, and they brought the people from the surrounding towns and made them walk through the camps. It made them witness what they had allowed to happen.
Yeah, that's one of those like my grandpa helped liberate a concentration camp, and he's like it affected him the rest of his life. Like he only talked about it once on film in an interview, and I got to see it after he did it. And yeah, that was one of those moments that like, and he even said like I didn't know people were going to ask me about this afternoon for the rest of my life.
We spend a lot of time in class when we get to that period of it, depending on what the debate topic is, where we start talking about the beginnings of World War II, and we really mostly talk about the 1920s, not the 30s, because that was when you start to see the rhetoric and how it sort of expands in the 1920s, like mostly anti-immigrationist rhetoric, but also like especially
anti-Semitism starts showing up.
Anti-Semitism starts showing up. You start to see like a lot of the anti-gay rhetoric start showing up, and there's a reason why like the three groups of people that end up at camps are it's the Jews, but then also the queer community, and then
The Romani.
And then exactly, and
Is
all
that
of the different
the
stereotypes
gypsy?
Yes, that's one term that's used to refer to them sometimes.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
to
that's
them
it.
it's kind of a slur, but like it's so you know, like but like no, what's funny is like this is bad, but it's kind of good. It's like I've seen a meme before where it's Europeans when they're talking to anyone else about anything else. It's like a picture of James Bond, and then Europeans when they're talking about the Romanis, and it's Hitler like freaking out, and it's like yeah suddenly like I don't know what the hell the Romani folk did, but yeah, they got lumped in with the Jews in the Holocaust. Like I almost said it, but like so like there's a lot of superstitions there that about the Romani, but like I was actually talking about this to my daughter the other day. It's like, well, you see what happened is the reason anti-Semitism started to get some momentum is in medieval Europe, there was some instances of bankers that were Jewish families. And so kings would loan money from these bankers. When it came time to pay it back, they'd whip up a whole bunch of fucking anti-Semitism and try and drive the bankers who gave them the loan out of the fucking country. And that was the beginning. And now it's just kind of this long-standing European tradition is kind of snowballed. And in the 1930s, everybody said, yeah, I think it's about time we stop that.
Well, I wasn't, to be perfectly honest, I wasn't aware that that gypsy was an actual slur.
It's one of those that like it's like they can say it amongst themselves, but like it's like I knew a girl who was Romani many years ago, and it's a whole It's a whole thing. It's kind of like, you know how the Amish have all their own rules. Think of it kind of like almost like that, but they can have internet.
Well, all right. To be perfectly blunt, I can see where they're because all right. Let me just jump ahead to it. The where their uh mindset was on it is that they were more of like what you would see of modern day panhandlers, people that move from town to town and would just stand on the street corner.
Travelers.
Yeah,
Um,
and there's no from a government aspect of it because I mean that they were searching for power in government. It's just one of those things where there's I wouldn't call it commerce because there wasn't a trade of money for goods. It was just giving money that there was no tax base to it. There you don't how do you tax a panhandler?
that was one of the reasons I think, like, okay, there was some Romanis that were actually moving through Nebraska in my great grandfather's day. And when he would see their wagon train coming over, he'd get his shotgun ready and he'd be like, okay, bring the pigs into the barn. Otherwise, they're going to be stolen by morning. And so, like, that was, they had the reputation of taking what's not nailed down. That was their reputation amongst folks in Nebraska a little over 100 years ago. So, like, that take it for what it's worth. Now, like, I don't know, like, have you guys ever seen the show Peaky Blinders? It's one of my favorites if you haven't seen it.
I need to watch it. Yeah, I've seen clips, but I'm interested in watching. I just haven't gotten around to it.
It's three brothers that are part of a Romani clan that starts to take power in Belfast, I think no Birmingham. So in the middle of England, and it's a fucking great story. And it was a real gang. And so it was three brothers. So for me, it hit a little close to home, and so I love the show. But yeah, it talks about like, oh yes, people think I have the power to give curses and enchant horses. And so like my father, he was actually a fortune teller and a horse thief. People amazed at his abilities when he would say that their horse was going to be stolen. And the next morning, it was. So, but yeah, like when it comes to all that in the Holocaust, it was all of those folks got like, yeah, all the Jews, the Romanis, the homosexuals, political dissidents of any kind. Yeah, it's been the worst example of anything we've done as a species in a very
Well, hold
long
on.
time.
We didn't.
Well, as a species,
Okay.
like yeah, like it's not like, oh, Bandit and I were the Highlander. It was all us.
Although the United States did have a small, like, there was something that happened actually everywhere around the world, which was when the Jews started fleeing the Holocaust, when they arrived on the shores of various different countries, including, we sent them back. And the whole reason why we have the treaty that we have now that says that like you have to take in asylum seekers or whatever, and is because that was a post-Holocaust like treaty that was signed around the world.
Now, just to
like,
address that,
things, like we talk about like the combat we did, but there was precious little done beforehand. Like some people, like obviously, like my grandpa out in Nebraska didn't know this shit was going on when he signed up and went, like, it was just, go to war. And he, like, when he got to that first camp, like it was, what the fuck am I even seeing here? Like they couldn't even wrap their minds about why, who did this, and why did they do this? What was the purpose for this? And then he said, like, there's like some hardened soldiers who, like, they killed a lot of folk, and that was one that shook them. Like, was seeing that shit, and like he even said, like that morning, like we had like gotten some bottles of wine from some really nice house, and we're thinking, oh yeah, these will be sweet. I'm gonna send these home, and folks back home are gonna be so jealous of this. We're gonna talk about this so much. Later that
Yeah, they
afternoon,
didn't talk about that.
like later, like he was like, I did not know that like military historians and such were going to be asking me about this afternoon for the rest of my life. I would have taken a lot more notes. Like that, like is
Sure.
and the one story that he told me that I'll never forget was he had a bar of soap, and there's this guy that's really just gnarly, and he's thinking I can go back to base eventually, and when I get chow, I can get some more soap. And he was trying to get to the bottom of his bag because he had some rations there. And he handed the guy the bar of soap, and then he took it and immediately bit it, snapped it in half. What was left, gave it to two kids next to him before my grandpa could remember the German words for "no, I have food." This happened like that fast. They just immediately ate his bar of soap, and like that story, like still to this day, like he's because like my grandpa was always very descriptive with like how he like, and he just took it. That was it. Half was gone. Snapped it in half. Two kids. I'm assuming they were his. And before I could remember the German words for "no, they had food," like it was already down their throats. And so that one was one of those weird stories that always stuck with me. But like, yeah, so whenever people talk about Holocaust denials, I'm like, I don't think so. My grandpa, he's not that good of a liar. I'm sorry. Like he saw some shit there.
But think about like one more generation where like those firsthand stories
Totally
aren't
gone.
the things you see anymore, and everyone can just say, "Oh, that's all fake stuff," on the internet or whatever. It's a deep fake.
Well, hell, it was only 20, 30 years after we landed on the moon that everyone was, claiming that was a fake.
Yeah, I wouldn't say everyone, but yeah, for sure. Like,
there's
always a
It's hard to get some.
There was a hyperbolic term.
yeah, but right. But the thing is, like, these things are like conspiracies we have a tendency to like if people can't like instantaneously answer every objection that's given to you at the moment, there are a subsection of people who just then will believe the conspiracy. Like, it's just sadly it's just kind of how humans work.
But just real quickly to answer because there was a question was issued with the whole the asylum policy that we have now is due to that. The reason a lot of people on the left claim that a lot of people on the right are heartless. Either I haven't really heard the anti-Semitism line with it, but just as that they're heartless because opposition to the amnesty claim. And it's not, if from the bottom of my heart, if you come to cross the border and you have a legitimate claim of amnesty, I am more than willing to bring you in. The problem is the rule of amnesty grants you entry has been changed into a perverse incentive where all you got to do is cross the line and say the words amnesty, political persecution, and you're sent to the front of the line.
No. That's not how it works. So this is the 1957 like Convention on the Status of Refugees.
Nate Dallin here.
And if you cross the line and make that claim, that doesn't mean that you get to stay here. It means that you get a hearing, and in that hearing, you have to prove your claim. If you can't prove your claim, you're sent back. And the vast majority of those claims are not accepted.
But the problem is with that is you have so many people coming across the border making that claim it's overwhelmed the system to where they can't judge that effectively.
Well, they can judge it effectively. However, what happens is you you end up having to wait years in order to get a hearing. So
That-
what needs to
that-
happen? So what needs to happen is we need to like triple the number of immigration judges.
If Nate Dallin
that we
was
can
in the
get those
audience right
things-
now, he would probably be other than the last thing you just said there, Iko, he'd probably be screaming at because he's an immigration attorney, and so like this is his super duper. But like that's
Yeah.
the one thing he said. Like we need more immigration judges,
Yes.
in particular.
That's 100%.
Like that's like,
Yeah.
and that's his industry, and he says that's his biggest problem is just finding a like if you can get a judge to sit down at his bench and start doing judging. He's already got like 600 files in front of him, and he's probably not going to get.
Yeah, I've said that to Nate before. We agreed on that. Absolutely, that's what needs to happen. Is we need to triple the number of immigration judges, but we're having a hard time getting Congress to agree to that because people believe that there's more immigration judges, then there'll be more findings that the claims are legitimate, and we'll have more people allowed into the country. And so the idea that we just make them wait. And then, of course, part of the philosophy there is make the wait as intolerable as possible so that they'll go home on their own. That's why you're seeing a lot of resistance to tripling the number of immigration
So I was
judges.
about to
which is
say,
what we
like,
need to do.
all right, Iko,
In-
we're going to have a compromise here. We're going to quadruple the number of immigration judges, but they're all going to be Trump appointees. Ooh.
Well, you know, given the success of Trump appointees, like for
I know
instance-
you're going to jump on that one.
Yeah, I love that idea because I mean, look at like for instance, the Alabama decision that we were supposed to talk about today. It was a 3-judge panel that made that decision, and that was a majority Trump appointee panel. And then when it got appealed to the Supreme Court, of course, it was Kavanaugh that then upheld the decision of that panel.
Kavanaugh's the new Kennedy. Like he
Uh,
was a good replacement for that general idea of a slot. Like he's like because you can never like when it came to Roe v. Wade, everyone was like maybe Barrett, but all eyes are on Kavanaugh.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
well, that
because-
makes sense
yeah.
because he was the first one out of the group. You know, there was the testing the waters one.
Gorsuch was the first. He was the second, and Barrett was the
Wait,
third.
which one did you say, Phil?
Kavanaugh.
Oh shit.
Yeah, Kavanaugh.
Sorry,
He's usually the like
I
Gorsuch.
heard or you said Kavanaugh, and I heard Gorsuch.
Like I'm gonna be honest with you, Bandit. When you and I like, if the Lord sees it fit to make me an old ass man, okay, like Neil Gorsuch is gonna be like our last fucking hope of sanity on the Supreme Court when we're all like, that health nut motherfucker runs 2 miles a day, he's lived to 103 fucking years old. Trump's appointee has been on that court forever. Like that shit's gonna happen. One of Trump's appointees, I don't know which one, is going to live to be 106 years old, sharp as a tack the whole way. Why, Iko? Because God has a very good sense of humor.
Well, I mean, Gorsuch's been great on certain topics, especially on
American
trans
stuff.
topics. He gave a really great trans opinion, like towards the beginning when he first got there, and that he's been siding with Native American tribes, like in Oklahoma, against the rest of the conservative justices, like on multiple occasions. Gorsuch has not been bad from my perspective.
I'll be honest with you. That decision pissed a lot of the Midwest right the fuck off. That Oklahoma decision. It's like,
yeah.
So what the fuck? Or is all of us fucking west of the goddamn Mississippi? Like, could this fucking happen to any of us? And then Ruth Bader Ginsburg passed, and it was like, okay, we don't really need to worry about that no more.
Yeah, and then Gorsuch came around. Yeah, no, he's been good on Native American rights. He's been good on like trans rights and stuff like that. Like he was, in fact, he used originalism as his reason for supporting like trans rights and employment and stuff like that. And he used the very same.
It doesn't take it doesn't take much of a stretch to get there, actually.
Yeah, but it was Alito was really mad at him because he and Alito both claimed to have the same sort of originalist philosophy, and Alito, of course, decided the opposite. But Gorsuch was on top of that decision, and it's become a very strong precedent in that area of law.
Yeah, so like I could see it being Gorsuch. I kind of hope it's Barrett, just because that would be even funnier. Just Barrett lives to be 109 years old and just sharp as a tack the whole fucking way. We'll see which
to
one.
be the reverse Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yeah, like, but no, like, honestly,
Without
Barrett's been great on death
without
penalty
the
cases.
decrepity.
like
Barrett's,
I'm gonna. Oh,
Barrett sided with Sotomayor, Kagan, and Breyer on a death penalty case, and managed to like put a much greater like burden on people on the side of death penalty. There, part of that might be her Catholicism, like, to be honest. But
like
she's been good on some cases too.
You know, like, now to me, I heard she was kind of the thing that kind of pushed it over the top to allow Clarence Thomas to write the majority opinion for the Second Amendment case. So if that's the case, based fucking Barrett forever. Because that was like a magnum opus of originalism. Like, that was Nate Downs' exact words. That Second Amendment decision was a magnum opus to and love letter to originalism. And I was like, I understand what you're getting at. Like, I like the fact that Clarence Thomas added the historical standard, because that just makes most gun control in this country, it's pretty easy to kick it right in the nuts at this point.
Yep.
So like, that was a huge W, setting that straight for generations. But
Well, it's ironic that her name's Barrett because she was a 50 cal on that.
nice, well done. I was wondering when somebody was going to get there. But like, now I'm curious, like, Breyer, he knew. It's like, okay, who the fuck knows where this next election's going? Biden don't know if he's even going to be running. Democrats don't know. I think I'm just going to swap out now. Throw whoever you want in there. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, rumor has it that it was Jackson who moved over Kavanaugh on the Alabama decision. So if Breyer had still been in there, it might have been a 5-4 the other way.
Maybe. I like Jackson. She's starting to come into her own, but I'm going to be honest with you. Like, when I'm listening to it, like, it's like, okay, Jackson, you've been talking 70% of the time of everybody here. Okay. Like, because, like, now granted, I get it. She's still trying to feel her oats and stuff, but like, there's times I kind of get the feeling she likes the spotlight. That's just kind of what I'm getting.
Well, young justices tend to want to make a name for themselves early on, so that kind of makes sense. But I do think that she's been really successful, especially this early on, at collaborating with people who aren't necessarily like on her side of the political spectrum. I mean,
because that was the thing. Like,
Alabama sure like seems like she's been doing okay at like making allies.
But like, I remember Scalia. He was a good friend with Rush Limbaugh, and like,
sure.
I broke Wick's heart when I said, "Sorry, guys, they don't have a Twitch panel in the back room of the Supreme Court. All the questions they have and everything, you see it on camera." Scalia even straight up said, "What the hell am I going to say to Ruth Bader Ginsburg that's going to change her mind on anything? And she's got nothing she's going to say to me that's going to change my mind. So we just as well enjoy lunch," because the two of them actually did get along just as personal people. But like, yeah, there's nothing we're going to say. And so we know what our philosophies are.
Well, that's true with Thomas.
Of the cases.
Yeah, that is absolutely true with Thomas. I don't think he's persuadable on anything. But like Kavanaugh has proven himself to be persuadable on certain things. And Roberts also has a reputation of like building coalitions. So like he's been able to bring liberals over to his side on some things. And they almost swap votes on certain things. They're like, okay, you know, I'm going to give you like the majority opinion on this, and we'll do the majority opinion on this. And he sees his goal, like Roberts sees his goal as trying to create as many majority decisions that include both liberals and conservatives together as he can. And so sometimes that means bringing Kavanaugh over or bringing Gorsuch over, especially Kavanaugh, on something here and there. And you'll see the liberals too, like coming over in order to make an 8-1 or a 9-0 decision on things. They do that kind of stuff. They do. It's not that they change each other's minds philosophically necessarily, but it's that they are able to narrow certain cases in order to get a decision that can bring more votes into a decision than otherwise would have. They don't like 5-4s. if
Now
they can avoid it.
I've got a response for that, but I want to address the comment real quick.
Yep, go for it.
That yes, Gavin Newsom did propose a 28th Amendment to basically
That's not
appeal
happening.
the second, but good luck. Yeah, yeah, basically what Iko said.
Thank
Good
Christ.
luck. Good luck trying to get it passed through the House, the Senate, and you've got how many? I think we're approaching 30 states that have passed constitutional carry. Do you think those 30 states that have passed constitutional carry are going to, fuck, what's the word? It starts with
Repeal
an
their
A.
own
But basically
amend
approve of,
the amending process.
yeah, there's a term for it in the Constitution that escapes me at the moment. It's a part of the amendment process. Those, yeah, and the people. Those states that pass constitutional carry are not going to accept passing any kind of any kind of amendment process that does away with the Second Amendment. To Iko, the point that the what I wanted to address on the SCOTUS, either being a hardliner or a squishy milk toast, whether you know, either being one or the other is not a good thing. If you have hard stances on certain topics, but you're able to be swayed on others, that's preferable. But if you are hardline on every single topic down the road, or you can be swayed on every single topic down the road, neither of those two options are preferable to someone that has a set of values that guides them, but are open-minded to being swayed on things that they may not be hardline on.
Yeah, I think if you're looking for the ones that are swayed, that are easily swayed, I think it's the 3 Trump appointees. They're the ones that are most easily swayed. Like your hardliners, of course, are going to be Thomas and Alito, but the 3 Trump appointees, they're the ones who keep. Yeah, they're the ones who keep the ones on the left are the ones who are like along with Roberts are like making those deals or creating those deals.
Well,
the ones who are
notice
accepting
that the
those
lefty
deals,
Supreme Court justices, the left always gets what they want out of their Supreme Court picks. It's only the Republicans that you ever see actually do any compromising on these issues. So you can, like, that's the thing with the Democrats. They know, well, we just got to get a Democrat in that slot because it doesn't matter because we're going to get what we want out of them 99.999%.
except look at all of these
time.
8-1-9-0 decisions that have been like coming down the pike recently. That's a lot of those cases. It's because those have been because of
not every decision is going to be so partisan, but there are so like there's a reason why when it's 5-4 decisions, you don't have to ask where the liberals are going to be voting. When it's going to be a close one, you never have to.
Well, that's because they're in the minority.
But
if they were ever like, we haven't had a majority liberal court since the 50s. Or
what?
Yeah.
What?
Come on.
No, it hadn't been since
Look
Trump.
Like, I know that's a talking point that people say.
No.
But
Look it up. Look it up.
No. Hold on.
The majority.
You're counting
Nixon,
Roberts. You're counting Roberts as the swing vote, and you're giving him to us when he bent the knee on every issue that mattered.
He was a Republican appointee. Listen,
that doesn't
you're not
mean shit.
you don't know what I was about to say after that. Otherwise, you wouldn't.
Okay,
So here's what happened is when you're talking about people moving, whether people move over or compromise, that's because Democratic appointees to the court have been in the minority since Nixon. And so the ones who are in the majority are the ones who like get to pick and choose whether or not they want to move over on something. That's a luxury. That's a luxury that Roberts has. That's a luxury that Kavanaugh has. That's a luxury that every Republican appointee has had since Nixon.
Court until Bader. Like it's been a 5-4 in favor of the Democrats.
Well, yes, that's my point.
Until Bader.
That's my point. But if you go back to a time when it was Democratic appointees who were in the majority, they were the ones who moved over more often because they're in the majority. They had the luxury to be able to do that.
We also keep in mind, or some of Reagan's appointees, he didn't have a Republican Senate, so he had to make some concessions that they were basically Democrats anyway. So that's
you
not
can
exactly
thank Harry Reid
telling the full story there.
Right, because Democrats would, because it was possible for Democrats to confirm a Republican appointee. That's not like
except for Robert Bork.
Well, that's just
kind of what started this whole thing.
Well, okay, so then, you just made my point with Bork then.
No, they didn't confirm him though.
Because,
you remember that great reign of Supreme Court Justice Robert Bork?
You just said
they could.
Reagan had to appoint
what you just said is
liberals.
that they could actually work together and appoint Republican nominees. And I said, unless
they
it's
could.
Robert Bork,
they could because Bork wasn't an olive branch, right? Bork wasn't somebody
Bork was
that Democrats
the president's choice. Why?
Like if you wanted to, no.
It was just advise and consent.
No.
That was
because
the
you could. If you appoint somebody, and then Congress chooses to advise or consent. All right, they need to vote for somebody who they can consent to, and they didn't feel like they could consent with him. But that's different than saying no matter who you appoint, we will not confirm them. Because the fact is, the very next Republican appointee,
this is who I want for a Supreme Court justice, and Congress said we will absolutely not make this man for entirely political reasons because we don't like his involvement with Richard Nixon.
Yeah, you think that was
the beginning. Literally, that was how we got to the point we are today with our modern American politics.
No. But I'm fine with that. I understand that. That I don't have a problem with that. What I'm telling you though is that the president
has got a shit outcome.
Is that it was impossible. Like for instance, if you were to say that Bush could never appoint anybody that the Democrats would approve. Well, that's simply not true because the very next person who he appointed was given that opportunity, as opposed to the analogy that you're trying to put through.
If only Obama would have nominated somebody that the Republicans would have actually liked. Maybe somebody slightly pro.
He did. He appointed the person they asked for. There was actually the Republican senator.
Well, right.
Then remember the Republican senator said, we're not going to be able to confirm the person that Obama appoints because that person is going to be way too liberal. If he would only appoint somebody like Garland, then we could appoint him, but that's not going to happen. And then, of course, because that senator said that, Obama said, okay, I know I'm not going to get this appointee anyway. I'm at least going to make them have to eat their words. And so that's what he did.
The thing is, we found out Garland should have never been on
they weren't. It doesn't matter. I mean, yeah, I agree.
It kind of does.
Doing a great job now.
You completely skipped.
And he's going to be gone in 2 years, thank Christ. Rather than bothering us the rest of our lives.
We went from Bork to who's the fucking DOJ?
Garland.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm trying to maintain my thought. We went from Bork to Garland. And we skipped over Clarence Thomas. Now I know what your response is going to be. He was
confirmed.
He was confirmed to the court, but
also the guy after Bork was confirmed too, right?
Shit. They tried to pull the exact same shit on Clarence Thomas that they did on Bork. It's just that it failed with Thomas.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Yeah, and it failed because of
partisan nonsense.
Because Biden sided with Thomas. Biden defended Thomas throughout those hearings, and I took a bunch of shit from it from the other Democrats.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
That's not the footage the folks on the right have seen. Like he was all about that. What was her name? Juanita Broderick, or like what was?
Yeah, it was.
She was pissed.
That was Clinton's.
Yeah. She was pissed. She was totally pissed. Like even during the the 2020 run, everyone was like, is she going to forgive him and like, endorse him for president or whatever because of what he did to her, like during the confirmation hearings? Yeah. Like Biden was like reviled on the left because of the way he handled those hearings.
You have a homework assignment. I want you to
yeah.
your best evidence. I want the video clips for the best evidence you got on that. Not right now. Just send
Yeah,
it to
like the clips we've
Discord.
all seen is Biden like grilling Clarence
Yeah.
Thomas, saying like, "You sexual predator, you," and all these horrible things you've done to this woman who's brought all these allegations against.
Yeah, I'll
That's
bring
the
him to
footage
you.
we've all seen.
I'll bring it to you.
Yeah.
Like so, yeah. Clarence Thomas and Joe Biden are not sending each other Christmas cards. I'm going to guarantee you that.
But his
Yeah,
accuser
as a matter
is
of fact, it
definitely
was
not
one of those
sending
things
him
that
Christmas cards.
it was one of those things that there was the meme about when Kavanaugh got confirmed. There's the picture of Kavanaugh and Thomas, hamming it up because they went through similar, they went through the fire.
Yeah, I
it's
mean, all you have to do is Google Anita Hill and
There it is. That's the name.
Biden. Anita Hill and Biden. There's no love lost between the two of them because he has. I think he's apologized. I can't remember if he came out and apologized or if he refused to apologize. I can't remember. It was one of those two things. But there was a big question of whether or not he would apologize to her.
Yeah, no, I just want the reason why I'm like I want it as a homework assignment is because I want what you think is the best evidence.
Yeah, sure.
For that claim.
All right. Well, the next time you two run into it, we will get right into it. But gentlemen, it is 1:37 in the a.m. and I think it's about that time to get into, as I'm known to say around here, all that being said, folks, it's time to get into the hazard and the analysis of our final, any final things you want to say to the beautiful people, because I'm not going to do a post show, but because Twitch and YouTube, you can't go live on them anymore. I'm going to go live on Twitch a little while later after this, and I'm just going to play Pastor Richard's sermon. So if you want to come by, check that out, folks. Definitely do on KOE Nation on Twitch. But folks, I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. But Aiko, Bandit, anything you'd like to say to the people? Go ahead, Aiko.
Aiko, you can go first.
Oh, hold on. No, I'm not sure. Is anybody even still awake?
Yeah, we actually got a nice crowd watching us right now. Right. But it's one of those I'm getting to the point where it's wind down time, folks. So definitely check me out, KOE Nation on Twitch. I'm going to be live in about 5 minutes after we go off the air here. But Aiko, Bandit, both of you beautiful folks, thank you for being here and joining us this evening. Aiko,
always a pleasure.
I know you say it's not going to be a big deal, but I know you do your homework. I'd love you to be there for the how I would have voted in every presidential election.
Oh yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah.
And also the thing is, I'm not trying to be rude, but you are older than me. There are elections that you lived through that I did not. And would at your perspective, even if you're I was 7 when that shit happened, but I remember this thing that perspective would be very valuable. You know what I mean?
I remember Gerald Ford tripping down the stairs of that airplane.
Nice. So yeah, we'd love to have you. And Bandit, always a fucking pleasure. So folks, the show's so nice I had to outro twice. All that being said, thank you for joining us here at the KOE Nation for Big Buckin' Empire and Hazard Analysis on YouTube. Folks, I am your King of Extreme, Phil KOE, the man of the hour, the man of the power, the man that makes you the podcast cower, the prince and potentate of the political parlance, and the most entertaining man in the world, Phil KOE. Folks, I hope all of you make it back here happy, healthy, much the wiser. You can, of course, find me at KOE Nation on YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, and now Twitter. And also, folks, I'm going to be live streaming soon on Rumble. Yes,
KOE Nation on Rumble, folks. It's going to happen, so please be there. Also, be sure to like, share, subscribe right here at Hazard Analysis on YouTube and Big Buckin' Empire on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining us. Raise a glass to yourselves. I can't wait to see you back here. Happy,